Test, test, 1, 2. Okay. Microphone's now working. Let's try and get this morning started again here. I don't know why, but for some reason or another, volume just not there. All right, let's try this again.
Systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in estimate.
You sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Waiting for, and my time was running wild, a million dead-end streets, and every time I thought I got it made, it seemed the taste was not so sweet. So I turned myself to face me, but I've never caught a glimpse of how the others must see the faker. I'm much too fast to take that test. Change it. Turn and face face the strain. Changes. Don't wanna be a richer man. Changes. Turn and face the strain. Changes. It's gonna have to be a different man. Time may change me, but I can't trace time. Yeah. I watch the ripples change the size, but never leave the stream of warm and permanent sand. So the days float through my eyes, but still the days seem the same. And these children that you spit on as they try to change their worlds are immune to your consultations. They're quite aware of what they're going through. Changes. Turn and face the strain. Changes. Don't tell them to grow up out of it. Changes. Turn and face the strain. Changes. Where's the shame you've left us up to our next event? Time may change me, but you can't twist time. Strange fascination fascinating me. Our changes are taking the pace I'm going through. Changes. Turn and face the strain. Changes. Ooh, look out, you rock and rollers. Changes. Turn and face the strain. Changes. Pretty soon now you're gonna get older. Time may change me, but I can't trace time. I said that time may change me, but I can't trace time.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedges. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we're starting off a new year, flinging some more poo and eating more crayons, just like we like to. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. Happy New Year to every single one of you guys. It's good to see you. Good way to start off the new year here with you guys. I want to talk about a couple different things this morning. Um, and I'm gonna save some of the board changes until tomorrow. But what I want to talk about is a little bit about some of the stuff that I've been kind of seeing going on in the community. And I know it's not, everybody, but there is a large portion of people out there who have kind of banded on to this whole "let's smear Adam Aaron" campaign. And it's not only gone from smear Adam Aaron campaign to smearing the board and linking the board and Adam Aaron to other individuals or organizations that may not necessarily be the people that you'd like to see the CEO of your company, AMC, being attached to. And so, what's the purpose? And I think you should always kind of think about this. Like every time you see some of these narratives that come out, I think what I really want you to kind of think about is like timing. What's the timing, and why is it that the information is being brought up? Why specifically now? We've been in this play for just about, we're getting really close to 2 years here now. Some of you actually have been here for 2 years, and so you have to ask yourself, like, after 2 years worth of time, really now, like, they're making these links now. These people, that nothing's changed. Nothing's changed with the board. I mean, very slight changes have just now started happening on the board, and these individuals have been there the entire time, but just for some reason right now people are just now starting to dive into this. And so you really have to ask yourself, what is the purpose behind the timing of the information that's being released? And so it really kind of helps you to kind of paint a picture behind the narrative, the people who are pushing this whole discredit Adam Aaron narrative, right? So what is that purpose behind that discrediting? Why is it that they want so badly to discredit him? And I think that we've had. I'll be the first to say there have been times in the past where I've not been happy with some of the decisions that he's made before. I know I was a very strong supporter against a dilution back last year. I was very, very well outspoken about it. I don't believe I was not. I shouldn't say last year. That was 2 years ago. 2 years ago in 2021, and before the June vote, I was against it. I was really, really heavily against it, and I didn't like the idea. But that doesn't mean I'm going to sit there and go smear the CEO. But what I want to do is I want to give you guys a link to a video here. I have no idea. This is like a brand new account. This guy's got 511 subscribers. His YouTube name is Stock Retail. Never heard of it before. I was going through Twitter, stumbled upon somebody posting his video, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to link this up to the top of the page here. It's like a 10-minute video, and he goes through a breakdown of really kind of showing like how, like, whether or not you could try to come to the conclusion as to whether or not Adam Aaron is working for AMC or against AMC and its shareholders. And I think that what you're going to realize is that this whole narrative of trying to crap on Adam Aaron is just insane. It's absolutely insane. Like there's no kind of evidence to support the idea that Adam Aaron's trying to tank this company. None whatsoever. And so this whole narrative is really suspicious, and you have to really kind of look at the people who are pushing this narrative. Look at those individuals and see what it is that they stand for and why it is that they're doing what it is that they're doing, and have they had problems within this community before in the past. It's the same suspect people, guys. It's always the same suspect people every single time. It doesn't change. It's always the same thing. And so here, what I want to ask you guys is this. Is this something that you find, if it's a repeating thing that's happening over and over and over again, where there are certain individuals in the community who are pushing towards the destruction or the non-success of this company, then you need to start thinking about what it is it means when you click on their videos to view them. Because every single time you watch it, and I know how it is to want to try and get both sides of the perspective. I get that. I totally understand that. But you have to do more DD on your own. You have to do your own research, your own information. Don't take my word for it. Don't take their word for it. But providing views to those people are just simply helping push the narrative. And if you're helping to push the narrative, then it's like almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you want your company to fail, those are the individuals that you want to go back and support and continue to watch those videos, because it makes them more popular and more people see those kind of videos because you are actively giving them more views. And so YouTube sees that algorithm and says, "Oh, this must be popular because people are watching it. People are watching it. This must be popular. I should try and push this more because I'm going to make more money off this." Right? So if YouTube's going to make more money off of it, off of pushing the narrative and the standard, they're going to push it more onto other individuals so that people will see that video, so it keeps popping up in their list of things to watch. So you guys are inadvertently helping them to become more popular, and that narrative being pushed heavier and heavier and heavier to be more populated. So I can't express to you enough, guys, what you consume. What you consume is what people are getting across the board. Everybody who is an outsider who comes in and says, is AMC a good company I should invest into? Well, maybe I should check and see what's going on there, right? I'm going to do my DD, my due diligence, and find out if this is a company I want to invest in. What pops up the first thing when they start searching for things? Huh, the board and Adam Aaron are out to sink the company. Yeah, that doesn't sound good. You know where I'm going with this? It makes sense. Why would you want to jump on board with that? So this is why these kind of narratives are being pushed. They want to sink AMC. They want to see AMC fail. If they want those kind of things, they're going to be pushing narratives that cause you to think. Brian says junk food. Exactly. Avoid avoid the junk food. I'm just telling you guys. Now, I'm not forcing you do whatever you want to do. I'm just telling you that when you watch those things, you're making it worse. You're not helping, you're making it worse. You have to actively make a decision to decide what you're going to support and what you're not going to support. It doesn't matter if you really want, if you want to know the other side of the story, go do the DD or click on things that aren't going to change whether or not it gets high amounts of viewing. But just know that everything on YouTube, when you go on there and you click and you watch videos, you're helping to promote whatever it is that you're watching. So if you know it's coming from a source that is constantly negatively pushing against AMC, you're supporting that. Just realize that. It's very, very, very important that you not do that if you want to try and help support the company, because you're pushing the negative narratives that keeps people away from being investors in what it is that you're investing in. So let me see here. There was something else that I want to kind of cover with you guys real quick here. I hope I didn't delete it. No, I didn't delete it. Here it is. So over the weekend, I put out a post in regards to short exempt volume. Some of you may have or may not have seen this. I'm going to try and copy and paste this here so that I can make it as clean as possible so you're not getting a bunch of junk information on the side here. Let's see. Where's my snippet tool? There it is. All right. All right. So real quickly, and I'm just going to touch on this real fast. Ty says it's a catch-22. If we click on their link, then how do we know their perspective? That's the whole point, Ty, right? Like, you obviously don't know, right? So click on the link and watch it. But if it's the same person over and over and over who refuses to change the narrative of I'm going to speak out against the company, then and you continuously keep going back to that person for more information, then that's what you're supporting the wrong person, right? So it's not about that one time that you get clickbaited into watching something that's stupid or something like that, or that is just really against AMC and it's just a whole bunch of nonsense. It's the times where you keep going back to those sources. You keep going back more and more and more and more and more. You have to learn to do your own DD, right? Like you can't just let people spoon feed you. Don't allow that to be a spoon feed, right? So, but I'm not talking about those single times that you go to like a new source for information, and you just click on it and you're like, oh, I've never seen this before. Kind of like the video that I got linked up top, somebody new, somebody I've never seen before, stock retail, 511 subscribers, never seen on it. I don't mind clicking on that. I've never seen what it is that they're putting out for new information. I want to see what that is. So I click on it, I watch it. Is it something that supports AMC, or is it something that's trashing on it? And will I go back for that source? Is that source a good source for information that's good information? If you want bad information, you don't have to click on videos, but there are other places you can go to find negative information on AMC without supporting the algos, right? It's all about supporting the algorithms that are causing people to see the things that are negative inputs, right? So, and that's things like YouTube. But now, if you want to do your own DD someplace else on like Twitter, you're those do get views and those do get higher press points will be pushed higher, but it also has to have the subscriber attached to it as well. So it's not going to be as vital, but it can also be it can be vital. Reddit's another place where you can get some of your information from as well, and those kind of things aren't going to give clicks that cause those things to be promoted. So it's more about those are places where you can get information without I guess promoting um, revenue generated videos. How's that? That's probably the best way to put it. But let's take a look at these numbers here in regards to what I got on the page here. The dates. So first thing under AMC, what you're going to see here is AMC. On 322 through 326, we had a total of 5.431 million shares in short exempt volume in a 5-day span of time. The delivery date that was due for those was 5/10 of 2021. We all know what started happening around that time. If you go back in time and you want to look for yourself, let's go back to 5/20. We'll just do it real quick here. We'll go back to 5/10 of 2021 and take a look what happened. Five ten of 2021 is about 2 days. It was the second day after the bottom before we never saw another low again. That low. Price just started running. The forced buying and failure to deliver was massive, and it caused a lot of buying pressure in a very short period of time. Oops, where did my screen go? Here we go. Ape on 12/22, which was the day of the 8K announcement. On 12/22, the next preceding 5 days, the total amount of short exempt volume was 5.38 million. It was more volume, short exempt volume in a 5-day span than what we had prior to the June run up on Ape. These are going to be due, and I've got 213 written in here. And one thing I want you to note about this date is that it's actually off by 1 day, kind of, sort of. Do note that there's a date. We got 22, 23, 27, 28, 29. We had the Christmas holiday right in here, which I did not count, which means that these first 2 days of failure to delivers are going to actually we'll start on the 13th, but the heavy amount of buying pressure that comes on these dates right here is going to actually start. Let's see, 13. I don't know what the dates are for February. Hold on a second here. Let me go to February real quick here. Okay, so the 13th is a Monday, so that second portion of volume is going to start on the 14th. The 14th and heading forward. So it's only going to be off by 1 day. But the original portion of it, or the beginning portion of this, is going to be should be due by the 14th. So it is off by 1 day, but only because I wasn't counting the Christmas holiday that was in there. So just note that we're looking more likely at the 14th. So, but I just forgot to count Christmas in there. Just note that. But there is some massive amounts of short exempt volume, and this is probably one of the biggest reasons why I've been trying to support the idea that I don't care how you're going to vote, yes or no, on on the proposals. I really don't. That's your choice. That's what you're going to have to decide what you're going to do. What I care more about is that we see some of those failure to delivers to kind of produce something. I think that it's going to cause some massive buying pressure in the very near future. If you remember correctly, Adam Aaron took the whole he took the proposal off the table for adding additional shares, and at that time we started running. I haven't gone back to actually see what the timeline was, but there was something very, very close to what it is that we're seeing kind of right now, where there were proposals and then they were taken off the table. So I'm gonna have to go back and check and see what the timeline on that exactly was. I went back to go see the posts that I wrote, and I can see the posts, but it doesn't show me dates, so I'm having problems finding exact dates on when he took it off the table. Sharma, happy New Year to you. Gorilla Gardener, happy. I saw that I wasn't following you on Twitter, and I followed you back. Sorry for the long wait on that one. Benjamin, good morning to you. Sammy Boy, happy New Year. Tom Carroll says, "Good morning, Casey. Could I pick your brain on two things always? I don't know if it's gonna feel great on me if I have my brain picked, but why not? Also, I am cleaning my glasses while I'm waiting for you to put in something. Do you think he has sold the rest of Ape now? I think he has or is very close. When do you think he will announce the vote? So first off, he can't. Part of the proposal stated that he can only sell up to $40 million more worth of Ape. So the answer to that is definitively no. And I don't know when he's going to announce the vote, so I have no idea. Casey, if Ape runs like that, wouldn't that mean hedgies are done? If Ape were to run like AMC did, yes, it would, because Adam Aaron would likely sell shares into that, and he would do the dilution that he's been wanting to do, and he wouldn't need to have all the proposals that he's got up currently, and he would be able to have he would be able to generate the capital that he needs to pay off debt and also perhaps purchase Cineworld as well. So, yes, the answer to that is yes. Benjamin says, "Remember to lift up and pray for the Bills player Hamlin." Yeah, so crazy story. My my nephew uh, is a big Bengals fan, and he's I think he's like 10, he's like 10 now. I don't know. He's around 10 years old. Forgive me for not knowing. I think he's like around 10 years old now, and they took him to his first football game ever, and that was the game they were at. So really kind of sucks. Like first Bengals game. I guess he's a real huge Bengals fan. So and for some reason or another, they just happened to decide to go to that game, and that was his first Bengals football game that they went to, and pretty sad. Pretty sad to see all that happening. And yeah, man, I'll cheers, I guess, to him later today. I'm gonna actually write that down since we're talking about now. To his health. Hopefully he's gonna be okay. Micah says went to Avatar 2 on Sunday. Had a nice gummy and saw it in 3D. One of the most amazing experiences in my life. I can only imagine with a gummy, especially. I went and saw it again this weekend. My mom and I went on Sunday, and I saw it the second time. This time we didn't see it in 3D because she's not a big fan of 3D. So I took her and I went and watched it, and it was really funny. I caught some of the things that they say in the movie that kind of like how I remember how Matrix was. Like you catch things that you just didn't really kind of note the first time. I don't know if you guys remember this or not, but and I'm not really good with names, but the dad says to one of his kids, "Do you understand me?" or something like that, and the kid says, "Lima Charlie." I didn't catch it the first time around. I was like, "Lima Charlie." I was like, "Huh?" And it didn't make sense to me. But then I started thinking about it, well, because I was like, my head could kind of like process it since I've already seen the movie. I was like, "Oh, loud and clear." It was just kind of, I don't know, it just kind of made me laugh a little bit, and I don't know, it's funny how you pick up on certain things you didn't notice the first time around. Corey says prayers for his family and friends. It seems to be a fluke accident from the doctor who was analyzing the injury. I haven't heard updates on it, Corey, so thank you. I haven't. Tom, he's got. There's a lot. Adam Aaron has a lot of shares left to sell, but he can't sell. He can only sell up to 40 million more, according to the proposal that he's got with Antera. So if he wants to lose that proposal, then if the proposals are going to go away, then with and the deal with Antera, he would have to sell more than 40 million. So if he sells anything more than 40 million shares between now and the proposal, then it's null and void. Griffin's mom says, could it be that Adam Aaron knew that Ape would be shorted after it came out and had this reverse split already planned, the strapping, the hedgies even more? So I'll tell you one thing's for sure, Griffin's mom. Like, I mean, if you go back in history and you look, I mean, they did some heavy shorting leading up to the announcement when they found out that they were getting more shares. Things started unfolding last time, and so almost like they're like, oh, here comes we're gonna get saved, yay, and then he didn't get more shares to him, so it's I don't know. I mean, he I don't want to make the accusations, Griffin's mom, but I mean he knows historically that it's screwed him up in the past, so. Brian says, I caught that first round, Lima Charlie. I tell my kids we're Oscar Mike in 10 every morning. Yeah, I just didn't catch it, Brian. I heard him say it, Lima Charlie, but it didn't ring like I just didn't I guess it didn't my brain didn't have a chance to like process it, I guess the first time I saw the movie. And so when I saw it the second time my brain went like Lima Charlie, Lima Charlie. Oh, loud and clear, got it. Okay. So I was a little slow on the uptake. 40 million, he can sell 40 million dollars worth of Ape. The link you have attached, what is your position on this attachment and guy posting? So in my opinion, Point Break Thor, just based off of the video that I watched, and it's the only video I've seen of his. I really liked it. I liked what it was that he had to say, and I agree with it. I think it makes a lot of sense, and I think that right now that there's a lot of people out there who are pushing a very strong narrative to try and discredit Adam Aaron, and linking the board and Adam Aaron to nefarious outside sources that there's just this really strong push, and I can see it, and it's starting to kind of grab a little within the community, grab hold, and it's kind of concerning to me a little bit because of the fact that the information is just downright ridiculous. And so I mean, when you actually sit down and you look at some of the ties that are out there, like I just don't, I'm not. I mean, you can draw all kinds of ties from individuals who are CEOs of all different kinds of companies, and it doesn't necessarily mean that those ties are um, indicative of some kind of stupid gaming of the system or something like that. I mean, it's just I don't know. It's kind of silly. I mean, it's like the whole Kevin Bacon thing, right? Like everybody's got 7 degrees of separation between them and any other person in the world. If you want to, you can tie anybody to anybody, and it's going to be ridiculous. Like the amount of possibilities that you can have to tie somebody to some organization or this, that, and the other. The chances are you're going to be able to find it if you want to. If you want to create that narrative for anybody, for any organization, you can do that. It's not, you won't have a problem. Say Ape does run like AMC did. Do you think AMC will follow behind, or could they hold it down while Ape goes? I would tend to think that AMC would follow behind, um, but that's in theory. Censored Content says, I think he already sold the 40 million worth before the fourth quarter ended. It's possible, but if he did, he's done. I think more than anything, Point Break, I think what I like the most is that he took a very objective. That channel's name is Stock Retail. I don't know what to call him, but Stock Retail took a very neutral stance on trying to identify whether or not the actions of Adam Aaron is the actions of somebody who's um, basically just like the title says, is Adam seeking profitability or bankruptcy for AMC? And it doesn't look like he's seeking bankruptcy, and I agree with that. All of his actions show otherwise. Ice Cream says, I read a post that, see, this is one of the most important things that I don't think people understand, Ice Cream. In regards to what you said, I read a post that for every real ape created, that during a conversion, a real AMC share is created, so they will produce the same effect as a share offering. Um, we're going to have to see. This is why I'm waiting for a proxy, but one of the things that I can't stress enough to kind of show or tell everybody is that what you need to remember is part of the reason why Adam Aaron may be selling shares at such a low price, and I don't think anybody understands this, is that if and I know I've been saying for a long time that T90 wasn't a thing, but that's only because Adam Aaron never had an offering that he put out for shares to be sold. But if he does sell shares, which he has been, if he sells a large quantity of them, a syndicate would be formed in order to sell those shares to the marketplace. And so if a selling syndicate was created, then the T90 does become an issue. And even more so if the stock were to be converted at some point, all of those shares would have to be found at some point before the conversion was over. So, and then to stack on top of that, you now have an institution who's going to be on the long side of this, right? And Terra's going to be on the long side of this because they're going to want to see their purchase gain value. So it's going to be in their best interest to try and continue to push the price in order to get more value out of their investment. So we now have an institution who's fighting on the long side of this to try and help drive price upwards. So the selling of the shares into the marketplace is um, supposed to create demand. They're providing the supply, and now the demand should be there because there is high demand, but there was no liquidity before. Now you have liquidity, and so you should have price rising. So that's essentially what Adam Aaron has done, is he's created the liquidity that's needed in order to see price rising from the demand. So hopefully, maybe that's kind of setting in for some people and they didn't really realize this. It doesn't really matter what price he sold it for. It's more about eventually how much can he sell the rest of the shares for, because that's what's really going to count. Is it doesn't matter how much he sells the first batch for. What matters is how much he gets the second batch for, because if he can get $30, $40, $50 a share on the remaining shares that he has left, then he's really got himself a lot of money. That's the whole point I'm trying to make, Nick. These people are you're saying they're looking for an excuse to leave, but they're not leaving, right? Like they just keep on putting out more negativity, and it's just like, wait a minute, so which is it? If you don't want to be invested in this because you don't like how things are going, then why aren't you gone? Like you should have already sold a long time ago. What are you proposing? You're just going to continue to bash the stock and try and search for more potential possible nefarious links between people? Like it just doesn't make sense, right, Nick? I mean, think about it. Really, really sit down and think about what it is that they're doing. They're saying that they're providing people an opportunity or excuse to try and get out of their position, but they're not leaving themselves, you know? And it's just kind of weird. Very, very strange activity. Casey's Broken Mug, Happy New Year to you. Casey, is it true that it's 1 to 10 split, reverse split, would knock out the synthetics so the hedgies would have less to cover? Um, I don't think the split would do that. They would have less to cover, but there's also less shares available. Uh, that the split is not the part that I'm worried about. The part that I'm more worried about is the dilution. Danny says, "What do you think about Jackson Hunter leaving the community? I was there any? I feel like he already left a while ago. That's what I mean. I feel like he left a long time ago, and then he on his way out, he started trying to get people to fund him money before he left. You know, it's like, oh, help me out, I need help. You know, come to my Discord. Let me take your money real quick before I walk out the door. I felt like he was gone a while ago, quite honestly. Um, Petro Fire says foul from Lawston. Petro, that's funny, man. Foul from Lawson doesn't allow comments on Twitter and the tube. That should tell you all you need to know. It is right because it won't allow people to sit there and have an alternative viewpoint as to what it is that's being said. It's just simply creating a narrative and letting people run with it, right? And so you got to ask yourself like if you're that upset, if you're really that upset about what it is that you're invested in, then why are you still invested in it? Like I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me, quite honestly. All right, let me take you guys over to the other screen. It's been a hot minute here since we took a look at the information. I got Pokey Stick of Volume coming, so it's time. I already cleaned off the glasses and put them on. So let's take a look at what's going on here. I'm gonna take you guys over to the other page and we'll take a look and see what our numbers are looking like. All right, starting the top left-hand corner. Oh, son of a gun, my sticky notes aren't up. I rebooted the computer and forgot to pull up my sticky notes. Hold up a second. The combined price of AMC and Ape. Oh, and I didn't pull up my calculator either. There we go. Two of the main things I really need. All right, let me see here. So the combined price of AMC and Ape. AMC closed last week at 407, and Ape closed at 141 for a combined total of $5.48. I'm going to subtract $1.50 on that to kind of see where it stands on our price predictions. It comes out to 398, and it was so close. What do we have here? What did Einstein go into the? Oh man. Um. All right. So I forgot to. For some reason, the screen's not updated here. Let me go ahead and update everybody because everybody had points going into the final day. Um. Everybody had. Well, let me just. These points aren't updated. we all had three except for Einstein. Unfortunately, Einstein missed the very first day of trading on his price prediction. I don't know why these weren't updated. So we have we had a three-way tie going into Friday between Eric, myself, and Keto, and Eric had 410 to 710. Keto had 413 to 713, and I had 390 to 690. So since the combined price minus a buck 50 is 398, I think I beat out Eric by 2 cents. The middle ground would have been $4 because I had 390 and he had 410. Einstein, quite frankly, would have been the tiebreaker, except for he was down a point for the week. So, but he was really the closest with his 401 because he was off by 3 pennies. But since he wasn't in the contentions for the tiebreaker, he won't be getting that. So let me add the points here real quick for the final tallies. So I get the bonus point um, for the closest price on the price predictions. I squeaked it out. I squeaked it out last week by 2 pennies. Short exempt volume. Short exempt volume on AMC was 248.9. Let me get the K in there. And let's see what Ape was. SSR was not tripped, and I do believe that we had lower than expected volume. Give me 1 second while I look up the numbers. $180.2. Utilization. Actually, let's do the day-over-day price increase. We had AMC was down 1.69% on Friday, and Ape was down 4.08. Utilization. AMC's utilization for Friday was 100%. Let me just verify the date to make sure that I've got the correct date in here. January 2nd, December 30th are both showing. Okay, so we got 100% utilization on Ape. Currently 82.13% on, sorry, AMC was 100%. Ape is sitting at 82.13. Don't forget, guys, that I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Give me 1 second here while I stretch this out just a tad bit. Just want to see how much further I can go down on that. That's pretty good. All right. Moving off to Max Payne. I already did update this morning because I did a reboot over the weekend. So that is the Max Payne going into this week. It is $4.50. Let's take a look at what we got going on for Friday's off-exchange values. AMC was the final values for AMC was at 55.81 with EDGX at 10.18. The final value was 65.99%. It's about 2% higher than what I would expect on a normal day. CHX volume was very, very high on Friday at 3.48%. with 641,000 shares going through that exchange. On Ape, final numbers for the day was 65.14% and EDGX at 6.89 for a grand total of 72.03. That is 8% higher than where it should be. CHX volume was pretty minimal. GME CHX volume was non-existent, and CHX value was almost double on the normal 30-day standard on HYMC at 0.12% when they normally see about 0.07. Taking a look at institutional ownership, that is the correct value for this morning, and since I've already refreshed it, 139.384. That's the same value as last Friday. Looking at the options, again, those are updated. I updated this morning already. Highest amount of open interest so far this morning currently is at a $5 strike price. Yeah, it is $5. In open interest, that's up 50 cents from last week. And there's currently 7.7 thousand contracts. On puts, highest amount of volume is currently at 3.5, which is 50 cents up from where it was from last week. There's currently 6.4 thousand contracts. Give me a second here while I move a couple screens around, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Do I have to give you a speech? Because I didn't do it earlier. I got to give it to you. Two-factor authentication. I know I should have given it to you guys earlier. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could be something that could help you protect your account. When you do set it up, make sure and put in a code or put in a secondary device that that can receive the code in case something should happen to your primary. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here. So we're coming to a very actually we're not coming to, we actually are breaking through. So we are on a very specific descending wedge pattern over the last I believe it's today's day number 7 trading days. Today starts day number 7. We were well within this pattern. We did see an alternate level of support that we were kind of holding, that kind of almost split the wedge right down the middle. Not quite, but it did a little bit. Held that level of support on Friday, and we're breaking out of that wedge, that 7-day wedge here to the top side. So it is right within the box time frame that I've got set up that I think I might have put there, I don't know, a couple days ago, maybe 1 or 2 trading days back. And I have a feeling that we may be seeing some greener green, or we may bounce off of 554 and look for a level of support on this descending line of what's now support instead of resistance. So watch for some consolidation, maybe an attack to try and drive price back down below that level of support, as it may only be a temporary breakout above that level. This is a combined price of AMC and Ape, which is at 549. We did get our pokey stick of volume coming in 2 minutes, so I'll try to get over to there as fast as I can here. I might actually skip this and head over there and look at that real fast in just a minute, but actually, yeah, we'll get to it in a minute. Utilization. There's what it looks like after 100% utilization for quite a few days of trading here. I'm going to add an additional day to this, though, for putting us on day 5, since our little bump down that we had on the 22nd, on the day of the 8K announcement. We'll zoom in just a tad bit here. Take a look at the on loan amount. Day over day on loan amount decreasing from 177.9 to 176.9, so 1 million shares having been returned. Of that 1 million, probably about 333,000 of that's going to be in short interest that was closed. And if we take a look at the short interest dip, it went from 21.48 to 21.42, which is a 0.06% difference. Oops. Yeah. So Ortex is estimating about 309,000 shares having been returned. On loan average age per day is rising still. It went from 86.11 to 89.46. Security lending volume day over day was a slight increase from 9.61 to 10.12. Taking a look at Ape's utilization is bouncing all over the place right now. It's very, very sporadic on what numbers it's hitting. Last Friday we were up at 92, and then we've fallen back down to 82%. But taking a look at the on loan amount, it is flatlined. It looks like went from 35.94, or sorry, that's not correct. It went from 37.12 down to 35.94 this day. No, this is Friday. No, I take that back again. I thought for sure this was Monday's data right here from overseas, and it was going to be the same, but no, it flatlined 35.94 to 35.94 from Friday to today. So no change in on loan amounts. Zero. It's going to leave that estimated short share interest, the free float, at 7.59%. On loan average age per day, driving up from 25.21 to 28.21, and security lending volume day over day decreased from 11.97 to 7.08 million. Orders by Fidelity customers for the day on Friday. We had the first one on the list here is GME with a 80% buy to 20% sell ratio, looking very strong. Ape was also on the top 30 list with a 71% buy to 29% sell ratio, looking strong as well. AMC made it onto the list on the 30th spot here with 69% buy to 31% sell ratio. Nice. Looking excellent. All three of those looking really good for the parameters that I like to see at a minimum. I know it's going to be said, there's more shares available to borrow. That's because they're closing positions. That's where they come from. The SSR trigger price for the day-to-day on AMC is $3.66. Ape would trigger at, I did not run the numbers here, so give me just a second. $1.269. So we currently have over the weekend a bunch of shares that were returned, up to about 900,000 as of earlier this morning. They did borrow some of those shares, almost 300,000 of those. They did borrow about 90,000 out of the ETFs. So I'm going to call it an even 3.5. It's close enough. Or not 3.5, but 350,000 shares. Give me a second while I write this down. There is more shares available to borrow. It looks like they're expecting to have a heavy borrowing day today. Fees are at 138.5%. These fees are massive. These are the 2 weeks that we move into here where I see very, very low amounts of volume in out of the money puts and calls, which I think is extremely important to price moving upwards. We've seen some of our biggest runs come from low volume on options. So currently we have 48.9 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 15.3 thousand contracts that are in the money, and 31.8 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 14.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. Futures of the market. are up somewhere between 0.3 and 0.8% for the morning, showing a green open to this new year. The VIX showing down 1.16. Let's take a look at that pokey stick of volume that we got in here. On AMC, we had approximately 60,000 shares going into it. We had about 60,000 shares, I think, previous to this. Let me just verify. Yeah, about 2,000 off. We had about um, maybe 70,000 shares, and the pokey stick pretty much did a doubling of that number, which is what I'm used to seeing from the past. I think we may have slightly elevated volume today compared to what we've been seeing. Normally, I've been predicting somewhere between 10 and 30 million. I think I'd probably be willing to estimate. I'd be willing to go up to 20 to 40 million for the day to day. Let me just think about that real quick here. What's half of that? Yeah, I'd be willing to go up to 20 to 40 on a prediction for AMC. On Ape, let me just look at the pokey stick real quick here. We had about 70,000 shares go through the pokey stick, and we're currently at 233,000 shares. I'm going to suggest that we see somewhere around 25 million shares traded for the day to day. So I'm going to say 15 to 35 million. All right. On the other side of the world, across the pond and in the international markets, they were all up as of yesterday. Mostly, there was only one that was down, but fractionally. Most of them were up almost near a percent or more. The US dollar up 1.15%, above, almost at 105. It's getting the break that I was suggesting that it would see. It's breaking out of that long descending parallel channel. It's breaking up past, and it looks like it's trying to break out of this. Finally, it is starting to head up like I had suggested. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's not going to be a clean break today, but it could break past it leading into tomorrow. That value for tomorrow would have to stay. The U.S. dollar would have to stay above $1.04.70 to break the trend. So the U.S. dollar may be on the rise. Kind of interesting to see the SPY heading up as that's happening. Oil's currently up in the pre-market 0.03. Tesla is down in the pre-market 4%. Amazon up 0.93. Cinemarket is up 0.58. Doge is down 0.06. Bitcoin up 0.33 at 16.7 a coin. GME is up 0.6. HYMC up 1.71. Hood is up 1.72. CS up 3.29. NCMI is up 6.82. Ape is down 2.18, and AMC is up 0.74 on the pre-market. And on Friday, our outflow versus inflow beat inflow on Friday by $800,000 roughly. It was more like 700,000. It's between 7 and 8. 139,000 shares traded so far this morning on AMC. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.2, which is just about, or it's just slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, or sorry, more buying pressure than selling pressure. Did I say? Hold on a second. Yeah, that's right. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.71, which is just about average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.35, which is below average. On Ape, last Friday there was approximately, we'll just call it $350,000 more outflow than inflow. 237,000 shares traded thus far this morning. On a 1 hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 42.76, which is below average. Hold on a second. On a 30-minute interval, we have equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 43.74, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.01, which is below average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud on a 1 hour time interval, lagging line is below price line, conversion below base. For us to see this turn into a buy pattern or buy indicator for this, we would have to see price rising above the top of the cloud for the day-to-day on Ape, which would put us at $1.77. That's going to be if we see price rise above $1.77, we'll see a big push on that. Let's check out the 4 hour time interval. We are above the clouds still, but price usually likes to break down below green clouds. And so we have conversion below base. Lagging line is hitting price line. I would expect to see price maybe either trade sideways or fall below the green cloud for the day to day. I would expect to see maybe Ape under $1.32, and I'm kind of estimating around $1.14 is where they want to try to get it to. Looking at the buying pressure would need to get above 228 to become a strong buy on the 4 hour. On AMC, we have lagging line at price line. We have conversion above base, and it looks to me like we were supposed to break through this cloud here. We did in the pre-market hours, but now they're pushing the price back down into the cloud to create uncertainty, so there's not a whole lot of buying pressure. But this, if they do continue to keep price below $4, if they move price below $4, then they're going to try and push this into the green section of the cloud here for tomorrow, trying to snuff out any kind of price run on this whatsoever. So $4 is going to be a big, big fight for us. We need to see above 4. Actually, really, the big push needs to be above 410. We need to stay above 410 if possible. Let me just make sure that's right. 415. Staying above 415 is ideal. On a 4 hour chart, lagging line is below price line, conversion below base. We are at a thinning portion of the cloud here. In order to break above the cloud, we would have to see above 511. That would be the next big push point. UK's Cineworld said Tuesday it would not sell assets, denied it held discussions with AMC regarding sale of assets. Oh, more now they're really trying to put it to Adam Aaron and trying to discredit him yet even further. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Let the news wars begin. I can feel it coming already. All right. Let's see what we got going on here. Let me make sure I'm setting you guys up to see these correctly. Zoom on just a tad bit. Einstein, I got you down. Einstein's coming in at 446 to 746 for the day today. Yeah, it's interesting to see the US dollar breaking to the top side and seeing the futures in the market showing green. It kind of makes me feel like there's going to be like a fake pump first thing in the morning. Let's see what we got here. Good morning, El Doge. Good to see you. Trying to remember if there was. I think I already shared the Excel spreadsheet that I had shown the Discord. There was kind of a. I was going over some of my notes from the past here, and one of the things that I had noticed that I had done is I had created this spreadsheet that um, was kind of a quick and easy way for me to be able to. I wish I'd put the date down on this, but I don't know what the date was. But a quick and easy way for me to be able to figure out how much potential um, outstanding shares there may be in existence that might be a part of the synthetic shares. Using the formula that I've kind of showed you guys from the past, and I'd completely forgotten that I'd created this. But I'm just going to throw this up on the screen real quick here. I went ahead and copy and pasted it down below, so all you're seeing is a duplicate. The reason I'm doing that is because I want to redo it. I want to rework the numbers. I wish I could remember when this was. It was obviously when our float was lower. It was at around 511. We had an average 3-month volume of 84.7 million shares traded per day. One of the this is pre. I can tell you this is pre Amazon split just based off of the amount of shares that are showing up here because they only had 437,000 shares. But by using this kind of the conversion calculator that I kind of built here, is it kind of helps you to kind of get an idea for what the float should be trading and how many outstanding shares should be there, based off of using something like Amazon as a golden ratio or a golden standard, so to speak. Back when I did this a long time ago, it was showing that AMC should be trading somewhere around 11.4 billion shares uh, at the time in existing shares. If I run these numbers again, I actually did it earlier this morning. It's different. It's drastically different than it was, which may kind of indicate that we're getting to the point to where it's showing low liquidity and may show like a more actual realization of outstanding shares, which I always thought the 11 billion was a little high. If I run the numbers again now, all I got to do is plug in the average 3-month volume and the free float. So the average 3-month volume currently showing right now is 26.85 million. And we know the free float's like 500 and it's showing the free float at 515.7. Somebody use that value. Oops. Then I got to use Amazon's same numbers to drive the difference in the ratio. If I don't change Amazon's numbers from the past, and I just use what Amazon had from the past, it suggests that we have about 3.6 billion outstanding shares. One of the things that I think is kind of interesting about all this, and people have mentioned to me from the past, Primal Ape, I got you down 375 to 675. Those are your numbers from last week. I still got them. One of the things that I want you guys to notice that's kind of interesting here, and I've had this argument made for me from the past, is that, oh well, the amount of shares that are traded on a stock are based off of the price, right? Like if the price changes, the amount of shares that are traded should be If the price goes down, there should be more shares traded, right? I mean, it seems to be the logical thing. Most people would assume that as the price becomes more affordable, investors decide to choose to invest or not invest in a stock oftentimes based off of price. But I'm going to show you how incorrect that thinking is because I'm going to actually show you this is pre-split. This is pre-split right here. These values, which was when the price was I think the price was running around $3,000 dollar. No, it was 15. I forgot the price went down. They were running around 1,800 a share, somewhere around there, somewhere around 15 to 2,000. It's somewhere around there. I can't remember what it was. So, but after their 20 to 1 split, we're going to come over to Amazon and run these same numbers and see what that looks like now, because they've had plenty of time to show their volume change. Their average 3-month volume went from 3.24 million to 80.06 million shares, but their free float went to 9.2 billion shares. And if you watch the numbers as I changed them, notice the ratio on the amount of shares that are being traded currently um, compared to the past. How do I get this up here? There we go. So the amount before was 0.74 was the ratio. Basically 0.75% of their free float was traded on a daily basis. And after the 20 to 1 change, it's now 0.87. So it's really not a whole lot higher. So even with the price now down at a very palpable $84 a share, it's not massive amounts of trading. You would think that would have gone up by at least 1% or more, right? Because it's the price is way more palpable now than it was. And so these are the kind of things that you have to consider, that the market does a really good job of showing you that the outstanding amount of shares or the free float really does make a big difference as to what's actually being traded. And whether or not you can tell if there's existing outstanding shares that should not be there based on how it trades. So AMC is currently trading on a 5.21% or 5.21% of the entire float is traded on a daily basis currently. We used to see, and I wish I had put the date down on this when I had done this, but in the past we were seeing about 16.56%, and then Amazon was 0.74, now it's 0.87, we're 0.521, which changes the ratio equalizer, shows us an outstanding shares of around 3 billion shares. So, and I think this is actually very, very, very accurate. I think this is, I think there's a very strong suggestion to support that there's probably that much volume out there very easily, very, very easily supporting this kind of a number. It's not nearly as much as it would have been in the past, though. That's for sure. Just thought I'd kind of share that with you guys. By the way, for anybody who wants to figure out, like, if you want the formulas on how to figure that out, um, in order to come up with the ratio, um, you're just simply taking the average 3-month float divided by, or the average 3-month volume divided by the free float to get what your daily volume is traded on a 3-month average. And then the equalizer is going to take, you're going to take some other stock, right, and compare that stock to the stock you're looking at just by dividing the two ratios, and then um, multiply that ratio, the ratio equalizer, multiply that by the outstanding free float that is currently the stock that you want to compare to. Good morning, Maggie. Happy New Year's to you. Laura, good morning. Congratulations on the new shares and Happy New Year. Good morning, Manjit. David says, why does it have to be a 10 to 1 split? It would be 10-4-1 split. That seems out of line to me personally. Also, can anyone explain how this affects the short interest? It looks like a way to hide phantom shares. So the short interest shouldn't change. It should remain exactly the same. It doesn't change at all. Number one. Number two, why a 1-2-10 or 10 to 1 rather? Did I say it backwards? You got it right. You said 10 to 1. That is correct. Why a 10 to 1 or a 1-4-10? I don't know. I've kind of wondered the same thing myself, David, and I think that if you look at what the float size would be after converting everything together, I think it's really to kind of put the float at like a more manageable value, but also giving a price to AMC stock that would be um, easily usable for dilution to remove debt. So it's behind me, Belarke. It's still there. So I think that's really what I think that's the reason behind it. If they were to do, for example, David, if they were going to do a 5 to 1 split, for example, and then after the conversion, the price may only rise to like say $25 a share. If they were to do dilution into $25 price, it may move down too quickly, and so therefore, go the full gusto, go 10 to 1, get the price up to $50 a share, then dilute into that and allow the market to deal with the dilution at a higher price. Uh, yes, I do trust the reported short interest. Yes. Do I believe that there's more? Yes. But I do trust what is being reported. I don't see any reason why anybody would report more than what they're reporting. But I certainly believe that what's being reported is definitely out there. Glenn says, so is Cineworld saying they never talked with AMC yet? AMC said they broke off talks with Cineworld. We need to go back and take a look at the actual wording of what it was that was said by Adam Aaron. If I'm not mistaken, and I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, but I feel like he was saying that he was talking to Cineworld's creditors. He may not have been talking to Cineworld, which is this may be a weird way of Shills putting out information to try and discredit Adam Aaron once again. But we'd have to go back and actually take a look at his actual words and see what he said. But I'm pretty certain that he said something about talking to their creditors. I don't know that he specifically ever stated that he was talking to Cineworld. So I think that's it's an interesting point of view. It's just simply more like let's how do we discredit Adam Aaron or the board and create more distrust within the community. It's a very common theme right now. It's a how do we discredit this guy as much as we possibly can and get people to distrust and sell. It's exactly what they're trying to do. Long Jericho says, Casey, can you confirm for every one ape we receive one AMC? So if you never sold ape or AMC, your holding should double before it splits. It already did. It already should have doubled. You should have already, if you were in prior to the dividend, yes, that would be correct. And your to in response to your 5 to 1, that would be correct, a correct statement as well. Which, interestingly enough, Long Jericho, it might make a lot of sense why people who sold Ape would be especially pissed right now. I don't usually give opinions on other people, Al Bundy. I'm not here to create division within the community. That's not my point. I mean, I do on a random occasion just kind of randomly say like that's just trash or whatever, but I'm not really, that's not what I'm here to do is to tell you like, I mean, you can form your own opinion, man. Like I mean, it's really obvious what's, it's pretty simple, I feel like, to tell. You're just stick with your gut. Your gut tells you what's right and what's wrong and what's stupid and what's not. You know it. It's just the problem is sometimes you just can't take your eyes off the trash. And I get that, like everybody wants to rubberneck on the freeway. Everybody wants to rubberneck on the freeway. So I understand. El Doge says, what if I only buy Ape and not AMC? Let's say that I have 100 shares of AMC and 180 of Ape. Those those make any difference? Doesn't make any difference. I need to wait for the proxy Doge to understand the full ramifications of how the conversion's going to work. So until I have that information, I'm not going to speculate. Alex Reed says you would think after 2 years of hype and FUD, people wouldn't bite as much. But you got to have clickbait though, Alex. If you're somebody who's making YouTube videos and you're trying to make money off of people clicking on your stuff to watch, then you've got to have clickbait, right? So why not create videos that really jump on the hype? You got to remember, guys, you have to understand that there's a reason for everything. Like people are legitimately putting out information and videos because they want to make money, and the only way they can do it is by getting clickbait. And they are looking for you to generate revenue so that they can make their money. I'm telling you guys, like all you got to do is you just got to watch and see what it is people are doing and understand why it is that they're doing it. And it makes sense. It makes complete sense to what it is that they're doing. And I agree with you, Alex. You would think that after 2 years of hype and FUD, people wouldn't bite as much, but they do. They can't help it. People can't help. It's like, have you ever seen those like Bass Pro fishing commercials or whatever it is, and those guys go out with those lures and like they're like casting these like the ultimate lure and they throw it out in the water and that bass can't help itself. They even tell you like the bass can't help themselves. They just bite these things no matter what. Even if they just ate a full fish, they're still gonna bite it. They're gonna attack it because they can't help themselves. And then they throw the lure out there and they start reeling it in, and sure enough, that bass comes out and it just takes the bait every time. We're just like bass, man. We jump on the news because we can't help ourselves. Brian says, just call them stupid idiots. I know my wife hates it when I say that. I can't do that. I can't do that anymore, Brian. She goes, you can't call them stupid idiots. It is break time. Thank you, Jay, for putting that out there. I appreciate that, as usual. Kenny says, I'm more like a sunfish. I feel like I don't know why that's funny, Kenny, but I feel like whenever I go fishing with the kids, which hasn't been it's been a long time since I've done this, but whenever I used to go fishing with the kids, that used to be like the only thing we would ever catch was a little tiny sunfish. They're always the thing that's on the end of I'm never catching those big huge bass. It's always the sunfish. David says, when trust is lost, you can know love was out the door ahead of it. People bite because trust has left the building. Nah, man, I think people were biting on stuff ever since the get-go. I don't. I think people. I don't think it's a trust issue. I don't think that's what it is at all. I think it's inherently. If you want my truth, if you want the truth and it's gonna hurt, it's gonna sting a little. But we want to be spoon-fed. We all want to be spoon-fed, and we don't want to do the research on our own, and we just want somebody to tell us how it is. And so we go around looking for everybody else to tell us what's the right answer. And so we're hopping over from one place to the next looking for the next piece of information, and it's only because we don't choose to do our own research, because it's either too tiresome or too tiring to do, or or we don't have the time, or whatever the excuse may be, right? But really what it comes down to is that um, if you really want to, you can sit down and do the DD yourself. It doesn't take that long. You just have to be willing to put in the time. Brian's saying VIX is almost up 7% now. David Smith says it's called setting boundaries. Tendies Plus Plus says it's a roller coaster of emotions. Some days I'm floating in a Zen cloud. Some days I want to choke them on that. I can't say I don't feel your pain there, Tendies Plus Plus. I've on many occasions felt the same way. No, David, I'm saying I'm trusting. I'm saying I believe the reported short interest is correct. I'm not saying that I don't think that there's more. I'm saying that I think that it's what's being reported is actual. There is the amount of actual reported short interest is actually there. Uh, Whether or not there's more or not doesn't matter. I can't see it. All I can say is that I see what it is being reported, and so anything that's being reported is real. So it doesn't matter if it's more or less. It's not a matter of trusting or not trusting. It's a matter of its data. And if you can only see some portion of data, it's better to see that than none. So, for all those people that are out there, saying that it's, Ortex data is crap, well, they just don't understand how to read the data. And Tony says, "Good morning. I like the new vehicle." Yeah, I like it too, man. It's a VW. Good morning, Tony. But yeah, you know that just because um, I can't stand it when people go like, oh, it's only 75% of the reported amount, and it's like, okay, well, but at least I have a reporting of something. At least I have something to base, anytime the market starts moving one direction or the other, at least I have the ability to be able to find out why, and not some no numbers, and I'm left in the dark going like I have no idea why this is doing what it's doing, and so it's better to have some data than none. Why would someone stating to make 2,000 a month passive income on YouTube claim how poor they are and walk away? Why would why would they ask everybody to help them out? I mean, I think I know who you're talking about, Ice Cream, but why would they ask anybody to help them out as well? You know? Because they got problems, man. I've seen it more than one time, Ice Cream. I've seen several of those kind of things happen in the community, so it's not the first. Oh, did I? I'm sorry. I have it on Amazon. My bad. Sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you for acknowledging that. Oh, you're explaining why people are not trusted, but I mean, we all know that it's not entirely accurate. So Tony says reported short interest on GME was good enough for Roaring Kitty. That works for me. Hey, you know what, Tony? Interestingly enough, I don't know if you guys know this or not, and I did not know this. I think I noticed it for the very first time as of, well, let me just check something out here. Well, I guess it's been that way for a while. I guess I just didn't notice it, but GME is sitting at 20, almost 22% right now, short share interest of the free float. Just throwing that out there. Happy New Year to you too, Tony. Novocaine says, sorry, Casey, first line got cut off. AMC participated in discussions with certain of the lenders of Cineworld. That's what I was saying, man. Like, I mean, they're gonna spin everything to try and discredit Adam Aaron as much as possible. So Cineworld, it's no um, surprise that with the amount of Adam Aaron bashing that's been going on, that you would see a news report like this. I mean, it's just like it's almost like Q News, and here's the title that I have for today. What is the purpose behind discrediting Adam Aaron or the board now? And it's like Q News article. Like, I mean, it's almost like perfect timing that you would get this like article, this FUD article coming out trying to discredit him yet more. I'm telling you, there's a reason. There's a reason to the timing of this information, guys. You have to know that if there's a reason why Adam Aaron is being discredited right now, there is a reason for that information. Go out and look and see who's discrediting him. Go see who's pushing that narrative, because I can tell you right now, if they're pushing that narrative, then they're falling. They're either falling for the bait or they are pushing the bait. One of the two. They're either the fishermen looking for fish to catch, or they're the bait. One of the two. I don't know which, but being either one of those two is not a good thing. Plague says Casey newsflash, AA ripped ass. Oh man. So oh man. I was farting in front of my mom the other day. It was weird, but because I haven't hold on a second, I got a cough. I haven't been around her for a while. I mean, we see her like once a year, maybe twice a year tops, and so it was really funny because like I don't normally just around the house, do the dude thing and just rip them whenever you want to. But mom comes into town, you got to hold them, and I guess maybe I just got comfortable or something. Oh man. Anyways, on that note, I'm gonna head to break here, and I will see you guys back at 8:50 or yeah 8:15 my time, Central Standard Time, 15 minutes before market open. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate that. It's too strange that many people say that AMC preferred would change 100 to one AMC share on the official website of AMC Investor Relations. It's clear one AMC preferred for one AMC common. Yeah, I don't know why people are saying that. It already got the preferred share was to a preferred unit. It got the 1 to 100. With all the FUD and blast over the last 2 years, Casey would love to see a poll of who has more or less shares than this time last year, without giving away positions. All right. Let me think about that. How am I gonna word this? Let me see here. We'll have to talk about 2021 versus 2022, I would assume. Um, let me add. Let me try this. Mm, hold on a second here. I'm trying to think how I'm gonna put this poll up before I leave. Uh, Hmm. So I'm gonna give everybody an out on this one, just in case they don't want to, in case they don't want to vote on it, which is fine because I don't have a problem with people not wanting to vote on this. So I'm gonna put it like this. Haze Monster, why am I still in a Herbie? Starting the new year off with Herbie here. I don't know, just kind of feeling it, I guess. All right, so here's the poll. I have more AMC Ape shares in 2023 than in 2022. True, false. I first owned AMC. It's going to be very difficult for anybody to say not true, but I mean, you know what I'm saying. Like, did you pick up more shares towards the end of 2023 or 2022 than 2021? I guess really is what I probably should have put there, but um, yeah. In fact, I said it wrong. So just kind of assume that I'm saying 2021 and 2022 instead of 2022 and 2023. That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense what I put, but true, false, and then I first owned AMC Ape in 2022, so we can tell whether or not you got in kind of late into the play. And then if you just don't want to say, if you don't want to partake, I actually kind of want to hear. So I just prefer not to discuss this. So I do want to see that. Petrifier says I think we should put a beard on Herbie. I got the van. I got the van from Dumb and Dumber still. Well, maybe we'll go back. Maybe we'll cycle through the vehicles again in a bit. All right, I'm gonna head to break here, guys, and then I will see you guys back at in about 30 minutes from now. Hopefully, I got some music that's I got set up here for the intermissions. It's a little bit different here. Hopefully, it's not gonna be bad. So we'll see. If you guys got a problem with it, let me know. I can always switch it up.
Every core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right, guys, I'm back, and hold on a second here. Oh, good. She got the appointment at same time. Cool. Same day, same time. No. All right, so let's see where we're at here, guys. AMC is up currently 1.97% in the pre-market. Ape is up 0.71%. I need to kind of get an idea or feel for where it is that we're heading. In general, the VIX is up 6.46% in the pre-market. Let me check the futures here and what they're looking like. It's kind of odd to see some of the strange things that have been happening. The VIX is showing down just about 1% in the futures. The market's showing up anywhere from 0.4 to 1% up for the day. So I think we're going to have a green open. The really strange part about this is that most of the normal indicators that we see are not moving the way that you would expect them to go. For example, like the US dollar is up right now, yet the market is up as well. So kind of conflicting movements are happening at this time. So I don't. It's hard to say. I do see increased amounts of volume for today, like very slightly compared to what we're used to seeing. So I do think there might be some positive pressure on price movement for the day to day. The two key numbers that we're going to want to see for AMC and Ape, 415 is the key number I want to see us above on AMC for the day. We're starting just underneath that, and 177 is the value we're going to need to hit on Ape in order to see that one start taking off. In regards to where we're heading to, I feel like I think there's a good chance that we maybe see somewhere close to about 440 as a possibility for the end of the day. Do note that max pain for this week on Ape is currently at 450, so it's a very strong possibility that's the case. So I'm gonna guess 450. I'm just gonna round up a little bit and then subtract my buck 50 off it at the end and hope for the best. But I'm gonna go with 450 for AMC and let's see here for Ape. On Ape, I'm gonna go with I'm expecting to see a little bit downwards momentum, or at least an attempt to try and keep price pushed down on Ape. I think they're going to try and hit about. I would not be surprised to see a synthetic price failure hit today at $1.26, 1.269 to be exact. I think they're going to try and hit that $1.25. I think they'll probably try to hit it and stick it. So let's see, combined. I don't even need the calculator for this one. 575 is what I've got down for a combined price between the two. I'll knock off a buck 50 and make it 425 to 725. Can you go grab Bruno for me, please? Thank you. So I've got 425 to 725 for the day today. I have not seen Keto's numbers for the day. Has anybody seen Keto's numbers? I'm going to go scroll back up here and just check and see. There he is, 478 to 778. Thanks, Keto. I was actually still looking back through the messages to see, and I found it and didn't realize you'd already put it in there. Got you down, buddy. 478 to 778. And Eric usually send me a message before market open. Yeah, 8 minutes. Do note in regards to, and I need to put this in real quick here, but do note that we're looking for 128 to 124 as kind of like the synthetic price failure point. And I do believe that I have those in as red, white, and blue lines below. And I also have in, I need to move this line down here for SSR, which is at 126.9, which fits right in there. This is what I've kind of told you guys from the past is whenever you see these numbers kind of converge, the SPF and the SSR hitting around the same point, it usually tends to be what they end up shooting for. It looks like 128 was actually breached in the, was that right at market open? What was that? Yeah, right at market open, they actually did breach a synthetic price failure at 128. That would actually count as well. Let me go ahead and enter in that data. 128. So in the pre-market, we did hit a synthetic price failure. From 159 down to 128 is a 19.5% decrease in price, and I count anything beyond 19.5% is what I consider to be one. So in order for us to see a new high on that, we would have to see 147 or higher. So let me adjust the blue line for that as well. 147.2. That's alarm. What if supercomputers and AI are unbeatable? So that's kind of the interesting thing, Cody, is that we're playing. If you wanted to consider, what it is that we're up against in regards to trading, that's exactly what it is that we're up against. And one of the things that is very interesting about the whole buy and hold premise is that those systems are set up to try and beat investors who can be swayed by price movements. And so by doing what it is that we're doing, we're essentially not playing the game. And so if you don't play the game, the system gets broken. That's the beautiful part about what it is that we're doing here. We're actually becoming real investors instead of just being, yeah, Maggie, that's who I'm talking to on the side. My mom's sitting here and she's wanting to know all kinds of stuff. So if you hear me say something random, it's because I'm talking to her. But yeah, what we're doing is just breaking the system by becoming real investors instead of letting the system control us to become, uh, seekers of fortune. Joe says, "You're not smarter than me, machine." Big Tramp, I can't. I don't know, man. I have no idea. I think he's really upset about what's going on with his position, and I think he's kind of succumbed to a lot of the outside sources of FUD, and I mean I don't know what to tell you. He's not the only one. There's been several others as well. Deborah, I've been outspoken about the board. I actually have a presentation that I did. I want to say it was last year on the board, and I kind of brought it up a long time ago. But what I think the interesting thing is, though, Deborah, is that the only reason anybody's even bringing it up right now is because of the fact that they're just dissatisfied. Like I said before, you're either the bait or you're the fisherman. So they're either trying to catch you into having no faith or confidence in the board of directors or Adam Aaron, or and you're going to catch on to that, or you're not. One of the two. But let's go ahead and get this morning started. I will see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Wait for that.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Oh, yeah. Still don't know what I was waiting for, and my time was running wild, a million dead-end streets, and every time I thought I'd got it made, it seemed the taste was not so sweet. So I turned myself to face me, but I've never caught a glimpse of how the others must see the faker. I'm much too fast to take that test. Changes. Turn and face the strange. Changes. Don't wanna be a richer man. Changes. Turn and face the strange. Changes. It's gonna have to be a different man. Time may change me, but I can't trace time. Yeah. I watch the ripples change the size, but never leave the stream of warm and permanent sand. So the days float through my eyes, but still the days seem the same. And these children that you spit on as they try to change their worlds are immune to your consultations. They're quite aware of what they're going through. Changes. Turn and face the strange. Changes. Don't tell them to grow up out of it. Changes. Turn and face the strange. Changes. Where's the shame you've left us up to our next event? Time may change me, but you can't twist time. Strange fascination fascinating me. Our changes are taking the pace I'm going through. Changes. Turn and face the strange. Changes. Oh, look out, you rock and rollers. Changes. Turn and face the strange. Changes. Pretty soon now you're gonna get older. Time may change me, but I can't trace time. I said that time may change me, but I can't trace time.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo in the new year and eat some more crayons. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. Happy New Year to you. I know some of you guys have already been here this morning so far, but for those of you who are just joining in, welcome to the brand new year of trading. I hope you guys had a wonderful, safe New Year's. Hope no, I completely forgot to tell you guys. I was gonna do this on Friday last week. I was gonna play the video where I nearly blow my hand off and tell you guys, you see this guy, don't be like him. I forgot to I forgot to play the video for you guys and tell you to be real super safe. So hopefully you all had no. Oh, Joe says cops at my door. Hopefully you guys had no serious accidents or anything like that. Always be safe with those fireworks. But man, we had tons of fireworks here and a good New Year's, toasting in the New Year's with my mom, who's here with me still. She will be here. What are you here till Wednesday or Thursday or something like that? Something like Wednesday or Thursday. Yeah. So what does the New Year's bring us? There's been this really active thing that's kind of going on in the community right now where especially with the announcement of the two new board members and the removal of one of them, or not removal, but the quitting of one of the board members. And so and I've seen this like really kind of disturbing kind of narrative that's being pushed within the community, and that narrative is this purpose, this dedication to trying to discredit Adam Aaron or the board now. And so a lot of people are out there going like, they're trying to drum up all different kinds of reasons for us to fear and doubt the people who have been trying to help provide a life to this company. Now, I want to just kind of point out to you that in the link up above, I have a video from a guy that's I think maybe brand new. I actually haven't done any kind of like research on him, but I did see one of his videos, and his YouTube name is Stock Retail. He's got a video that says as Adam bankrupting AMC or guiding to profits, and I'm linking you guys to it so you can go watch it. It's 10 minutes worth of your time. But if you have doubt and you have fear about what it is that Adam Aaron's been doing over the last 2 years, why specifically now would you have that doubt? And we've seen today that the media is trying to add on top of that, right? There's more of this narrative of how do we create more distrust of Adam Aaron. So if you go over to the news section over here, already this morning, immediately, right this morning, as of an hour ago, Seeking Alpha posts this article saying Cineworld denies discussions with AMC, reiterates it won't sell assets individually. And so what I want you guys to know here is, or at least realize, is that this is more of an attempt to try and put more of a negative spin on what Adam Aaron has said without actually really focusing on what he actually said. What he actually said is that he was in purchase agreements with creditors. And so if you go back, and I think somebody actually went and relinked, or one of you guys went back and actually requoted, I think it was Novocaine, went back and requoted what Adam Aaron had said. And so you got to be really careful, guys, to know that there are people out there. There are definitely fishermen with bait, with hooks. They're just casting out tons and tons of negative press on our company to try and convince people that we should not be invested in this, that we need to move on, and that this is a really bad. Our CEO's against us, and our board is against us, and everything that they're doing is trying to sabotage this company. And yet, you look at where we are today in comparison to where we've been, and you see the exact opposite of what's being said. The exact opposite. And so now you have to ask yourself, okay, why specifically now are they trying to discredit Adam Aaron or the board? Why specifically now? My mom's over here saying, I know. It's because there's a narrative that's being tried. They want your distrust in what their plan is. That's the reason why. It's psyops. My mom just said it's psyops. They want you to believe that you cannot trust in what the board and the CEO of this company is trying to do to help save the company. Don't trust is what they're telling you. That's it. If you want to see the narrative, you don't even have to watch anything that it is that they're putting out there. Just read the titles. All you have to do is just read the titles to know what it is that they're putting out for information. And that's it. That's all you have to do. You don't even have to watch it. You already know. You can tell just by the titles alone and see like, okay, what are they saying? Type in so and so. Yep, they're saying this. You know who the people are. So just keep an eye out, guys. Keep an eye out. Uh, the more attention we give to the people who are selling discrediting information of this company, the more it is that we're pushing that upon other people. In other words, when you go in and you watch a video of somebody who's trashing on AMC, right? That person's getting additional views, which means that the algorithms that are out there that control who watches what and is advertised what, YouTube wants to make money. And they make money through ad revenue. If they think something's popular because it's getting more views, they will push that particular monetized video onto other people. So if you're crediting that video with a view, you're helping pushing that narrative, right? So you have to realize that your viewing ultimately is a response of what we view as this company. So if you see people out there who are negatively pushing this company or negatively saying bad things about this company constantly, and you keep going back for more and more and more and more, then you're pushing that narrative. That's the narrative you're standing behind and you believe in because you're pushing it and you're giving it value. And what you got to realize is that if you truly believe in this company, don't add value where value isn't due. Don't add value where value isn't due. It doesn't help. It helps nothing. It only worsens your position. It takes a brand new investor who comes in and says, is AMC worth investing in? And they look at all the news and media and they come in and they go like, woo, this looks pretty crappy. Everybody says Adam Aarons is trying to sink this company and the board's, out to sink the company. This looks a little risky. I don't think I'm going to buy into this. You know what I'm saying? So just know that, guys. It does make a big difference where your views go and what it is you're watching. It makes a big difference. All right. One other thing I want to talk about real quick here because I kind of presented this very, very briefly earlier this morning, and I kind of talked about it on my Discord as well, is short exempt volume. Let me drop. I think I took this picture earlier and then I drew all over it. So I'm going to take a new picture and draw all over it again. But one of the things that I've been monitoring for a very long time, and I feel is something that is very important to note. Let me make sure I'm putting it on the screen to where you guys can see it. Hold on a second here. Hopefully you guys can see this data. If you can't see it, let me know and I'll try and make it bigger here. But hopefully you can see this data in here. So what you're looking at here is AMC last year in March of 22nd through the 26th, which was a single trading week, 5 trading days, had a total of 5.4 million short exempt volume in that 5-day span, which the delivery date starting from 3/22 when you add 35 trading days into that would have been the delivery date would have been by 5/10. This would have been the key magic delivery date and the amount of shares that would have been needed to continue to close out this short exempt volume that has to be closed out within 35 trading days would have continued to expand larger and larger numbers as the date went on. So the date would have started at 5/10. Now, if you go back in the history and you look at AMC and the dates to kind of look and see how that compares with where price movement was happening, if we go back to 5/10 and look at that date right here, it was the second day of upwards momentum from one of the lowest prices we had seen. So it's 2 days after the 549 value. 2 days after that, prices really started ripping. And it just kept on going and going and going and going. Why? Because those shares had to be purchased at the marketplace. And when you get stacking failure to delivers, you end up getting price improvement. Now I know this says $44.61 right here, guys, but you gotta remember this is all adjusted based off of the dividend. So, but when I sold you $5.40 something 8 cents back here, that was actually a different value at the time. I could go back and look for you, but it happened during that period of time. So what's happening currently? Well, very exciting stuff. Very exciting stuff. Let me put Ape or AMC back here. Very exciting stuff is happening. What is that, you might say? Ape. The day of the 8K announcement for the proposals was 12/22. On that day, Ape had 1 million in short exempt volume. When you take the next 5 trading days from 12/22 to 12/29, do note that there was a holiday in there that I didn't account for, which was Christmas, which fell in right in the middle in here. The total amount of outstanding shares in short exempt volume over that 5-day period of time was slightly more than AMC was before it started ripping. The due date, the delivery due date for this is 2/13. It's actually 2/14 because I forgot to include Christmas in there. So it actually will start on 2/14. Like the first 2 dates will be 2/13 and 2/14, but the big push is going to really start stacking after 2/14, I think. But the 14th is going to be the big day that you should probably be looking towards, but it does start on the 13th. So 2/13 of 2023, you should start seeing price on Ape automatically start rising because those shares will need to be found. Now, what interesting scenario we have going on here? You have the CEO coming in and saying, I want you guys to do a proposal where you're going to convert Ape shares into AMC shares, and then I want you to do a reverse split 10-1. And so the market starts doing all the shuffling, which causes tons of short exempt volume, which in the future is going to create massive amounts of buying pressure. Massive amounts. And so you have to ask yourself, okay, well, what did the announcement or the proposals that Adam Aram set forward cause? Well, it makes Ape look like a much stronger position. And if you look at people like something with May, Markets with May, if you look at Markets with May, she's going like, I'm buying Ape. You got a lot of brand new investors who are coming in and looking at Ape going like, you know what, it's way undervalued right now. I'm going to start buying that. So we have new investors coming in to buy Ape, right? And now because of the conversion ratio of 1-to-1 and the reverse split of 10-to-1, you now have investors saying, I'm going to hold Ape. There's no sense in me getting rid of this. I got it cheaper. I got more of it. I'm going to get more shares on a 1-to-1 conversion and then a 10-to-1 reverse split. So now you have a condition of people who want to hold and a condition of people who want to buy, and you now have an institution, Antera, who wants to protect its value. You have the perfect storm. You have a perfect storm here. You have failure to deliver stacking, buyers, holders, and institutions who push the price. You have the perfect storm, but you got to see it. You got to know these numbers. If you don't know these numbers and you're not watching what's happening, you just don't know. You don't understand. You have to realize what's happening here, guys. So why the discrediting of Adam Aron now? Why now? Why is Adam Aron being discredited? Why is our board being discredited? Because they don't want you to have faith in your position. They don't want you to have faith in this company. They don't want you to have faith in the proposals that are being suggested. They don't. They don't want you to have faith in any of that because they want you to do the exact opposite. They want you to sell. Get out. Get out while you still can. We need people to sell Ape. That's what they want. They want you to sell Ape. Get out. It's too late. It's over.
They only want you to sell because they need it.
Yeah. My mom just said they only want you to sell because they need it. They absolutely do. They need you to sell Ape. The perfect storm is just around the corner and they need you to sell it. It's going to get desperate, guys. It's going to get super, super desperate. The desperation is going to cake on big time. And the dirty fighting has already started. It's massive. It's just insane. I mean, we're already seeing articles coming out, news articles saying Adam Aron lied. That's essentially what that news article is saying, is that Adam Aaron lied and that they were not in negotiation. He never said I negotiated with Cineworld. I don't think he said that.
I would call it unnews or fake news.
My mom says I would call it unnews or fake news. We can't do that anymore. It's already been ruined. You can't say fake news. But you know, it's the dirty fighting has already started. The fishermen with their lures are out there to capture people. They're looking for you. The question is are you going to bite? Leon says, I heard one YouTuber say they weren't doing more Adam Aaron videos. Then he went and made another. They're trying hard to discredit Adam Aaron. It's so obvious what they're doing. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, it is really, really super obvious. It does not take a. I mean, this is quite frankly, guys. You don't even have to watch any of the videos. You already know what it is that they're gonna say. You already know it. The only reason you're watching is because you know, I feel like maybe you have to watch the car accident. You know, you're rubbernecking. And you know, if you're gonna rubberneck, you're gonna rubberneck. I guess there's nothing I can really do to stop that. That's, you know, that's your choice, but it certainly doesn't help our position any. Eric, good morning to you, sir. I just gotta let you guys know that Eric, I appreciate Eric. Eric's sitting here saying I appreciate you. It's like Eric doesn't understand. I appreciate Eric. Eric's actually a really supportive, outspoken person within the Twitter world, and for him to sit there and say you know, he's appreciates me and he doesn't even understand. he needs to he needs to realize he's valuable too. You guys don't understand. Like there's so many people in this community who do their own DD, who sit down and actually take the time to go through the material and read it. There's so much information out there you got to go through, and we place so much emphasis on you know, big ohms and blunts and Pantheon and Tony and me and it doesn't matter, you know, Lou or Al or whoever it is that you're going to watch this information. But I can't stress to you enough, guys. This is your hard-earned money. It is your hard-earned money. You need to take it upon yourself to do your own research. Don't let anybody feed you. Don't let me spoon feed you. Don't let anybody spoon feed you. This is your hard-earned money. This conviction has to be your conviction, not somebody else telling you what you should think or do or anything else. It's your money. Take your own action, take your own time, take your own steps into looking in this information and really diving into it. I know it takes time, I know it's painful, but you really got to get into it. You got to understand these numbers and you got to understand what it is you're investing in, or else it's just, I don't know. You're just, you can't get spoon fed through this stuff.
Or bottle fed.
My mom said, or bottle fed.
It's Dr. Zeno get these things.
My mom's laughing at you, Dr. Zeno. She said, the lose boob thing isn't him. That's the name of a person that constantly writes in the section in here. But she's laughing at what you're saying, Dr. Zeno. She thinks you're funny. All day 365 says 138 cost to borrow. They magically print 650,000 shares to borrow. So they didn't print them all day. What you got to know is that those shares are because of closed positions. If you want a sign of where you're seeing closed positions, that's what you're going to see, is you're going to see shares suddenly becoming available to borrow. So just note that is a true sign of closing of positions when you see more shares populate. They don't just appear out of thin air. I promise. Um, I'm not sure what Petrofire's talking about. He says, okay, but you don't think he wants that to increase? It's 70% of his pay. Oh, you're talking about his share value. Yeah, I'm sure he would like to see it increase. Good morning, Dana. We've had our fair share of sickness around this household, Funky Pizza. So yeah, I made, and I can't believe I didn't take a picture of this, guys. I only make it like once a year, maybe twice a year, but I would say over the last couple years it's not been that much. But I make this seafood, or not seafood, I shouldn't say seafood. It's smoked salmon asparagus fettuccine, and I made it for New Year's Eve night. And man, it is just loaded with cheese products, obviously, because it's a Alfredo sauce that I put in there. But um, it,
Homemade.
yeah, homemade. It's all homemade. It's well, I mean, it's just all the ingredients are not homemade, but it's everything's homemade for the most part. And man, let me tell you, I'm finding out that in my older age, that much cheese products is getting rough. My body doesn't process that cheese as well as it used to. Let me just tell you, super super rich in calories. Petrifier, I did not see your question earlier about the short exempt volume. Let me scroll up a little bit here and see if I can find it. Hold on a second. I don't see the question. How does it work? If short exempt volume is at $9 a share and price is what it is now. If short exempt volume is at $9 a share and price is what it is now, I'm confused. $9 a share and price is what it is now.
There's no question there.
Explain what do you mean by short exempt volume is amount of shares that have been created. If you wanted to consider it a synthetic naked short, that's just exactly what it is. So it's a position that's open without having had shares being found for it, and those shares will have to be found at some point. So the answer is it costs whatever the current going price is at the time. Hence the reason for needing to push the price down before those shares have to be purchased. Mention it says maybe after the squeeze we can have a cooking channel. It seems like you enjoy cooking. I do enjoy cooking, but I don't, I don't like doing YouTube. I know. I know. It seems weird. Belarke says real sell-off happening on the SPY. Dude, Hazel, it is super delicious, man. Smoked salmon and asparagus is with fettuccine is Alfredo fettuccine. It's so good. What?
The Asiago.
Oh, with Asiago. Yeah, I use Asiago. 1 part Asiago cheese to 2 parts Parmesan when I'm making it with a heavy whipping cream. So it's the real deal. And actually my wife couldn't find any of the is it considered grated when it's really tiny small? Yeah, I couldn't find any. She couldn't find any grated Asiago, so it was a block, and so I had to actually grate the cheese myself. So it was pretty fresh. Yeah, Petrifier, it is huge. It's five. It's how many shares was it again? It's 5.5 million shares that they're going to have to find in the marketplace at some point between those date between the 22nd and going forward to until that delivery date of the 14th of February. So it's a massive amount of shares, and you have to realize is that every single day that there's more failure to delivers or more short exempt volume, which turn into immediate failure to delivers. And so for every single day that this continues on forward, those shares still have to be found, plus whatever's created going forward. So that's why that 1 million numbers, breaking that 1 million number is really excessive. It's time to take a look at the numbers. You're not wrong, Bird Eye. Let's take a look at them. Wait, Derek, are you saying you went 3 months eating salmon, or are you asking if I've gone 3 months eating salmon? I feel like we bought enough smoked salmon to probably last 3 months that my wife got from Costco. Yeah, Cookie Monster, you're not kidding. Happy New Year, Eric. All right, let me take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those thoughts or specific comments that you want me to comment on until after we take a look at these numbers here. Give me 1 second while I move a couple screens around real quick here. And also, I have to give you guys a spiel. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it for your account to protect yourself from outside sources that may want into your account. It's always good to have extra level of security. When you do set that up to try it out to see if it's something you can deal with, make sure you set up a secondary device in case something should happen and you no longer have access to your account. Give me a second here while I move some screens around and we will take a look at what we got going on. Since this is the first look at the numbers for the morning this morning, let's do a full rundown of what we got going on here and really kind of take a look at this. Let's see where we're at. Starting at the top left-hand side, guys, this is not meant as financial advice. Oops, I've accidentally minimized that. Hold on a second. I gotta move this over here 1 second. There we go. On the top left-hand corner, you're going to notice that there's price prediction tally points. I was the winner last night by 3 pennies from last week to win the week out with the extra bonus point. Price prediction tallies for the day today. I've got 425 to 725. Eric's got 5 to 8. Keto's got 478 to 778, and Einstein has 446 to 746. Apex, who's an alternate price predictor, has got 375 to 675. Short exempt volume. These numbers are kind of low for Friday. We had 248.9 thousand shares for AMC, 180.2 thousand shares for Ape. Utilization still 100% for AMC. That is day number. It's really day number 5, but if you add that to the previous days that we had 100% before, it would be day number 226. Day-over-day price increase on Friday. AMC was down 1.69%. Ape was down 4.08%. Ape had 82.13% utilization when we came in this morning. Max pain for the week so far this week is at $4.50 for AMC. And if we take a look at off-exchange volume currently, by this time of the morning, I normally expect to see about 49% going through off exchange, or sorry, 44% going through off exchange, and EDGX to be somewhere around 10 to 11%. At this time, we have 51.15 going through off exchange, EDGX at 13.16 for 64.31%. That's about 10% higher than I would expect by this time in the morning normally. No CHX volume so far this morning on AMC. On Ape, 65.58% of our volume going through off exchange. EDGX is at 5.2. Grand total 70.78%. That is 16.7% higher than it should be, with no CHX volume yet, as of yet. On GME, there's no unusual CHX. Oh, that's not true. CHX volume is very elevated on GME. Their 30-day average is 0.18% of their daily volume. Right now, it's at 0.59%. So not quite 3 times higher. Actually, it is about 3 times higher. 3 times higher CHX. Yeah, a little more. Almost 3 times higher the amount of volume going through CHX at this time in the morning. HYMC, we're looking at 0 CHX volume. Taking a look at what's next here. Institutional ownership. 139.384 million as of this morning. No change. Highest amount of volume in options so far this morning. I want to see these options stay low. I hope there's just not massive amounts of options coming in. Oftentimes they'll drive the price up to meet quotas on trying to balance out the options chain and create more money revenue that they can gain off of premiums. So far this morning, we're not doing a very good job of seeing that be the case. We have 9.3 thousand contracts at a $4.50 strike. That is 50 cents higher than last week when we closed out the week, but we are already exceeding our daily volume value. Well, last week we ended with 10.4 thousand contracts for the day in volume. We're already at 9.3 thousand contracts. It's really high volume. It's like 3 times the amount of volume we should be seeing by this time in the morning. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike. That's where we were last week. There's 3.6 thousand contracts. Market's kind of indicating a closing price somewhere between 4 and 4.5. Max pain is $4.50 by the end of the week. Let's take a look at what this looks like combined with AMC. AMC and Ape, $5.66 is the combined total between the two prices. Do note that we're on day number 7 of a descending wedge. I did have the breakout set for this time frame right in here, and we are indeed breaking out of this to the top side. I want to see us hold support at 554 if at all possible, and then perhaps maybe breaking this level of resistance that we have coming up here at about $5.90. That'll be the next break that we need to push past. And that's combined, of course. Taking a look at Ortex data. Oh man, big numbers. Yeah, I know. So far this morning, borrowed change amount is up 350,000 shares on AMC. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 21.44%. The cost of borrow min is at 234.63%, average 259.2, and max 268.03. Those numbers are all relatively close to each other, which tells me that indeed we're seeing not a whole lot of shares. This has got to be definitely hard to borrow right now. Utilization is at 100%. We determined that earlier. That's what it looks like at 100% for so as long as it has been. But we're going to zoom in here just a tad bit, take a look at the on loan amount. Day over day, on loan amount decreased from 177.9 to 176.9, which is a million shares less on loan. Ortex is estimating about 309,000 of that to be in closed short interest. So when I told you guys earlier, there's more shares available to be borrowed, you can see if they're closing out short interest, then that's where those shares are coming from. You got to remember that anytime you're seeing shares being returned, you're always going to see more shares available to be borrowed. They don't just appear out of thin air. Taking a look at security lending volume, day over day it was an increase from 9.61 to 10.12 million shares. And the on loan average age per day is still rising from 86.11 to 89.46. Taking a look at Ape. So far this morning, there's 1.53 million shares having been borrowed. That's going to put us at 7.7% of the short share interest of the free float. Cost of borrow min is at 10.49%. The cost of borrow min, max, and average are all the same value, which means that only one loan has likely gone through at this point for the 1.53 million shares that were loaned out. And that value is being reported as both the average, the max, and the min. But it is showing up at 10.49%. Shares on loan for the day-to-day, day over day, it did not increase or decrease. It was exactly the same value. And but the utilization did come down from 92.52 to 82.13. So we're getting some really unusual utilization numbers that are occurring on Ape, and I'm not sure why. It kind of tells me that somebody's willing to and not willing to loan shares at certain times, and I don't know why. On loan average age per day, still it was rising day over day from 25.21 to 28.21 without any new shares having been loaned to reduce that value. Estimated short share interest of the free float also flatlined since no new loans were taken in from 7.5 was 7.59 and still was. I say was because it's 7.7 now. Security lending volume fell day over day from 11.97 to 7.08 million. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only ones I'm looking for. The first one on the list here is a 71 GME with a 72% buy to 28% sell ratio. AMC is the next one on the list here with a 55% buy to 45% sell ratio. I do not see Ape on here, but that's likely due to the fact that it's got low volume. Let me just check the list one more time. Yep, I don't see it on here. So likely due to low volume, Ape's not on the list. But we'll check that out here in just a minute and see what that looks like in terms of what low volume means. SSR trigger price for the day today for AMC is at $3.66. Ape is at 1.269. Shares available to borrow as of the beginning of market open earlier today, it was at 900,000. They did borrow about 250,000 of those. They have returned 50,000 of those shares and then borrowed them right back, and then an additional 50. So since market open, we've seen about an additional 100,000 shares having been borrowed. So far for the day today, we've seen 350,000 shares borrowed, so now it's 450. Do note that the fees were at 138.5% and are now down to 120.7%. This is the numbers that I want to see stay low here. The total amount of out of the money puts and calls I want to see under 100K. Right now we have 48.9 thousand contracts on out of the money calls versus 15.3 thousand contracts in the money. 31.8 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 14.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. So 50, 60, 70, we're about 80,000 contracts out of the money on puts and calls right now. 20,000 more out of the money, and the quotas that we normally see them hit will have been made, and then they'll probably try to push price right back to max pain again. Next week is still a bear week on options, and I hope it stays that way. As of right now, there's only about 30,000 contracts that are out of the money. That's free money for institutions to just pick up on. Premiums. NASDAQ is down 0.49, Dow Jones is down 0.17, and the SP 500 is down 0.3. We have 3,893 advancers to 2,777 decliners. The market is declining currently. Over advancing, we have the US dollar up 0.8 at 104.35. It does appear like we're trying to push out of the descending parallel channel that we've had set up here ever since maybe like November of last year. Is that right? Hold on a second. November. Yeah, well, it's last year now. It is last year. November of last year. It feels weird saying it like that. Yeah, November, this last November. Taking a look at U.S. oil is down 3.67%. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.87 to 1.09%. And SPY is currently down 0.32. The VIX is up 6.78. VB is down 0.21. VBR down 0.11. Tesla is down 9.86. Amazon is up 1.15. Cinemark is down 1.04. Doge is down 0.55. Bitcoin is down 0.04. GME is down 2.71. HYMC is up 6.2. Hood is down 1.9. CS is down, there's up rather 3.13. NCMI is up 7.5. Ape is down 1.18, and AMC is up 3.32. Inflow versus outflow, there's about $700,000 more outflow than inflow. 7.43 million shares traded so far after, what are we looking at here? 47 minutes of trading. 47. putting us on a pace for 61.7 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 20 and 40 million. I do think we'll hit that pace, no problem. Is that a cough?
Not exactly.
Oh, okay.
Morning stuff.
On a 1 hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.17, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 62.13, which is above average. Were those numbers the same number on RSI? Wow, exactly. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.47, which is right down the middle. On Ape, there's approximately $500,000 more inflow than outflow. 5.76 million shares having been traded so far after 48 minutes of trading, giving us a grand total of 46.8 million share pace for the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 15 and 35 million. I think we'll hit that no problem. Taking a look at the 1 hour time interval on Ape, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence of the vortex indicator. RSI at 43.47, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.09, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with and a divergence of the vortex indicator here with an RSI of 38.06, which is below average. On a 1 hour time interval for Ichimoto, one of the key numbers that I said that we would need to be above before the end of the day is over is $1.77 to see some high level of buying pressure coming in, which I don't expect to see have happen. We do have a thinning portion of the red cloud where price does like to move up through thin portions, but that's not until tomorrow, and that price of 177 drops drastically down to about 156. I'm not seeing any indicators here that tell me that we'd be pushing to try and drive through where we're at right now. More than likely, they're going to try and drive down price as much as possible to generate selling pressure prior to running the price upwards. On a 4 hour time interval, we have we have lagging line below price line, conversion below base, price is about ready to cross through, and this is really the kind of the chart right here that really tells me that they want to get through the green cloud here, push the price down below so they can keep it there, and then eventually price should be rising up on the other side on a red cloud. But the cloud really starts here at around $1.32, and I'm expecting them to try and push this price down to about $1.25-ish to try and break SSR before the end of the day is over. So do watch for SSR tripping today. That will generate more short exempt volume both today and tomorrow with that on. Taking a look at AMC on a 1 hour time interval, we've got lagging line is above price line, conversion above base, and price is above the cloud. Normally price does like to break through green clouds going down, which we have a green cloud coming up. So what we really want to do is try and keep price above $4.15, which is right where we're at. In order for this continue to be a buy, to have a lot of buying pressure, we're going to have to hold 415. Otherwise, if it breaks below 415, we could potentially see price fall down and underneath the green cloud in the later portion of the day today, which would be somewhere around $4. On a 4 hour chart, lagging line is below price line, conversion starting to head towards the base. Price, according to this chart here, should be moving through the cloud at some point. It usually likes to move through the thinner portions, which would be today or tomorrow, because then it gets to really it gets thicker. If it doesn't, then we'd be looking at the next thinning portion of a red cloud a week from now. The price points that I've got, again, like I said, 415 is going to be one of the key main target numbers that we need to stay above. 511 is going to be the next big push point, which would be breaking above the cloud. Let me see here. All right, I can see what it is you guys are writing. Earlier, I had a request for the votes on. I have more AMC Ape shares. I meant to put 2022 versus 2021. I'm still trying to get used to the whole 2022, 2023 kind of thing, and kind of goof that up a little bit. I should have put 2022 versus 2021. But 64% of you said true. 18% said false. 8% says I first owned AMC Ape in 2022, and then 11% said I prefer not to say, which is completely acceptable. Don't ever feel like you have to take part in a poll, which is kind of why I wanted to put it in there. You know, it's nobody's really business except for your own. You guys don't have to feel like you need to answer, and I don't mind seeing 8% or 11% of you saying that that's the case. That actually tells me that in the future I need to be more careful with my polls. Yeah, no polls for me. Hold on a second here. I get to it when I get to it. Doug says the market sell-off is picking up stream. Kenny says crypto is taking a little of a dive too. Am I the only person out there that whenever I type out crypto, I want to put a K on the front of it? And I think it's just because I think of kryptonite. And isn't that? I'm pretty sure that's how you spell kryptonite. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Dr. Z.
Z Wade says, "Well, Casey, I had 0, now I have 10." Dr. Zeno owns the entire float. Dr. Zeno, if you own the whole float, I would wager that you probably wouldn't be here talking to us. Yeah, I screwed up, Alan. I should have put 2022 versus 2021. It was my bad. 10, hey, Dr. Zeno, there's nothing wrong with having 10 shares. That's a great number. Tony says, I believe in Dr. Zeno. Kenny G says, I have IOUs. So, what other I'm gonna try and do a little bit more of a breakdown on the board for tomorrow. I do want to pull up. I was gonna save this for tomorrow, but I'll pull it up anyways. I don't know why. I'll probably read it off tomorrow again too. But I want to show you guys where I was at last year and some of the things that I was saying about some of our board members. And I want you guys to remember that when I talk about some of these things, I want you to realize that I was pissed off last year when they were selling shares, and I have a different perspective now. And I think it's okay to have differing perspectives from time to time. It's called growth. It's called learning. It's called having a different perspective. It's called letting time change your perspective. I'm gonna start this off by saying this. If any one of you guys came to me and told me, "Hey Casey, I found out you just got a bonus. Why didn't you spend it on AMC?" I'd be pissed. I'd be like, "It's none of your business." And I bought whatever it was I wanted to buy. Good day to you. That's what I would say. And nobody has a right to tell me how to spend my money. That's my choice. So the idea here, and I know that a lot of people are not going to appreciate what it is I have to say, but do note, I was not always happy with the fact that some of our board members had sold shares when they specifically sold them. Kind of upset me a little bit. So I'm going to read you off my perspective from last year when I did a write up on some of these individuals. Took me a little while to find this. I had to go back through my documents and pull it back up here. Weekend Warrior, yes, I am in Austin. Well, I mean, not technically. I'm really actually kind of north of Austin in Pflugerville, but I always say Austin because people know where that is, and it's like a hop, skip, and a jump away from where I'm at. So,
Are you
Am I west of the kitchen? Yes, I am west of the kitchen. Uh, Doug says, Casey, maybe you were right last year and wrong now. I don't think so. I really do truly believe, Doug, that people don't deserve the right to be able to tell people how to spend their bonus money. I just don't. Ethically, you may look at it and say like, well, these individuals should have been holding through their positions, but when you go back and you actually take a look at how often they sold their shares or when they held them from and how long they held them from and then when they sold, it only makes sense. It really just makes a lot of sense. Weekend Warrior says you should go catch those fresh rainbow trout. Next time you come, Mom, we're gonna go fishing.
I want to go
My
fishing.
mom says she wants to go fishing. Next time you come, we'll go fishing.
Always want to fish.
Seth wants to go fishing too, and I just haven't gone with him.
Well,
We need to.
today's our last day.
I'm not fishing it. Well, I mean, we'd have to go get licenses and.
Hey, I'll be here for just a weekend in February.
Okay, we'll go in February.
Okay.
All right, cool. Um, Z Wade says, no offense, but Pflugerville is one of the ugliest looking names of a city I've ever seen. Laugh out loud, I think of phlegm, and my wife doesn't like it either. So you're not the only one. And not only that, but everywhere they go, they always put up they say PF for everything. So if somebody says the field, like they'll have like the Pflugerville field, so it's Pflugerville PHIELD field. Like they do PH on everything that has an F that starts with an F. It doesn't matter what it is. It's like their little trendy hip hop thing to do around here is put a PH wherever there's supposed to be an F, and it's really quite silly, but it is what it is. It's German, I guess. But
That's in the belfry.
Tony says, hit Scarlett and me up for Brotherton's barbecue dinner this week when y'all's schedule permits. Tony, I will do that. I hope. Actually, I may not be able to do that. Actually, I just remember my wife's got a problem right now with her teeth, and she's got to go see a dentist. What are they called again?
She's gonna have a root
She's gonna. I don't want to say that much. What's his name? Well,
canal.
Anadontist or whatever it is. Guys that are a step above the dentist. If you're a dentist, no offense. But she's got to go do that. So I don't know that we're gonna be able to do that. She's not. She's kind of out of the loop right now. So, but I'm glad to hear that Scarlett's doing better. All right, so let me read to you guys my perspective on some of these board members from a year ago because I just want to read this. So I'm gonna take the big tramp off here just so you guys know I can't see what it is you guys are writing while I do this. Um, so here's what I wrote up about Philip Later. I actually provided like a Wikipedia to Philip, and I said Mr. Later, 75 years old, has an extremely long list of accomplishments to his resume, which and I also provided the org.com link to it. On 6/14 of 21, Mr. Later sold 14,500 shares for the first time since being awarded shares for 49.54 a share for a total of $705,000. Mr. Later was first awarded shares in 7/9 of 2019. He actually, I think, was awarded shares prior to that, and I didn't realize at the time when I was writing this up that I think that the source that I was using only went back to like 2018 or something like that. But I'm pretty sure that he had periods of time where he received shares prior to that, maybe potentially, and I just didn't see any sale orders. I'm not positive. I'd have to go back and do some more research. But and then I put in here Morgan Stanley relationship with AMC. There was a Morgan Stanley relationship that I had included as well. Opinion and that I wrote up on them. I said there are two types of individuals that I think should be brought to the board. Those who can bring fresh ideas moving forward that will help to revitalize AMC and make it relevant to our current times. The other type of persons will have connections and power that will help AMC to make links to funding and strong institutional buyers. Mr. And I hear everybody calling him Ladder. I think it's actually Later. I don't know why people are calling him Ladder because that would be, I think, two D's. But it's Mr. Later, I believe, and I think that's kind of funny that everybody keeps calling him Ladder. But anyways, Mr. Later only fits the bill for one of these marks. With two other board members leaving, that will give Adam Aaron, and this is last year's information, by the way. With two other board members that will be leaving, will give Adam Aaron the ability to fill the board with people who can best help him to correct the path into AMC's future. I'm not happy that any of the three board members paper handed away shares, and surely they understand the message it must be delivering with an impending squeeze at hand. If it weren't for Mr. Later's connections, I would be voting to abstain. Scratch that. I'm going to abstain. If you don't believe in AMC, then you sell shares. I can't stand behind any board member who thinks now is a good time to sell out of the company. I believe Adam Aaron can find better board members who believe in the company and have the type of background that Mr. Later has. Those were my thoughts from over a year ago. That was actually prior to the vote that we had in I believe it was in June of 2021. So these are really old comments. The next one, and I'm just going to read. I'm going to read all three of the people that I brought up because we were voting on three different individuals. We were voting on Philip Later, Adam Sussman, and Gary Locke. So let me read off the other two because I just want to show you where my head was back in um, last 2021. Middle of 2020, before middle of 2021. I wonder if I can hold on a second. Let me look and see when this file was created. I should have looked at that the first place just to see where it was. Properties. It says July 25th is when I created this. So this was July 25th of 2021.
21.
Yep, 21. So long ago.
Year and a half.
Yeah, Gary Locke. Mr. Locke is 71 years old and has a very prestigious political background. Mr. Locke has sold shares twice in June of this year and are his first sales ever in the company since first being awarded shares as of 2/24/2016. From his sales, he has sold 36,136 shares for an average price of $50.25 a share, totaling $1.81 million. I gave a Fintel link to Gary Locke. Opinion: while Mr. Locke may have excellent ties with China, China is no longer invested in AMC through Wanda LLC, and that does not fare well with AMC's ability to further a stronghold in the Chinese market. If AMC's objective moving forward with Mr. Locke as a board member is to move into the Chinese market, AMC will struggle to accomplish this. As such, the need for somebody on the board with China contacts does not further AMC's future plans to keep the company afloat in its current markets. With Mr. Locke's multiple sales of company shares and China's move to no longer be invested in this company, as seen with the multiple sell-offs of company shares and board directors stepping down, I think Mr. Locke's board member seat would be best given to somebody who has immediate potential for helping the company moving forward. That was another one. We voted for all three of these guys to go back in, guys. Every single one of us. Now, I want you to remember, and I don't say every single one of us, a majority of us voted for these guys to go back in. You didn't downvote them. So, and I brought this stuff up a long time ago. So why now? Why are people bringing all this stuff up now when we had a choice to vote these guys in yay or nay a year and a half ago? Adam Sussman. There was no wiki that I could find on him. Mr. Sussman is 49 years old and has a vast history with working with big companies. I provided a LinkedIn for him, which I can provide for you guys if so requested. Mr. Sussman sold shares for the first time on 6/9/2021 after having been awarded shares of the company since 5/16/2019. The amount of shares sold was 13,677 at 52.19 a share for a total of $713,000. Opinion: I think it's fair to say that moving forward, Mr. Sussman, while having the least prestigious political career, has the best record for working with companies that would help to benefit AMC long term, aka Disney. If it weren't for his sales of shares last month, I would be inclined to vote in favor of Mr. Sussman to be on the board. That's it. That's my that was my take as of July. What did I say? July 21st? I forget what I said. As of July 25th of 2021. So these are not unknown things, guys. We had the ability to research these individuals a long time ago. We had the ability to vote these guys off the board a long time ago, and yet Casey voted for Sus. No, I actually did not. I abstained from each of the three vote. I abstained on all three. And I was trying to tell people, and I tried to tell people about Kathleen Paulus this last time when we voted for her. She's like got major amounts of things that are linking her to EY, where she used to be an employee for many years. She's only had two career. She's had two careers, one for EY, Ernst and Young, our current auditor, and her second career is AMC, and that's it. And I've been telling you guys I've been trying to preach this stuff for a long time, but nobody wants to talk about it when it's something to talk about. They only want to talk about it when the narrative is strong for discrediting the people who are working with Adam Aaron. It's the only time that anybody wants to talk about it. But this stuff has been around for a long time. Thorblaze says, please read Attorney General Denise George fired days after suing J.P. Morgan Chase in connection with Jeffrey Epstein probe. Tony's saying we can't vote them out. The bad thing about the proxy vote for the board is it just says whoever. You're right. You have to either abstain or approve. Yeah, you're absolutely right. We can't. But that's why I voted to abstain. Because I wanted to make sure that it was known that as a shareholder I had no confidence. Um, I think if I'm not mistaken, if Adam Aaron just added two new board members and one's leaving, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that he's got room for two more board members if that's the case. I think. I'm gonna have to go back through and research and verify, but I'm almost positive that's the case. They've been missing two board member seats. You guys may or may not have noticed that when I was reading what I just read. We had two Wanda execs who left the board in 2021. When those execs left, it left two seats that were open that were never filled. Now we've got Whittinglinger, or however you want to say his name, leaving, which gives us three seats left, and then he filled two of those three seats. So I guess we've got one seat left here. We should have at least one seat. There might be two that are still open. So I think that's kind of interesting that that's the case. I would personally like to see some ape representation in there. I do feel like we are majority shareholders. I think Adam Aaron has done more. Um, I think he's significantly stated on many occasions that we are the majority shareholders, but without actually saying that in so many words. And I really feel like we need or at least some representation for us on the board. But I don't know that that'll ever happen. Weekend Warrior says, "Hi Casey, they're sticking 1,500 trout at Camp Mayberry in Austin on 1/29/2023." Ah, there we go.
Yep.
I guess we found our spot. I'll write that down. Camp Mayberry.
Maybe.
Mayberry. Sorry.
It's okay.
Mayberry. Mayberry. Mayberry.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Hey, that fire last night should have shown you I don't freak out when accidents happen.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I didn't think you were gonna freak out. Did you see me say anything?
You just watched with eyes pretty big.
Yeah, well, I was gonna see what you're gonna do with it. My mom was putting out a paper fire. I think she started up the stove next to a piece of paper, and it caught on a napkin or napkin or something like that. Caught on fire, and then she just took it over the sink and put it out.
Very calmly.
Tech We Love says, I think you would be the best board member representation. I think almost everyone would get behind that. Yeah, I'm just not really interested, Tech We Love. I'm really involved in what it is I'm doing here with making history and documenting it. And then one of the things that would have to happen, I think, in order to do that was, it's something I actually considered, and I was like, maybe I would do something like that, but to be quite honest with you guys, like it would stop me from being able to do what it is that I do currently. I wouldn't be able to continue to say the things that I say or do the things that I do for you guys, and that would absolutely destroy me. Like knowing that I would not be able to continue to document history as going forward. So I would much rather do what it is that I'm doing right now than being a board member. Like I can't even imagine. Like it would be anybody who took that job would be a loveless position because I guarantee you, not everybody would be satisfied with the job that was being done by that person at all. There would be no thanks,
which is true of most board member jobs.
which makes it sound like I'm doing this for thanks, but I'm not doing it for thanks. I'm just saying it would be a very tough position to take on, um, and it would just be tough. It would be very tough. Yeah, I'm not even gonna do a poll. I appreciate Deborah. I know you guys are backing me, and I appreciate that, and I would be honored to do something like that, but I just I can't stop what I'm doing. I started something, I got to finish. Dr. Zena says Shaw would be have a problem being on the board because his first time meeting Hot Koch, he'd be overcome with emotion and lose. I wouldn't lose my shit. I would just couldn't stop from laughing. I would just like every time I heard him talking, I'd probably just start busting up like a 10-year old in a sex ed class when they say nipple. I wouldn't. He'd be like, hey guys, this is what I think we should do," and I just probably just start laughing. And every every time he said something, I'd be like, "Oh, he just hot cotched him." I'm just. I wouldn't be a good person for something like that. I got some growing up to do still. My mom's shaking her head like real slowly over here. She's nodding like a yes.
I'm reading.
Oh man, Tony says anyone who took that job would become the next public enemy number one just because they wouldn't be allowed to say anything. That's my whole point, Tony. That is my whole point. Like they legitimately would only be able to listen, and they wouldn't be able to say anything. They could listen, but they wouldn't be able to say anything. And I think that's the part that would probably really frustrate us, knowing that they would be able to listen but not be able to say anything.
There's Danny.
Tony, it's not that you're. I think Tony, that we're all hated, man. We're all some of us are all hated. I wouldn't just take it personally. It's just yeah, we're all hated. Petra says I could see him sitting across from him just giggling. I would probably just like anytime he said anything at all, I'd just start busting up laughing. I just wouldn't help. I wouldn't be able to help myself.
Somebody's opening a door.
Well, there you go, guys. If Tony's willing to do it, go vote for Tony. Maybe Tony's be willing to do it. I'm not. I can tell you right now, I'm not willing to do it. But
Well, we
um,
need to do a write-in vote.
we have to do it earlier. Like we should have started. If we were going to do something like this, we should have started earlier. Dr. Zena says, "Please remove Mr. Shaw. He seems incapable of being in the same room with Mr. Koch." Tony says, I just want to see a picture of Casey's van parked in the reserve for board members spot
Next to all the
next to all the BMWs. The big tramp, right? The big tramp's parked right in there. See, this is you gotta have fun in life, guys. You really have to have fun in life. If you turn everything into all serious and you never have any fun, what's the point? You just you gotta have a little bit of laughter, a little bit of enjoyment. Like if you can't laugh at certain things and everything's all just serious, why so serious? Weekend Warrior, hold on a second. Hold on. You got some. He's got some. He says use 6 pound line and small weight and use power bait garlic scent. Hold up, hold up. I'm light duty rod. I'm writing. I'm copying and pasting all of this. Dude, you sound like exactly like you know what you're talking about. I went fishing. I wonder if I ever told you guys my fishing story. Do you remember that fishing story, Mom? Where the one where like you made me gut 'em? Did I ever tell that on here before? I can't recall.
I don't listen to everything you do. I don't know.
I feel like I should tell you guys my fishing story. It's horrific. It involves animal cruelty. It's not funny. I'm laughing because it was like legitimately so horrific and terrifying that it caused me to never want to have to like I'm a catch and release kind of guy now. I just don't. I'd rather just catch and release. I won't.
You won't gut them.
I won't gut them.
But just put the right people at the hedge funds, and he'll.
Unless
What are
I
you gonna do to hedge funds?
unless I go with somebody.
What are you gonna hedge
If
funds?
I go to somebody else, if I go with somebody else fishing and they know how to gut, then I'll catch and to eat.
And
But
let them catch.
and let them do the gutting. But I'm never again. Not after that experience. That was horrific.
You didn't. I didn't start you early.
It wasn't you. It wasn't you that did it. It was the fish, and I didn't have any train. I didn't have any training, so it was terrible. Hazel says you catch them, you clean them. That's exactly right, Hazel, and I'm a firm believer in that, and that's why I catch and release now. Only strictly. So, so I'll try to tell you guys like the censored version of what it is my story. Real quick story here because we only got like 10 minutes left here before we got to do the numbers. But here's the story. So I had a friend in high school who was like dang near a professional fisherman. He had his own boat. Uh, he had everything. He was winning tournaments left and right, and but he was in high school, right? We were senior year of high school, and it was his name was Blake Witham.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah, Blake says he says to me, he goes, "Hey Casey, you want to go fishing with me sometime?" And I go, "Yeah, I'd love to. I'd love to go fishing with you." And he goes, "All right, well I'll pick you up at I think it was like 3:30 or 4 o'clock in the morning, and we'll head out to such and such a lake in San Diego. I don't remember what lake it was that we went to, but and then he goes, we bought all the tackle and everything we need, the line and everything for the previous day and everything, and he's like, okay, well, we'll go out and we'll go fishing. And and I'm like, okay, well, what time should I tell my parents I'll be home by? Because they wanted to know. And he's like, well, just tell them like maybe like we'll be home by like 9. And I was like, oh, cool. So I was thinking in my head like it's just gonna be like we'll just be out there for a couple hours, no big deal. Awesome. So we go out there. I wore a tank top. It's San Diego. It's nice and sunny San Diego, so you don't have to worry about temps. Tony says, "Cut off the heads before you gut them. They scream less." I'm getting there, Tony. I'm getting there. So so we go out there, and this dude, I'm telling you, man, like it was rough getting up at like 3:30 to get out there on the lake at like 4 a.m. So we get out there crack of dawn, and we're out in the lake and we're fishing in the morning, and like I swear to you that every time this guy casts into the water, he catches something like this every single time. Catch and release, and
Same fish.
I same kind of fish. This guy knows all the spots and everything. It was just crazy. I've never seen anything like it. I was catching a fair amount myself. I ended up walking away that day with about 7 largemouth bass, and I mean they were really big fish. Like I've never had that kind of day in my life lake fishing. It was just it was insanity. But it was getting around maybe around like 7:30. No, it was around like 8:30 in the morning, and we had gone really deep into this lake here, and I'm like, hey, shouldn't we be heading back if I'm gonna be home by 9? And he goes like, well, we're staying till 9 p.m. I won't get you home till 9 p.m. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, dude, if you go fishing, you go out for the full day. Like you got to catch them in the morning, you got to catch them in the afternoon, at night. And he's like, we're gonna be out all day today. And I was like, oh, this is back in the day when we didn't have, this is 1994, guys. There was no cell phones back in those days. Not for me, anyways. I might have had a pager, which was probably getting blown up throughout the day, but there was no way I was talking this guy into leaving. So I was in for the long haul. Uh, didn't have sunscreen. My shoulders were so burned at one point in the day. I remember as we were driving, as he was motorboating from one spot to the next, I would stick my arms into the water just so I could get some kind of like pain relief from the amount of burn that I had on my arms. And the top side of my forearms were just absolutely just blistered. And so anyways, we get back finally at the end of the day. He's driving us home and everything. And no, I didn't have the beard back then. I was in high school. And so we get back home and to my house, and he gives me all 7 of the fish that I caught that I wanted to keep because I was so happy and proud that my mom would be happy, and they were a little pissed off I was home late, quite a bit later than I had said, like 12 hours later. And so I show up, and my mom's like, well, I guess you better gut the fish because she's a longtime fisherwoman, and she's like, you better gut those fish because that's what you caught, you're gutting it. And so my buddy's like, my friend Blake, he's like, well, I'll show you real quick on one fish how to do it. So he pulls the fish out. He cuts the gills on one side, and he goes, you just cut the gills right here like this. You cut the head off, you slit down the middle, you pull the guts out, no big deal, right? And I'm like, okay, that's cool. And he goes, and if you have any problems, just turn the fish over, cut the gills on the other side if they're still flopping around or whatever. That's no big deal. I forget the order of all the things that we did, but that's kind of like roughly how he showed it to me. So he takes off and he shows me on the first fish, and then it's my turn, right? So he didn't stick around for me to see me do the next one. I pull out the next fish. I get that fish up there. I cut his gills. He's just started flopping around like crazy all over the place. And I cut him some more, and it's still flopping around all over the place. And I'm like, what is going on here? So I flip him over to the other side. I start cutting him up on the other side, and this poor fish is just flopping around all over the place. And I go into this house and I go, Mom, I don't know what to do. This fish is just dying like crazy, and he doesn't know, like he won't die. He's just still flopping around all over the place. And she goes, you bash his head in with a brick. And I'm like, what? I'm going to stop the story right there. It does not get any better. The story does not get any better. It gets worse. I can't even go. I can't even go there. I'm so scarred from it. But like, I mean, I will never, ever, ever gut another fish in my life. It will never happen again. From now on, it's catch and release, and that's it for me. It was bad. Ugh. And never again. Never.
And you want to
But I still love fishing though. I still do love rock strong, rim tech. I'm just telling you, man. That was not a fun time for me at all. I was so proud and happy. Fortunately, I will say this: after my mom seeing how traumatized I was after the first fish, she goes, "You know what? We'll just throw the rest of the fish in the freezer, and then we'll just we'll uh,
make sure they're dead.
make sure they're dead." so so that was the end of that story. So
I think I ended up cleaning for you.
yeah, she goes, I think I ended up cleaning them for me, and yeah, I think you did. I was pretty traumatized. Poor fish. It was complete fish torture. Down we go. I would never ever like it was so bad. I've never been hunting before, but I will never ever ever go hunting because I know I could never do what it is that you need to do to eat the animal afterwards. So
And hunting for sport as
yeah,
well.
and I don't hunt for sport, so I'll never go hunting for that reason. Jaden says grade A parenting. Projuler says, Casey, you're uninvited to fish with me. I'm telling you, my mom, she's a great fisherwoman, though. You could take her.
Tell them about my big fish.
You'd have to tell that story. You can tell that story if you want to later.
It's okay.
Yep, we ate the fish. And no, we didn't eat his sushi. Aaron says, Casey, sell that story and let's make a movie. Dude, I don't know, man. It was too traumatizing for me. All right, guys, we hit the synthetic price failure. Looks like on Ape at 126.5, 126 or 126.9 was the number we needed to hit a synthetic price failure. I believe. Although that doesn't look right though. Something's not right here. Hold on a second. Why is that not correct? That's not saying 10%. I think my numbers were off this morning. Give me a second here. I got to figure out what's wrong with this. Why I'm getting a different value here. I know what it is. I was taking current price. Was I taking current price? Give me one second here to figure out what the heck's going on with this. Why I've got different numbers. Historical. Yeah, I wouldn't wish that experience on anybody. It was terrible. But you know what though? I think it did teach me that you know you do. You always you eat what you can kill, right? And I'm a firm believer in that now. And if you can't gut it, then you don't, and you can eat it, then don't hunt it. So I learned that lesson out of that, and I think that's a really important lesson. I think that's definitely something that most people never really have that opportunity to learn. What kind of person they are. Whether they're a stone hard killer, or stone cold hard killer, or somebody who's more compassionate or whatever. I'm definitely compassionate. I can't do that. You guys, you lose me in the zombie competition. If you want a survivalist, it's not me. Let's see here. Yeah, I didn't become a vegetarian out of it, Plague, which was a good thing, and I can still eat fish, which is still good because I do feel like a lot of people who experience traumatizing things like that tend to do that. I went ahead and looked up the numbers here real quick, guys, to just see what was going on with my numbers. But we've gone up in price so much right now that those numbers are correct. At 1.269, I've got synthetic price failure, not only synthetic price failure, but SSR was also tripped at 1.269 because the closing value of Ape last Friday was 141. So we did hit it and bounced right off of it. Darren says, "Do you wear leather driving gloves when one is fishing?" No. I hold my pinky out, my mom says. That's so terrible. Oh, man. But I still like to fish, though. I'll still go fishing. I just put them right back in once I'm done catching them.
Do you remember your first fish?
Do I remember my first fish?
I took your picture. You were 2 or 3 years old.
I don't remember my first
It's about this
fish.
big.
Yeah, I seen the picture. I don't remember it, though. Usually a lot of the stuff from my childhood I remember. I don't remember that one. All right, let's take a look at the numbers here, guys. See what we got going on here. Starting with, I'm not going to be able to see what you guys are writing until you see Herbie back up on the page again. And I apologize if that was a sensitive story to anybody who's an animal lover out there. I know, I know, I feel it. I felt it when I was a kid. it changed me it changed me as a person, as who I am. I had to go through that to figure out I wasn't the killer type. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Starting in the top left-hand side with off exchange here, and we'll just do a partial rundown of the numbers. But with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see 49% going through off exchange and about 11 to 12% going through EDGX. Off exchange is currently at 54.13 and EDGX is at 11.68. Grand total between the two is 65.81. I would expect to see somewhere right around the range of 60%, so we're about 5.81% higher than where we should be by this time of the day. CHX volume, nothing unusual showing up there. I also want to state too, deep sea fishing is way more fun than freshwater.
It's because you're paying somebody else.
It's because the fights. Well, I guess it depends on the deep sea fishing you're doing, but
Won't like it.
no, but the deep sea fishing, the fish fight harder, and I prefer the fight. The fight's so much better. Taking a look at off exchange for Ape, it's at 68.41%. For off exchange, EDGX is at 5.89%. Combined is 74.3%. That's 14.3% higher than normal. Nothing unusual happening on CHX. GME had elevated CHX volume earlier this morning. It's still elevated to 0.18% is their normal 30-day average. They're at 0.48% today. Nothing unusual in CHX for HYMC. Taking a look at Ortex data. An hour ago, there was 350,000 shares having been borrowed for AMC. There's now 544,000 shares. That increase is going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to go up to 21.45%. Gotta take a deep breath here. Cost of borrow min is at 234.63%, average at 254.52, and max at 268.03%. Shares on loans at 176.93 million shares. There's been no change day. Oh no, I'm sorry, I take that back. There was 1 million shares returned day over day on AMC, and Ortex is estimating about 300,000 of that was in was in short interest that was closed out day over day, leaving our shares on loan at 176.93 million. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was 1.53 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 1.55. That's going to have the effect of raising the. That's not going to really change the short-term interest of the free float, which is still at 7.77 or 7.7%. Cost per barrel min at 6.88. Average and max are at 10.46 and 10.49. The reason for that is that an hour ago there was only 1.53 million shares having been borrowed. Somebody just borrowed 20,000 shares recently, and it must have been for a very low cost to borrow of 6.88. But it didn't change the average any because the big chunk of that was borrowed at the higher value. Shares on loan did not change day over day from Friday, and it's at 35.94 million shares on loan currently. All of that in short interest. Taking a look at the options. An hour ago, the highest amount of volume for strike was for calls was at $4.50. There was 9.3 thousand contracts. There's now 12.1. On puts, highest amount of volume at a $4 strike. An hour ago, there's 3.6 thousand contracts. There's now 6.7. Just a little less than a 2-to-1 ratio in volume, but the market is still signaling for a $4 to $4.50 close on AMC before the end of the day. Max pain is $4.50. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $5.43. We did find that level of the breaking point of this ascending wedge. We're falling back down to retest the bottom side of this wedge here. As probably the market is falling, we're probably falling with it. Let's take a look at that and see if that's holding true. If the market is indeed falling. Taking a look at just orders by Fidelity customers. GME is the first one on the list here with a 77% buy at a 23% sell ratio. And Ape is now on the list and AMC is not. I think that was the opposite an hour ago. Ape has a 69% buy to 31% sell ratio. Nice. I don't see AMC now. So AMC's got low volume in contrast to where it was earlier and has fallen off the list. So AMC and Ape are really close to each other. It seems like on most heavily traded stocks because it seems like they traded places. AMC's Stonko tracker showing that there's 450,000 shares available. Trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day on AMC is at $3.66. Ape did trigger. Total amount of shares borrowed in the last hour is, looks like they borrowed another 100K. 1048. No, wait a minute. Looks like they borrowed another 150K in the last hour. So we're looking at 600,000 shares. I'll have to go back in time and check and see if that's accurate or not. I think this would have been 1048, would have been 9:48 my time. I think I already counted that 150. I'll figure it out later and then report back later. So I'm going to go with right now, so far for the day-to-day, we've seen about 450,000 shares borrowed so far. Do note that the fees were at 138.5%. That is one of the highest numbers we've seen on fee rates. I got to record that. But we are now down to 120.7. NASDAQ is down 0.62, Dow Jones is down 0.16, and the S&P 500 is down 0.31. We have 4,156 advancers to 2,576 decliners. The market is advancing over declining currently. So if the market's heading down, it's interesting to see that we would still be heading, or that we would be, if the markets are heading up, it's interesting to see that we would be heading down. We do have the US dollar up almost 1% at 104.55. Oil is down 3.94. Mortgage-backed securities are up 0.56 and 0.82. And SPY is currently down 0.44, but looks like it's improving. Let's check it and see. It's kind of on the downside right now. It was improving up until about 10 minutes ago. Currently, the VIX is up 5.86%. VB is up 0.05. VBR is up 0.29. Tesla is down 11.41. Amazon is up 1.2. Cinemark down 0.64. Doge is down 0.67. Bitcoin is down 0.01. GME is down 3.25. HYMC up 5.75. Hood is down 1.23. CS is up 2.8. NCMI is up 8.91. Ape is down 5.32 and AMC is down 0.57. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, we have just about, it's like $90,000 more outflow than inflow. 10.04 million shares traded so far after 100 minutes trading, putting us on a pace for 39.15 million shares traded by the end of the day-to-day on AMC. That is within the 20 to 40 million share prediction that I suggested earlier. I do think that we're on pace for that still. On the 1 hour time interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.59, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.15, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.67, which is below average. On Ape, there's approximately there's about $600,000 more inflow than outflow. 11.99 million shares traded so far after 101 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 46.29 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 15 and 35 million. I do think that we're on pace to hit that before the end of the day's out. On a 1 hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.6, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.47, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.35, which is below average. Getting awfully close to, hold on 1 second, let me just check something real quick here. Oops, that's not it. Looks like I didn't record the highest high that we hit of 4.39. 4.39 from $3.80 is not enough of an increase for us to consider a synthetic price failure reset. So these numbers that you're seeing for the synthetic price failure is what it used to be. Looks like they are giving that a retest on the synthetic price failure. Looking for some more paper hands at that $4 range. All right, I'm back. I can see what it is you guys are writing. Hmm?
Oh. Where is?
Oh, I don't. Anytime I see somebody's specific name in there that's not mine, I just don't read it because I figure that's specifically to them.
Oh, that's not really.
Dante Fuego, welcome. How did you vote for him a year and a half ago? Because as it stood a year and a half ago, when people could have done the information on looking at him back then, they all voted to put him back in as a board member. They didn't abstain. So just kind of curious because now all of a sudden it's an issue. Now it's an issue, but it wasn't back then.
This is Tahiti's a spearfisher.
Rum Taco says, "You ever catch a dorkfish?" I would assume that I was the dorkfish because my wife caught me. She always calls me a dork. You have to understand that's a sign of affection. When my wife calls you a dork, it's a sign of affection. It means you made her laugh. Yeah, it is very interesting, Dante. There's been like more than a year and a half's worth of time to bring up board members as being issues, and yet this is the very first time that I'm finally hearing about people talking about board members, and then also linking them to Adam Aaron as potential uh, conflicts of interest. Yet, like we've had nearly, I've almost been in this play for 2 years. At the end of this month, it'll be 2 years. So we've had over 2 years, and yet now all of a sudden it's like, let's talk about the board members. So yeah, I know we've already looked into all that stuff long time ago, Dante. Long time ago. Yes, this is true. This is true. This is why for a long time I've been trying to talk about the board members and who they are and any kind of conflicts of interest they have. But what I want you to remember, Dante, is that this is just now becoming an issue. So why now? Why is it now becoming such a big issue? That's the more important thing to note here. We are just now seeing everybody screaming about board members. Why? Why wait this long to finally start talking about the connections? That's the more important thing that you need to be asking yourself.
It's the script we're following.
No, that's not the case, Dante. You can't sit there and say that it's only because the FTX collapsed. That's not where this stemmed from. Nobody would have been drawing nobody would no. You can't make those conclusions. That's after the fact. People could have drawn those conclusions a long time ago and nobody has.
3 weeks. No, Jimmy.
There's a very what we're being sold right now, Dante, is we're being sold a narrative. We're being sold a narrative to try and not trust in Adam Aaron or the board members, and it's just now being sold. Why is it now that it's being sold? That's the more important thing that you need to realize. Why is it just now that it's being sold, that information? That's what's being sold to you. Why now? That's the important part to realize about all this is that it's timing. The timing on when the information is being released about who has connections to who and what those connections might mean or anything like that is just now being brought up. And there's a reason for it. And you have to understand that that's the more important thing out of all of this is understanding why that's being brought up now more than ever.
They're looking for weak spots to sway people.
Dante, I don't care who was the first. I really don't care. I don't care. It doesn't matter who was first. What matters is that now is it's a hot topic. Why is it important now? If it wasn't a hot topic before, why is it now an important hot topic? Alex Reed, in reference to like if you're talking about cost basis, I believe it will change, but it shouldn't be something to fear. It's only a tax basis, and I wouldn't. All right, this is something that I was going to bring up today, anyways, and I forgot to discuss that. I totally forgot about it. All right, so cost basis. Let's talk about that for a second. When you're used to dealing with penny stocks and stocks that are trading close to your break-even amounts, let's just put it that way. That's probably the best way to put it. Cost basis becomes a very important factor because you have to understand that you may actually end up being on if you're positive and you sell, your cost basis may actually put you in the negative after you have to pay taxes. So one of the things that you kind of have to really kind of consider is cost basis. Now, I find that it's very ironic that a lot of people are bringing up cost basis on a split of a stock that you want to see a squeeze in. And the reason for that is that there should be no relationship to cost basis and where you sell in a squeeze play where you're making thousands of a percent higher than what it is. You're trying to get best cost, best rate for every single share that you have at a higher rate. It doesn't matter what your cost basis is. Cost basis goes right out the door when you're talking thousands of a percent in gains. Don't even like that cost basis is going to be the last thing that should be on your mind. The very last thing. It has no any kind of impact whatsoever on what it is that you're doing when you're looking at percentages on how much you're going to be making. Just throw it right out the window. This is not a penny stock. This is not a stock where you're just trying to break even. This is a stock where you're going to be making lots and lots and lots of money. So it doesn't matter what your cost basis is, you're going to be looking to exit your position at a much higher price regardless of how many shares it is. In regards to like if you're thinking about holding shares and selling based off of shares that may have been on the books for over a year or not over a year on capital gains, and you're talking we're talking about maybe a week's worth of time where you're going to have a position that you're going to be taking, it's not going to make a difference on whether or not some of those shares make it into the money or not in the money. But you can choose some brokers will let you choose the lots of shares that you want to choose to sell, and so you'll be looking more in that time frame if you have specific shares that might hit that 1 year anniversary closer to that period of time. Then maybe you can talk about cost basis at that point. But for the most part, though, cost basis is you can just throw it right out the window. It's not even a topic. Yeah, and you can talk cost basis when the stock, when you rebuy back into AMC and at a later date, if you decide to buy back in or whatever, then you might be more worried about cost basis or whatever. But um, I can promise you right now, you're going to be looking to try and you're going to be looking to maximize the amount of profit that you make out of each and every share that you sell, and it's not going to be based off of cost basis. It's going to be off of actual price at the time that it's trading. It has nothing to do with cost basis. So just ignore cost basis in a play like this. It really isn't going to help you, except for those single shares that are that may or may not be getting ready to break capital gain, long term versus short term capital gains. That might be the only thing, but you're probably looking at a very few share. It's going to be a very finite period of time that you're looking at, and it's probably only going to be a couple lots of share, or maybe a lot or two of shares. I don't know. It's not going to be very many shares that you're going to be looking at that's going to have a problem. You're not going to be thinking about those few shares. I don't know. Maybe it's a lot of shares. It could be a lot of shares. I don't know. It all really depends on when it's happening versus when you purchased from the past. Exactly, Aaron. You only have 10. If you only have 10 and it's going to be one soon, what do you care? You don't that's a great point, Aaron. You bring up a great point. If you only have 10 shares and then you're only going to have one share, you tell me if cost basis makes a difference. Because really all you're going to be looking for is to get the most amount of money as you possibly can out of that one share versus the 10 shares that you had previously. Because you're going to want every penny to count, right? It has no different like cost basis at that point. Throw it all out the window. You know what you paid for your shares. You already know what you paid for them. That's real easy to figure out. You know you're going to want a price that's much much higher. You can calculate that out if you want to, but you already know what you paid for your shares. One share at 50, then shorts back down to 5. What happens to your money? One share at 50, then shorts back down to 5. What happened? You depends on whether you sell. Did you sell? Did you sell at 5? You already know how much you paid for your shares and what your cost basis is right now, right? It, you already know how much you paid in total. You can figure that out. Whatever you paid in total, then you know that's if your break even price is X amount of dollars, we're going to be talking about thousands of percents here, guys, not piddly amounts. Yeah, when the reverse split happens, it depends on if you sell. If you sell unknown at $5, and you're going to be getting a very small fraction of what it is that you originally had. I mean, you can do the math. One share at $5. If you had, so I would assume if you're saying you have one share at 50, then shorts back down to 5, that means you had 10 shares at 5, right? So it means you had $50 worth of shares. Am I not doing the math right? Tell me out here, Mom. Am I
Sorry.
double check? One share at 50, which means if you reverse that, he had 10 shares at $5 because it's a 10 to 1 split, right?
Okay.
So he had 50. He had 10 shares for $50, which is $5 a share, right? So then he says, then when you do the reverse split, you're only going to have one share, and it's at $50. Then shorts back down to 5. What happens to your money? You now have, instead of $50, you now have $5. That's it. You have less money
And a
if you
great
sell.
tax write-off.
And my mom says, and a great tax write-off if you sell.
But if you hold it, who knows what will happen. I like this. Moon tickets. How much would you spend to get to the moon?
AMC Panda, if somebody were to come in and try to make an acquisition of AMC, first off, I think it's really ridiculous whenever people bring this up as an idea is that you have to remember that every single shareholder has to approve this, right? Like a majority of the shareholder, not every single, but I'm sorry, majority of the shareholders have to approve it, right? So whatever price Disney comes in and decides to buy it, you're going to have to sit there and say yes or no to. So whatever price they decide to throw out there, I guarantee is going to be something you're going to have to want to settle for. So, and this company is way too massive for anybody to just come in and buy out right now. Way too massive.
Look at all the problems
And
Musk and Elon is having with.
a reverse split's not going to change that whatsoever.
And it's really not 10. People have talked about it. It's really 5 because you've got 2 for 1. Or better.
Yale, the answer to your question is that it's not going to hurt a shorting position anymore. While the actual percentage may change, it's not going to change how much it costs to do what it is they have to do on a daily basis. So, like, let me give you an example. If your cost to do business today is $1 million on a daily basis, right? If your cost on a daily basis to short AMC is $1 million, or control price the way that you control it, if the amount of shares that you have to purchase on a daily basis to control price to where it is gets split by a 10 to 1, then the amount that you're going to have to purchase on a daily basis is going to be less, meaning that even if the cost to borrow doubles, it doesn't matter. You're borrowing 10 times less the amount of shares that you need to do the work that you need to do on a daily basis. So who cares if it goes up or not? It's still the same value. It does not hurt anybody anymore in cost to borrow, even though the number may be higher. It doesn't change the fact that they only have to that they borrow 10 times 10 divided by 10 times less the amount of shares that they need to borrow in order to continue to do what it is that they do to the stock. So it's it's irrelevant. Sensor content says, kind of chilly in here. I'm going to turn up the heat soon so we can watch them sweat. Myself says, but if the share price keeps tanking, it might get attractive. Absolutely. Aaron says, is Melvin waiting to short? Have you heard about Melvin, Aaron? Have you heard about Melvin Capital? That's not true, Casey. The liquidity requirements will be higher. The liquidity collateral requirements, you mean? The collateral requirements will be higher? It doesn't, but that doesn't, it doesn't, you may not be wrong about that in regards to the amount of collateral that's, no, that's not true. That's not true. Because if the collateral requirements are required for the positions, but the positions changed also, then that would not be the truth. That would actually be wrong. Collateral requirements required to hold positions do not change when you have a reverse split. Those change just as much. So, for example, if you're shorting a stock by 10 shares, um, before you 10 to 1 reverse split, then the amount of shares that you're shorting the stock by after the split is also 1 share. So the collateral needed to continue to hold or maintain your position will be less because the amount of shares that you have will be less. The collateral does not change. The ratios are still the same. It's a consolidation, guys. It's not a changing in values, it's just a consolidation.
Is headquarters Leewood, Kansas?
Yeah, he's kidding. He's kidding.
No, I didn't know that. Leewood, Kansas
Oh,
is
okay.
where I had the fake charge from. I thought it was a person.
Oh, Leewood, Kansas was?
Yeah, and it said
Interesting.
AMC something, but I didn't sign up for it, so I don't know what the charge was.
Huh.
Interesting. I have to check on that.
For a takeover, I meant laugh out loud. If the share price keeps tanking, it might get attractive for a takeover. But again, like Stu Steven said too, that's gonna cost him a lot of money.
Oh, anyone shooting? Oh, anyone shooting? Of course.
Yes, they do. In total amount of money costing more. Yes, they do. In total amount of money costing more. Hmm. I don't see how that's the case, Silver Surfer. I'm not. I don't see how it would. Yes, it will cost more, but the amount that they need to borrow on a daily basis will be reduced dramatically. So it doesn't matter if it costs more or not. It'll still be the same amount that
Well,
they have to that they need to have in order to continue to short.
what if the price goes up? Then
Well, the price does. When Mom's talking in the background, she goes, "If the price goes up, that will kill him."
I
And
mean,
that
more than
that's yeah,
10%.
more than the 10%, more than the 10%, yeah, or not 10%, 10 times,
10
yeah,
times.
10 times. Right. Um, but it's not. You got to remember, Yale, though, it's not the cost to borrow that's killing them. It's the amount that they have to borrow. Right? Like it's not legitimately the cost to borrow that's killing. It's how much the value is that it's costing them. So in other words, what's the best way to put this? Again, using really simple math. If you have 50, let's say you have a 100% cost to borrow rate, right? And you're borrowing 10 shares today. After the 10 to 1 ratio, you may end up having a 200 cost to borrow, but you only have to borrow 1 share. So instead of having to borrow 10 to do whatever it is that you do on a daily basis, you only are borrowing 1 share every day. Meanwhile, the cost to borrow might be higher. It's the amount to borrow is still the same. It's still the same rate. About an hour, a little less. MGTO says if the shares are combined, retail investors will no longer own the float. 30% of the float will be available to short it further. The only saving grace, fourth quarter revenue positive. I'm not sure how you come up with those numbers, MGTO, but we own more than 50% of the float, so I don't know how that's possible. I don't see that as being the case. You'd have to give me an example of how that would work out, and I'm not saying that it couldn't. I'm just saying that as of right now, without a proxy, I don't see that as being the case. Steven's saying Oh, that's to myself. I'm looking forward to the Ant-Man and Wasp Quantum opening February 17th, 2023. Um, I've got so many movies I need to go see.
You wasted one on me.
I didn't waste them. My mom said I wasted 1 hour. I get three a week. I can go to three movies a week, and I don't even go to them.
Or take a friend for
I'm
one and a
literally
half a week.
I'm literally just throwing money at AMC and not even caring. There you go, more money. Food Dog. I think part of the reason on the 10-to-1 reverse split, to me, what seems to make the most sense is that you're combining or consolidating shares, which in some senses is helping to protect. I think the overall value of. Well, let me rephrase this. The 10-to-1 split, because I actually was kind of thinking to myself, like, why not just do like a 5-to-1 as well? And I really think that the 10-to-1 split, in kind of one of my opinions on why specifically a 10-to-1 is that when you do like a 5-to-1 split, or not split but reverse split, I don't think that it reduces the market cap down to the size to where significant impact to price could be made from um, large forced purchases of shares. I don't know if that makes sense or not to you. The more shares that you force somebody to buy when there's less shares available, uh, means bigger explosions. Does that make sense? I don't know. That might be a better way to say it.
Yeah, we don't want to torment them. We want to gut them.
My mom's bringing it full circle here and saying we don't want to torture them. We want to gut them. I got to give you a knuckles for that. That's bringing it full circle right there.
I am a teacher.
I mean, because if you think about it, like on a 5-to-1, I mean, I know a lot of people are throwing out numbers already, and this is why part of the reason why, like I said to MG2, like give me an example. One of the things that we don't know on the proxy yet, because it hasn't been released, is we don't know exactly how many shares are going to be released into AMC for rebalancing, and so we don't know how many shares are in total outstanding after this is all said and done, which is another topic way down the road. But one of the things that you got to remember is that with a 5-to-1, and if you were to feasibly have, we'll just say the current numbers being added together, then you would end up having somewhere around 140 to 150 million shares in existence afterwards. Whereas with a 5-to-1, we would end up having 300 ish million shares. So um, I think that's probably part of the reason why.
Somebody at headquarters is money number crunching.
Didn't Adam Aaron just sell 250 million voting shares of Ape? He didn't offer sell them to us. No, I don't believe that to be the case. I don't think it was 250. If I'm not mistaken, when I did the math last, MGTO, it was 14% of our total float, or outstanding shares rather. So if you were to take that 14%, and that was me rounding up, by the way. If you were to take that 14% and add it to the total institutional amount of shares owned currently, which is at 26.97%, and assume that that was the total amount owned by institutions, then that we're talking 40.97%. So they're still well under 50%. Weekend Warrior says if you want saltwater fishing and a good fight, then come down to San Luis Pass and catching those black-tipped sharks. If those are catch and release, I would probably have fun doing that. My mom says she did catch and release on sharks for a long time, or quite a while. She said quite a while, not a long time. That was in San Diego, La Jolla, Oceanside. Okay. What were the? I remember that we used to go back to the house and see the all the shark teeth. No? Oh, well, I don't know whose house that was. We used to go over to. I saw those shark teeth. I don't. I thought that was what he caught. I don't know. Ariel says spy below 380. Let me check it real quick here. Yep. The specific number I'm looking though for is 366. It's got a ways to go still. Just another ape says, or Steven says, Casey, did you see the article from Deadline stated that we are looking at a 9 billion box office in 2023? I did see it. I did see it. It's looking pretty spicy. Sounds to me like somebody thinks that we might be breaking new numbers, new record numbers. If I'm not mistaken, that does that domestically that those were the domestic numbers, by the way. I think that you're putting out there, and I think domestically that breaks the numbers. Silver Surfer says, remember that with less shares available, cost to borrow can become hard to borrow rates after the conversion. I mean, aren't they already there? I think they're already there. No, that is not true, Ice Cream. Apes shares get a 1-to-1 vote ratio. I thought we were already hard to borrow. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Kenny G says, not high enough. Yeah. Jabib says Antera bought 91 million ape units, and then they had two different deals, right? Two different purchase quantities that they had. I don't remember what the other one was, but I mean, you can go through the 8K and read it. But when I added those two numbers together, it came up to about 14% of the float of outstandings. I said float. It came out to 14% of the outstanding shares. Casey Beard about to be gone. I hope so, man. I hope so. Oh shoot, I was still on Spy. Sorry about that. It's back on AMC now. Well, Gus, don't leave. No, I'm just kidding. Maybe I need to leave. Maybe I need to leave. I'm the catalyst. I leave and price goes up usually when I go to break. Hillionaire says 14% is a lot of voting power. It is. It absolutely is. We know exactly where those votes are going to. So this is why if people want to have a say, they should vote. I absolutely agree with what you're saying there, and my mom's got a big old sigh, and I can see her staring at me. What's going on?
No, I want to talk to you, but I have to wait till it's a break.
Oh, okay, well it's only like
That's fine.
okay.
My other stock is
Oh, okay. Is it? Hold on a second, guys.
10
That's
days.
that's good.
Okay. Really?
MG2 says there would be no arguments if 1.6 billion shares the Apes bought at much higher prices while the stock was beaten down. It's not an insult. So what you got to remember, MG Toes, is that anytime Adam Aaron sold shares into the market, and I've seen this brought up like several times before, but and nobody seems to understand this. That it created. You remember that T90 stuff that was going around for a while? That was like a big. I was like, guys, this is not a thing. We had a dividend split, and it's like there's. I mean, it wasn't even a split. It was a dividend where they just gave us shares. And I was trying to tell everybody that T90 is not a thing. Well, anytime that there is a share offering that's issued, such as what Adam Aaron did when he sold those shares in the market, is it did create a selling syndicate. That syndicate is required to find those shares. So it doesn't matter what price he sold those at, MGTO. If they don't have those shares, they're going to have those shares after the 90 days is up. So if he dumped 100 something million shares into the marketplace and they don't have those shares before the T90 is up, they're screwed. So while to you it looks like an effing insult by Adam Aaron, it's really a trap. It's a major forced buying trap on a lot of these institutions that are holding on to shares that say they have them, but they don't. And that's what you got to remember. This is going to cause massive amounts of buying pressure. So while everybody was sitting there going like, I don't get why Adam Aaron's selling shares at 66 cents a share, it's like, well, look at the bigger picture. Remember the fact that about the selling syndicates and what that means and where those shares have to come from because he issued those shares into the market. Somebody has to cough those shares up. But nobody wants to remember that. All they want to do is look at price that they were sold at instead of realizing what forced buying pressure is going to look like in the future. Because they have 90 days, Doug. That's why, and it is responding. As soon as he gave out the proposals about what he wanted to do, look exactly how the market reacted. In 5 days' time, we had as much short exempt volume as we saw just prior to the run up in June of last year on AMC. It absolutely responded immediately. The minute that they found out that they were on a sitting on a ticking time bomb, they absolutely jumped. They into action leaped into action. We watched price on AMC suddenly rip and try to balance back out again because they knew they were in trouble, and now they're just hoping. They're hoping that they can get their hands on shares. I have no idea what the plunge protection team is going to do, man. I have no idea.
All the cool kids are at Discord. Good question. When is T90?
You'd have to, Hillionaire, the only way that you're going to know what the T90 date is based off of when Adam Aaron sold those shares into the marketplace, and that's what you're going to have to figure out. One of the dates to me that it looked like that he sold some of the 14.9 million shares that he sold into the marketplace. That that T90 would end like in the back half of January, but he didn't sell that big chunk of 100 million shares until after that. So you'd have to go through some of the. It's going to be kind of almost impossible to know exactly when he sold them, but you know that they're out there. You know that they kind of started around sometime after our quarterly our quarterly earnings report. I'm trying to think what the date was. There was a specific day that I'm trying to think back in my head here to the date that it was that I kind of felt like was seeing a little bit additional volume entering into the marketplace. I'll tell you what, I'll try to get back to you on a time on that one, but I can tell you there was a very specific day that stood out to me that, beyond anything else that pointed towards that. And I even told you guys it was going to be somewhere between 10 and 15 million shares. And then we ended up getting the release that it was 14.9 million shares. I nailed it. Nailed it on the head. I knew exactly the date that he sold them on. I want to say it was like September 20th, if I'm not mistaken. Which, if you do the T90 on that, it puts it as like the third week of January or something like that. But the big 100 million didn't come until after the quarterly report. I don't know that it was a mistake though, Sammy. I think that it was done for a very specific reason. Silver Surfer says, yes, Casey, they are in till the end, hoping retail loses their conviction. This is why I'm saying right now, the pressure right now to discredit Adam Aaron and the board is so high right now, very specifically for the reason for the fact that they want to discredit investors and their position that they're holding. Right? They want us to look really, really bad. They want the company to look bad. They want us people to feel doubt and leave their positions. They need those shares super, super bad. So the discrediting, that is a tactic right now. Discredit the board. Discredit the board, discredit Adam Aaron, draw links and ties, and get people to sell off their positions. That's the whole plan. Why is Ape borrow fee so low? Because there's a lot of shares available. AMC Panda says, when feeling down, just delete a social media account. I did. I got off of Twitter for a month. I took a month vacation off of Twitter one time because I was overloaded. And I'm talking like this was, I want to say this was like August, September-ish for of this last year. I think it was not too long ago that I did that. And I just left Twitter for like a month. And I was like, I'm not going back. I gave myself a 1 month cooling down. I think I might have gone back a week early, but it does help. Yeah, that's all right, Gary. That's cool, man. It's okay to bring it up later. Doug says, Casey, the catalyst will be when you shave your beard. It's like a breakup as soon as you stop thinking about the other person they call. So let's get this going and shave. I know, man. Like you don't know how many times I've thought in my mind, like, what if I just shaved anyways? It is the thought has gone. What if I accidentally just slipped and the razor didn't have a guard on it and I was like, oh, there is no way I'm going to keep this shaved out portion on my face. I got to take it all off now. Doug, I can't even tell you how many times those kind of fantasies have gone through my head. But you know, it's still here. I'm still holding on to it. Casey, how about changing it up to a Fu Manchu? I don't even know what that is. Is that just like the one long like little strand like right down the middle?
Now it's the thing.
Oh, off the sides? Yeah, but the mush. Ugh. Can you imagine though, like Dana, you're like trying to get your like spaghetti all up on your fork and everything, and you're like swirling it around. You get up in your face and you start chewing on that thing. Next thing you know, you're chewing on mustache hair. Ugh, gross. Seasoned Curly Fries says, highly recommend walking away from this play for a while if you need a break. So much conflicting BS, it can weigh heavy on people who are struggling. I absolutely agree. I stand behind that entirely. If you're having problems, take a week off or 2 weeks. You know, if you have to take 2 weeks, walk away for 2 weeks and come back. Get yourself in the right state of mind. Sometimes you feel a lot better when you get done. Dana says my beard gives me no problems. Well, that's good.
Just wait till you get older. You have to keep pulling it out one hair at a time.
Well, the spy's running now. Can't make up his mind. Volatility all over the place. All right, well, we got 1 minute here left to look at numbers, so let me take a look at the numbers real quick here. Give me 1 second here, guys. Let's see. Fork says shave it off. Call it a barbershop reverse split. That's funny.
Turtle wants some of your patience.
Where does Turtle say that? Casey, enjoy your time. Maybe one day you could bottle your patience up and let me have some. Yeah, maybe I could use some of my own patience. You know, sometimes, Turtle, I'll tell you what, sometimes it's really easy to be a coach, but hard to be a player. I don't know if that makes any sense or not. Sometimes I feel like I make a great coach and a terrible player. But, you know, I don't know what to tell you. All right, pork chopper, there's not much I don't know what to tell you. Alrighty, guys. Give me a second here, and let me see if I have to give you guys a speech as I go over to the other screen. Yeah, I think you know the rules around here, pork chopper. And I hate to say it, man, but it's I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but it's kind of one of those things where, kind of like Dana says, it's not an airport. It's not an airport. What you do is your own choice, and I can't. There's nothing I can do. I've always said this from the get-go. I knew we were going to lose people before this was all over. So, all right, let me take you guys over to the other page and see what we got going on here. Let's take a look at the numbers, see what we got. All right, starting with, I don't have to give you guys a speech because for some reason my broker didn't force me to log back in. But starting with off exchange. Oh yeah, I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see Herbie back up on the page again. So hold those specific thoughts for me or anything else that you want me to comment on. And let's take a look at what we got going on. Starting with off exchange, as of this point in time of the day, I would suggest that there should be about a 61% combined total on off-exchange and CBOE EDGX volume. On AMC, we're currently at 56.02 and EDGX at 10.97 for a grand total 66.99%. We're about 5.9, basically 6% higher than where we should be by this time of the day. Taking a look at Ape, 70.17% off-exchange volume. CBOE EDGX is at 5.55% for grand total 75.72. That is 14.72% higher than where it should be by this time of the day. Nothing unusual about the CHX volume on Ape. On GME, CHX volume is currently at 0.36% of the total daily volume. When on the 30-day average, it's normally only about half that much. So it is definitely elevated on GME for right now, but if the day continues on and there's no more CHX volume, it might actually settle right on a normal amount of volume. Taking a look at Ortex data. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 544,000 shares of borrowed shares for AMC. It is now showing 181,000 shares. That drop in borrowed shares is going to cause estimated short share interest of the free float to drop a little to 21.43%. Cost of borrow minute 234.63%. Average at 254.52 and max at 268.03%. Shares on loan for the day today is 176.93 million shares. That is a million shares less on loan today than Friday. And Ortex is estimated about 309,000 of that to be in closed short interest. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago, there was 1.55 million shares having been borrowed, no change. In the last hour, short share interest of the free float is left at 7.7%. Max cost of borrow min is at 6.88. But as I noted earlier, majority of our shares were borrowed at 1.53 million shares were borrowed at 10.49%. So our average of our volume has been borrowed at a higher rate. Shares on loan for the day today is no change from last Friday at 35.94 million shares on loan. In regards to options, highest amount of volume for calls is currently at a probably still $4.50 strike. Give it a second to refresh here. An hour ago we had at a $4.50 strike. An hour ago we had 12.1 thousand contracts for calls. We now have 13.3. And on the puts, highest amount of volume we had at a $4 strike. There was 6.7 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 9,000 contracts. Market's still suggesting a closing price on AMC somewhere between $4 and $4.50 by the end of the day today. By the end of the day today, I was kind of suggesting a closing price somewhere, I think around like, I don't have my numbers pulled up. I was targeting 575, but put 425 in as my low. Currently combined right now, we are at 523. We did drop back down, right back down into the 7-day descending wedge as price continues to fall. In the marketplace, AMC will continue to fall with it. It's not separate from the rest of the market as of yet, and probably won't be ever until we see margin calls come rolling in. So as the market falls, we'll go with it. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is pretty high up on the list here with an 80% buy to 20% sell ratio. Ape is also on the list here with a 71% buy to 29% sell ratio. So our buy-sell ratio is looking pretty strong on Ape and GME. Unfortunately, due to lower volume, AMC did not make the top 30 list of most heavily traded stocks. SSR trips today at $3.66 for AMC. Ape already did trip at 1.269. Shares available to borrow, still the same value from an hour ago. No change in that. And the last known fees were at 120.7%. NASDAQ is down 1.17, Dow Jones is down 0.55, and the S&P 500 is down 0.8. We currently have 3,506 decliners to 3,274 advancers. The market is now declining once again. We have the U.S. Dollar currently up 1.05% at 104.61. It is definitely seeming to break out of this descending parallel channel. Usually when the dollar goes up, the market goes down. Oil is down 6.09%. Our mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere between 0.5 and 0.71. SPY down 0.78. VIX is up 8.72. VB is down 0.81. VBR down 0.58. Tesla down 13.09%. Amazon is down up 0.68. Cinemark down 1.39. Doge is down 1.89. Bitcoin is down 0.21. GameStop is down 4.98. HYMC is up 2.03. HUD is down 0.86. CS is up 2.8. NCMI is up 7.32. Ape is down 9.33, and AMC is down 2.58. Inflow versus outflow for the day today on AMC. There's currently $900,000 more outflow than inflow. After 158 minutes of trading, we are on pace for 30.13 million share traded day to day on AMC. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 20 and 40 million shares. I do think that we're still on a good pace for that before the end of the day is over. I do suspect that it's going to be on the low side of that value, though. On the 1 hour time interval, there is more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 41.55, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 37.28, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 25.46, which is signaling oversold. On Ape, there is approximately $600,000 more inflow than outflow. 14.02 million shares traded so far after 159 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 34.38 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 15 and 35 million. We're within that range, and I do believe that we'll hit that before the day is out. On the 1 hour time interval, we have more buying pressure. Actually, it looks really close to the same. Nope, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 32.51, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.06, which is basically pretty much signaling oversold. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.59, which is signaling oversold. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. Steve Conlon, yes, I can show you OBV. And the Bollinger Bands are up. Let me see here real quick. Bollinger Bands. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'm pulling it up here for you. I'm pulling up OBV, not Bollinger Bands. Let's see here. Let me add it to this indicator here, and we'll check it out. What? All right. In regards to where price is moving to, I would say, hold on a second, let me zoom in on this just a tad. And I'm trying not to drag this at all so that it doesn't change. Oh, I should just do it here. So it doesn't change anything. One of the things that I kind of like to do in regards to Bollinger Bands before I do this, who asked for this? Let me go back up to the name so I can address the person properly. But Stephen, in regards to what I like to do with the bull, or not, well, I keep saying Bollinger Band, with OBV, is I kind of like to contrast and compare to where the price movement's going at kind of the current point in time. So I'm going to go ahead and leave this where we're at right now.
Just funny. That's all.
Let me move this down just a tad bit here, just so you can kind of see like what it looks like. Come on. There we go. So if we were to just align this, come on. Select it. There we go. To where price movement's been in contrast, I would say that you can see that historically, just looking at like just this perspective right here, where price has been, price held through this little tiny dip right in here, or not price, but volume held through this little price dip right here, and then you can see that obviously there was some selling that's been occurring as OBV is showing a lower OBV value than what it was from previously, but we've had a significantly larger downtrend this last move down here in this price since this did start moving down. But in contrast to like, some of the times where we've had in the past, if you were to draw like a straight line across on this to kind of see where we align to from the past here, let's see here if I can do that. Give me 1 second. Horizontal. So there's where we're at like right now. Put it right on it. There we go. So if I kind of scroll to the left and to the right of this, we can look for like another point in time where OBV was kind of matched up with price. And I think a good place to kind of see that is a couple different spots. We've got one kind of like right in here where price was at a much higher price. There's another spot right in here where OBV is very, very normal to, or compared to where we're at in OBV, very, very similar with price at a much higher value. So I would say the amount of holding volume that we're seeing in contrast to price movement is not comparable. But there's a lot of different ways you can kind of take a look at OBV. I kind of like to compare like the big picture on this, and let me see if I can do this. So anytime you have price moving upwards in a dramatic fashion, it's going to overshoot where OBV is at. So in other words, like when we drove up on our original run in price, it definitely ran beyond where it should have ran to. One of the ways you can kind of try and dial that in a little bit to see where we're at in holding volume versus price is trying to see where price came down and supported those particular levels of buying pressure. So the way I've got it lined up right now, the way you see here, you see volume really increasing here. You see price coming up, and it almost exceeds the amount of holding volume that was happening during that period of time. But then there continued to be more and more volume as price came back down. We had consolidation happening, and then price started running again rose past the amount of buying pressure that was in there, and then finally coming back down and settling. And then finally, after a little while, and this is right around like December, the beginning of December, we had this big price drop and it fell below the OBV. And then there was a price correction where price came back up very momentarily. This is the 30, I believe this is the $34.33 run that we had where we ran price all the way up, and you can see it touching almost perfectly with OBV, and then it was killed short. So really, OBV has been holding that amount of volume pretty stably compared to where we're at in price. So price should spring off of this. It should look like a springing action on this right here. Hopefully you guys can see this okay. I wasn't checking to see what you guys could see or what you couldn't see, but hopefully you can see this all right. And that might help to kind of explain where we're at with OBV. Yeah, none of those previous T90 dates held up though, MC Prosperity, because of the fact that no shares were sold at the time. And the only way you can have a selling syndicate is if you have shares sold. So those T90 dates do not apply. There never was a T90 date until shares were sold by the company. Got to have a selling syndicate in order to get a T90 date. Yeah, Steven, not a problem. No, Termite, that's not what I said at all. I said GME wouldn't squeeze again based on its own balance sheets, but I didn't say it can't squeeze again. Any type of hedge fund type activity that would cause meme stocks in general to start squeezing could cause GME to start moving up in value. I know for a fact that they didn't close all of their positions out. So, and as you can see on the short interest that's there, that's currently stacked up, it definitely could have a short squeeze again, but probably not on its own though. And part of the reason is that some of it has to do with DRS as well. They're never going to have the volatility that they used to have, but they could have a squeeze, sympathetic squeeze, much like AMC did when GME ran in January of 21. But based off of their current values, they are not set up for a squeeze play currently. But thank you for asking to have me re-clarify what it is that I said. Casey, if it costs them too much money to close, what will they do when margins close? It'll end up going to insurance.
Deep pockets.
Hmm. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna take a break. Let me see here. MCon says, "Where's Chan Chan?"
When we really need him.
I don't know. I don't know where he went, man. Apparently, they couldn't afford Chan Chan. Maybe he got too expensive. His ultimate DD was too strong. Maybe they needed his hard work to be done elsewhere. I just hope that he's still making some good money for his family, and everybody deserves to I guess make a buck when they need to, however they're gonna do it. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna take my break, and I'll see you guys back at 12:10. Give me a second here to put up the information. One second. I don't like how Ape looks on the right-hand side here. I'm gonna try and fix that a little bit. There we go.
Those look like piano keys.
My mom said they look like piano keys. All right, let me turn on the music, and I will see you guys at 12:10.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
trying to decide when I'm going to cut the music out. All right, I'm back, and let me put this back up here. Alrighty, let's take a look at our numbers, guys. It is time to do that, and I was a little late getting back there. Let's see what we got going on here. Give me 1 second while I see if I'm going to have to log. I'm going to take you guys over the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those specific comments for me until you see Herbie back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could be something that could prevent you from having somebody get into your account. When you do set that up and you decide to try it out, make sure and set up a secondary device that can get the code in case something happens to your primary. Moving pages around here. Give me just a second. All right. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see somewhere around 62% going through the off exchange and EDGX combined. Taking a look at AMC, we had 56.91% going through the off exchange, EDGX at 11.18. Grand total 68.09%. That's going to be about 6% higher than what I would expect by this time of the day. Nothing unusual out of the CHX volume. On Ape, we have 70.18% through off exchange, EDGX at 5.57 for a grand total 75.75%. That's about 13.75% higher than it should be, and nothing unusual happening with the CHX volume. On GME, the CHX volume is at 0.25 of the daily volume. Normally they see about 0.18%, so it is definitely elevated. And on HYMC, let's see here, we have CHX volume to be non-existent pretty much. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago on Ortex, AMC had about 181,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. It's now up to 201,000 shares. Not much of a change there. That's going to leave the estimated short share interest of the free float at 21.43%. Cost per minute 234.63, average 255.58, and max at 269.43. Shares on loan for the day today decreased 1 million shares. Ortex is estimating about 309,000 of that to be in short interest that was closed day over day, and shares on loan now are at 176.93 million shares for AMC. For Ape, an hour ago, the highest amount of volume was at 1.55 million. There's been no change. Most of our volume occurred at about there's about 1.5, I think it was 3 million shares that were borrowed at about 10.49%, which is our max. Our min was 6.88%, which was the final 20,000 shares that were borrowed, putting our average down to 10.46%. Shares on loan did not change any day over day, and there's currently 35.94 million shares on loan, all that short interest. Taking a look at, oh wait, I took you over too early. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume at a $4.50 strike. There was 13.3 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 15.3. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike an hour ago. There was 9,000 contracts. There's now 10,000. like a 1.5 to 1 ratio in calls versus puts. Market still suggesting a closing price on AMC somewhere around $4 to $4.50 by the end of the day today. Price currently combined between the two is $5.18, lower than where we closed out last week, and falling back down inside of the 7-day wedge. So we had a very momentary breakout to the top side there, and still tending to travel down this. We may have to see a re-break of that wedge. It's kind of interesting turn of events today. I do believe it's market related though. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, GME, and Ape are the only ones I really care about on this list here. We have 82%, or GME is the first one on the list with an 82% buy to 18% sell ratio. So looking really strong on GME for the day-to-day. Ape is next on the list with a 72% buy to 28% sell ratio. And AMC is currently up 60. AMC's on the list, the last one on the list here with 65% buys to 35% sell ratio. Give me 1 second, guys. I got to go do something real quick here. I just like that whole brain fart that I just had for a second there. I paused. I just remembered I had to go do something. I totally forgot to go do it. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. I got to go check something out real quick here. Be right back. Forgot I was supposed to check on my wife. She's on some strong pain medications, and she wanted me to check on her before before I got back on my break. And I forgot to go check. I gotta go check on her. So I went and checked on her real quick. I'm out of breath, running up and down the stairs. All right, here we go. SSR trigger price for AMC for the day today is at $3.66. Ape did trigger today at 1.269, and she's got a toothache right now. She's got a cracked tooth, so we went into the dentist. Well, I guess it was, what day was that? We went yesterday. I think we went yesterday, and she had they said that she had an infection, so they gave her some prescriptions. Yeah, I can see it right now myself, just because I turned it on real fast so I could see what it is you guys are writing. But she's all right. She's gonna survive, but she's just in a lot of pain. So shares available to borrow right now is 250,000. We had 400,000 an hour or so ago, so it looks like they did borrow some more additional shares to drop price today. Looks like they borrowed in chunks of 50,000 at a time. Yeah, so almost another 150 on top of the total amount that we've had for the day to day at 4.5. So we're looking at 600,000 shares borrowed so far for the day to day. Steven says, "Get the pliers of the string out." Yeah, well, she's getting to that point. Let me just tell you, she doesn't like the pain, so she's like, I'm about ready to just tell him to just yank it. But she got her appointments this morning, so she's set for the stuff that she needs to get done. I think later on this week. I might have to take some time off to go help her with that. Taking a look at the combined prices of actually just looking at the stock market in general, the Nasdaq is down 1.13. Dow Jones is down zero point 0.5. S&P 500 is down 0.79. We currently have an even breaking market here. We have 3,410 decliners to 3,401 advancers. The market's very, very torn right now which direction it wants to move to. A lot of decliners, a lot of advancers. The U.S. dollar is currently up 1.1%, leaving it at 104.66 and getting ever so close to. I think the final number that I came up with that we would need to see break is 104.66, which is right where it's at. So if it breaks past, if it holds where it's at right now, oh no, 103.92 is the number it needs to break. It's well above that. So yeah, it's going to definitely break this descending parallel channel. The Fibonacci retracement that I have in here is just below where it's currently at right now. So it is just slightly higher than the breakout point for that Fibonacci retracement. So we could see the dollar start taking off, which means the market's going to go down. The U.S. oil or WTI is down 8.15. Mortgage-backed securities are up 0.54 and 0.77. SPY is down 0.8. The VIX is up 8.72. VB is down 0.61. VBR is down 0.29. Tesla is down 14.31. Amazon is up 1.02. Cinemark is down 1.73. Doge is down 2.07. Bitcoin is down 0.16. GME is down 6.39. HYMC is up 4.49. Hood is down 1.6. CS is up 2.8. NCMI is up 15.77. That's pretty high. Ape is down 8.87 and AMC is down 3.56. Inflow versus outflow. There's approximately 400,000, a little over 400,000, maybe almost $500,000 more outflow than inflow for the day today, and we have 14.88 million shares traded so far after 240 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 24.18 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is super low volume compared to where I would have thought by this time of the day, but I only need to make it about an hour more to know that we'll make the pace that I suggested, which was 20 to 40 million. I did expect us to kind of come in close to the 20, but I figured I thought we'd be more in the range of like 22, but I think I might be risking like 21 before the day's over, so we'll see. On a 1 hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.98, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, slightly more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 35.93, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.42, which is below average. On Ape. Doorbell. Be right back. Packages. All right. Where was I? On a 5-minute interval for Ape, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure within our side, 47.61, which is just basically just about average. Actually dropped to 45.74. That's slightly below average. There is some news on Ape. Yeah, don't care about that. And let's see where we got here. All right. With that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. CMAC says, quick fix for toothaches is sleeping with a heater next to face. Always worked for me, but someone told me it's not good. Something about spreading bacteria or something. Breathing in warm air helped me. I know what I could probably do. The problem is it's so doggone hot in this house sometimes that I don't know if she would want to necessarily sleep with a heater in front of her face. But I can let her know. Maybe it'll help her. I think mainly, I think once they, Steven says, bad idea, bacteria will thrive. And I was just going to say that part of the problem for her is that she's got an infection at the root. So the problem really becomes, you know, infections sound like bacteria. Bacteria sounds bad. I don't know if heat's going to be the right thing. But Jordan says, Beth, toothache remedy, pull tooth, you're welcome. Yeah, I think they're going to try and save the tooth, though. So I think they're going to give it a cap. Shimmer says, I watched the last 3 YouTubes of stock retail as you posted. I only posted the last one. I haven't seen his other ones, so I don't know what kind of typical material he puts out. Um, I actually don't even know if he has any, even if he even has any other. I'm sure he's got other posts here, but I got it. Hold on a second. Come on, YouTube, make it easy on me. All right, here we go. Videos. Yeah, so the one that I linked was only done 22 hours ago, and then he's got a 22 or 2 days ago, and then 6 days ago. There's a video on market cap and share explained, including dilution and value creation, AMC to Ape and back. I haven't watched any of those. I only watched the only one that I was recommending was that 10-minute video is Adam bankrupting AMC or guiding to profits, and I think it's a pretty good video. We got her Oragel for like the adult version of Oragel, and then she's got her amoxicillin for the infection, and then she's taking some pain medication as well, and then Tylenol and only when she's sleeping, but then the Tylenol and the ibuprofen the rest of the time. Yeah, I know Hazel. I'm gonna try and make sure that she doesn't get it pulled. I just gotta try and get her through the pain until she sees the dentist. So lucky for me, the next dentist appointment that she has is only a couple hours prior to they're doing the cap mold right before they're doing the what is it called, the root canal, before they do the root canal, so or whatever they call it. But we'll see. I gotta get her through the pain. Yeah, Petrifier says you got to get rid of the infection first, right? That's what the antibiotics are for. So I think she'll get over it, I think here once. I mean, she hasn't even been on the antibiotics for 24 hours yet. I assume that Once the antibiotics kick in and really kind of remove the infection, she probably won't feel nearly as much pain as she was. So, Cody, I just did it. I literally just got done with it just a little bit ago. Maybe like 15 minutes tops. Broke Ape on AMC. We are still at 100% utilization. Yes. Einstein saying, I have to admit they've kept this going much longer than I thought they could. I guess we will just watch them sell off everything else to maintain margin. I mean, the one last thing, Einstein, that I'm waiting to see. This is like the last trigger that I'm looking for. Because the last additional amount of collateral that I think that they're holding on to is like it's the it's the last hurrah is the collateral that's in Bitcoin. If I see Bitcoin drop to that next marker that I've got, that's that last bit of collateral that I believe that they have, and I think that's going to be at. To be honest with you, I'm really surprised they've drawn it out this long so far because I had the drop several weeks back, and to be very honest, I'm with you on this, but I've got the drop to 12.3. So if they lose another 4,000 out of 4.3 thousand out of Bitcoin per coin, I think that that'll be the sign of them withdrawing their last bit of collateral that they have to maintain positions. And I still don't think that we're done witnessing what potential problems FTX is going to be bringing them. Give her one of your toddies that you make. Brian says pain's just weakness leaving the body. Um, I probably would stay away from salt water for her just because she'll probably start gagging. No sense in that. That'll just make it worse. How are 100%? Because not all shares that are on loan, Mr. Finance, come from just institutions. They also come from retail too. So that's how you can get to 100% utilization and still have there be more shares available to borrow. Which on our part, um, there's things that we can do in order to stop that from happening, like having decent brokers. Um, Maybe that doesn't even always stop it, but not having margin accounts, um, turning off share lending programs. Those are all the types of things that would stop the lending of some of the shares that we have. Man, I've done that before, Stephen, with the whole warm, very salty water. And every time I ever do it, it works great for getting rid of congestion, but only because it makes me just absolutely like just upchuck everything, including the phlegm. Ooh, hydrogen peroxide or vodka doesn't sound good. I mean, the vodka, either gargling either one of those two doesn't sound like a good time. Dr. Zena said, "quote unquote," decent brokers. I know, man. I choked a little bit. I feel like you probably heard me swallow real deep before I said that. I was like, decent brokers, decent brokers. I can't. It's like you can't say that. It's not even you can't even really get that out without there being some kind of like obvious knowledge that the chances that our brokers are lending out our shares, even though we don't want them to, may be happening. Mr. Finance says so they could literally use 200% plus of something they don't own against a company. This is real confusing. How is this a fair market? Well, but they can though. Like it's in their terms of service. Depending on who your broker is, every broker has a terms of service, and they can lend out the shares that you hold, depending on who your broker is. And that's part of the business that you do, right? Like so, part of the whole thing is that when you hold your shares through a company, they're not most of them aren't charging you fees like they used to on, like, say, for example, E-Trade way back in the day, and so you're legitimately um, you're allowing them to make money off of what it is that you're holding, so that they don't charge you anything. Hayden Johnson says things that don't go together: decent brokers, militant intelligence, and jumbo shrimp. Wait, I'm so confused. Why does jumbo shrimp not go together? I feel like that is a thing though. They're legitimately jumbo sized. Einstein says they can all choke on my leaves. Steven says they need to ban free apps and bring the fees back. To be honest with you, Steven, I'm kind of at that point. I kind of feel like the same thing. Like I'd almost rather, because of all the hidden ways for them to be able to make money off of our shares. I'm leaning towards that idea that I much would rather pay per trade and not allow them to manipulate the market the way that they do in order to let's bring. I'm all for it, man. Believe it or not, Steven, I'm all for it. I'm like, let's bring back the fees and let's get back to regular trading here. Oh shoot, I had it on spy again, guys. I'm sorry. I just noticed. My bad. Yeah, I was having a hard time with that other one too, Hayden. Military intelligence. I knew where you. I thought I knew where you were going with that, but I was like, militant. Ooh, Stephen Moss. I say that all the time, man. Nothing in life is free. Nothing. Well, that's I guess, Mr. Finance, you can pat the hedge funds on the back and say, "Good job, sir," because that's exactly what it is that they want you to feel. So if you're feeling it, I'm sure there's a reason for it. It will get hard to watch, I'm sure, as the market continues to go down. Unless we start seeing those margin calls going through, it will definitely be hard to watch. First week of the year, Casey, mission statement, meeting, and presentation. Remember those. Kill me now, please. Mission statement and mission statement, meeting, and presentation. Oh no. Oh, you guys have you got to show up to work early meeting, huh? That sucks. I remember when we went through that very first time I went with you guys through that. I remember sitting there thinking to myself like, don't ask any questions, don't ask any questions, don't ask any questions. I was just thinking to myself like, let's just get out of here. I remember feeling like I didn't want to be the guy who was gonna have my eyelids closing. Um, I feel like it was more fair. Tech We Love. I wouldn't say that it was fair, but I just felt like it was more fair. Actually, to be honest with you, I felt like I was getting raped in the fees. So it depends on where you want to. It depends on how you want to look at it. Like, I mean, now all the raping's done. Hidden. It's hidden raping. It's like if you don't see it, you don't know it's there. It's not really happening. Edward, I don't think so. I don't think tomorrow's. I mean, I don't think anybody share. I don't think any shares were sold 90 days ago. How long did we say that was? Was it 90? It was 90. It was 18 weeks. That means that shares would have had to been sold into the marketplace by the 31st, not including holidays of September. And I don't think that's the case. Let me go back. Plus holidays, I guess. What have we had? 4 holidays since then? One, two, let's see, one, two, three, fourth, like the 25th of August. Yeah, I don't think any shares were sold by the 25th of August. Are you familiar with Operation Northwoods? I think you would be, perhaps. That is an eye opener towards anyone who seeks the truth and justice. I am not. And I guess I don't seek truth and justice. I'm not familiar with it. Although I think I've been told about it before. Hey, Mac and Bees, do me a favor. Just make sure you let people know why it is that you timed them out, just so they know. Just and also just so that I know that you didn't accidentally do it because your like phone was in your pocket. Or I know that one wasn't on accident, but just so they know what it is. Anytime you guys silence anybody for like 5 minutes or whatever, just let them know why. Can you explain recall? I used to hear ape can't be shorted as a recall can happen. Is this silly nonsense? Are you are you referencing like a recall of the shares? For example, like because the stock is being um, converted back into AMC. If that's what you mean, then maybe I can talk about it a little bit. But otherwise, I'm not positive what you're talking about. Yeah, no, Karen. So the whole problem with the T90 thing is that you have to form a selling syndicate in order for those shares to be sold. In order for those shares to be needing to be purchased back from a selling syndicate position. So Adam Aaron did a dividend, and that's not a share offering. It's two totally different things. So originally, when T90 was talked about, everybody was flipping out about, in 90 days it was going to be all over. And I was trying to tell everybody, I said that's not the case. If you clearly read, it says that you have to have a share offering. There was no share offering of any kind of shares whatsoever. And however, I will state that by the 20, I think it was on the 22nd of, it was either the 22nd or the 20th of September. I made a statement that there was a massive amount of liquidity that pumped into Ape, and I estimated that Adam Aaron had sold somewhere in the range of 10 to 15 million shares um, into the marketplace, and that would have created a selling syndicate. And then later on, we found out that he sold like 100 or so million share more shares into the market as well. Those two events would have created T90 selling syndicates. So those dates will be in the future, but you would have to know the exact day that it references. Jay, okay, I see you're saying yes here. So in response to what it is that you said, um, I don't think that there's going to be a share recall in a conversion. I think more what it kind of falls upon is the idea that closing of naked shorts is going to have to occur. And from my understanding, and I may be wrong on this, and I'm willing to be wrong on it. So, uh, but my understanding for closing of a short position when you no longer have a stock ticker that's going to be listed anymore does not mean that the stock has to be purchased on the market. That's not how it works. Unfortunately, it'd be a perfect world if for us if that were the case. However, normally when a stock ticker closes, in order to close out those positions or to make them right, all that has to be done is cash exchanging hands, a payment for those positions. So somebody will have to go out and purchase AMC shares more than likely as a result of that, though. So with that cash, supposedly, but to deliver in terms of payment in lieu of delivery of shares, because there's no shares that need to be delivered in a stock ticker that doesn't run anymore. All they will have to do is just pay the difference. When our ape is put back to AMC before reverse split, does our AMC share count rise by however many apes we have? See, Jeff, that's actually a great question. That is a really good question, and one of the ones that I don't know the answer to. We do know that there is going to be a rebalancing of AMC or AMC shares that has to be created to have a quote unquote rebalancing of the shares, and that's unknown. That's unknown at this point. Everybody's making these yes and no statements on voting when they have no idea how many shares that constitutes. And so, without knowing that information, I think it's highly irregular for people to be deciding yes or no on anything until we see those kind of numbers or what that rebalancing means. So, this is another great reason why I'm saying, like, why are we even arguing yes or no at this point? Like, let's not even go there. It's not. We don't even have to fight each other on yes or no because we don't have all the answers yet. If you don't have all the answers, why are you going to fight about it? You don't know. You don't know everything. So let's just wait on that and find out. We need to see a proxy statement that comes out that tells us what's going to happen in the rebalancing, what they expect to have happen, and then make a more accurate maybe judgment on how we're going to decide to vote. I think it's a much better way to go about it. Meanwhile, we've got everybody fighting over yeses and nos, and it's like you don't even know what you're voting on yet. Ooh, Dr. Zena says, I recommended Aaron we should show documentaries on Wall Street corruption. Yeah, like just like a constant thing that people can like just go watch this. It, I don't know. We'd have to see if it would take off. Jay, I have no idea on that. If I had to guess, it's going to be after the end of January, but we'll see. All right, hold on, Bloody Pulp. Hold on. You got it. You got to. You can throw out questions. It's not a problem. Let's throw out. I didn't see what your question was earlier, but you can go ahead and throw out a question. It's not gonna. I didn't attack you. If some people feel defensive to the community, that's their choice to defend. And if you go for it. I mean, if you want to put something out there, go for it. Um, just remember, I do have a couple rules on the channel, though. One of them is do not advertise a stock without context in regard to AMC. When you exit your position for AMC or Ape, do so with silence. And if you're here to just harass people, then it's just an instant ban. So just note that. Captain Awesome says, Casey, what are your thoughts on selling those nuts we've collected and buying more AMC and Ape? I don't know. I don't know what nuts you're talking about. Yeah, I don't, Nick, I really don't see the point in people arguing yes or no yet, and they don't even have a whole picture. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Which is why the very first Monday after we saw the 8K filing, I came in, or maybe it was a Tuesday. I think it was a Tuesday actually. I came in and I said, like, guys, I said I was going to do full scenario breakdowns and everything. And I said, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it because I have no. Can you imagine the amount of scenarios that you would have to come up with without knowing all the details? Like, it could get seriously exhausting. How many different scenarios you'd have to run? And I'd rather just run like a yes or no vote to each one of them and kind of give you like a breakdown on like yays or nays, you know, abstain, all that kind of good stuff. I think it's a better way to go about it, waiting for all the information and then showing what. I'll even tell you what an abstain vote does. Bloody Pulse says, what criteria are you evaluating Aaron's effectiveness, stock performance, revenue, etc.? Um, I feel like one of the big things that I'm kind of looking at is what is he doing to debt? What is he doing to keep the company alive? And in regards to that, I think that he's this company, believe it or not, Bloody Pulp would have been shut down a long time ago if he hadn't done some of the debt restructuring that he's done already, some of the paying down of the debt that he's done already, and some of the different plans that he's put in place in order to make the company more profitable and to also save money going forward with some of the cost problems. So, like, I don't know if you remember this, but a lot of people were all pissed off about the whole like buying new projectors, the new laser projectors that saved on energy. And then what happens to energy prices as soon as the uh, downturn in market happens? They start skyrocketing. So now he's already put himself in a position to where in advance he's gotten the company ready for the ability to be able to have better savings on electricity. Like nobody even thought about that before. They just thought about like, consumables on bulbs or whatever the hell it is that he didn't have to start buying anymore. And it's just like, this he's looking forward to, what the market's doing and how he can best position this company. But in regards to fundamentals of the company, I think he's doing a really darn good job of turning those around. It's not going to be enough. I can promise you, there's just not going to be enough ability for us to be able to turn this company into a money-making company without a payment off of the debt. He's going to have to raise equity in order to pay that debt off. It's going to be the only way that he's going to be able to remove this debt, unless there would be a squeeze beforehand and he was able to even then he's still selling shares. That's still dilution. So one way or the other, he's going to have to sell shares in order to remove debt, and I don't see any other way around it. But in regards to looking at your, for example, your EPS is improving. Sales are going up. He's looking for other sources of revenue, whether it be through the popcorn or the credit cards. He's doing a lot of stuff. He's dumping movie theaters that aren't big earners and picking up movie theaters that are doing better. Dr. Zeno, is that important that I read it right this second, or should I wait? Or can I wait? Billy says, "Hey, K Serby, K Serby." Thanks, Billy. That made me laugh, man. Where you find my VW bug? Uh, Pantheon found it. Slapped some stickers on it, made it look real pretty, made her purty, and here it is. Okay, I'll check it out, Zeno. I feel like I'm gonna get a good old hot cotch in here. I'll check it out. Hold on a second. Even hot cotch would have gotten hot cotched by that. I can't share that. Oh man, I'd love to share that, but I can't. Oh man. Luke says, I believe it's the opposite. Less shares, higher share price. The desired effect is less shares that are harder to short. Uh, in regards to what? I feel like Luke's talking about something from a long time ago. Let me just make sure. Luke, if you're listening right now, what do you mean by the opposite? Opposite of what? What do you? I'm confused. Oh, bloody pulp. I promise you, none of that will show up on the stock price. I promise you. If you're a shorting institution against AMC, there's no reason in the world that you would allow any of that to show up in price. You got to realize that that's where the disconnect is, right? Like when you look at the price of the company and you see that it's improving and it's getting better since COVID took place, and you compare it, and even if you compare it to some of the other companies that are out there, for example, like Cinemark or whatever, you can do cross comparisons and see how we're doing compared to them, and you see that we're improving faster, right? And when you see that, and then you look at what's actually happening to the price, and that it doesn't have any correlation whatsoever, it really kind of keys you into the fact and how heavily manipulated this is. So this was referring to the share account question going up when Ape is recalled. So Luke, I think maybe you're misunderstanding what it was I was talking about. So if you let me go back to the 8K and I'll tell you what it is that I'm referring to, so that it makes a little bit more sense here. Give me 1 second so I can read that directly to you. Give me 1 second. I did a reboot over the weekend, so I don't have the 8K pulled up. Otherwise, I would have had it pulled up already. Let's see. I think I want this one. That's not it. Give me 1 second. Huh. Why am I missing the bullet points now? Sorry, I'm looking for the proposals and I just don't see them for some reason. Let me go over to, oh, here we go. Press release. All right, here we go. First bullet point, raises 110 million of new equity capital through the sale of Ape units to Antera. That's not what I want. I'm looking for. Okay, so the first bullet point's to convert Ape units to AMC common shares. If you go, this is not showing it either. Okay, here we go. Bullet point number 1, and I'll put this up on the page here so you guys can see it as well and know that I'm not just pulling this out from nowhere, but that it actually is in the 8K filing. It says to increase the authorized number of AMC common shares to permit the conversion of Ape units into AMC common shares. So what you need to understand here is it's saying it's going to increase the authorized number of AMC common shares. So the question here becomes, what value does that need to increase to in order for to permit the conversion of Ape units to AMC common shares? And some people think that it's a smaller number than others. Some people are suggesting that it might be equal to the amount of Ape shares in existence in order for it to be a 1-to-1 ratio. These are all great questions, but answers that we don't have yet because we don't know the specifics behind all of this. All we know is that it says to increase the authorized number of AMC common shares. Now, you're right, though, when a conversion happens, it will decrease the amount of shares in total, but that's not until step 2, where it says here to effect a reverse split of AMC common shares at a 1-to-10 ratio. So this is a very key question. See, I don't, Hill House, don't go there. Don't go there, Hill House. You're going to start spreading rumors. It is not saying that it's going to be equal, but I don't know what the value is going to be. That's what I want you to take away from this is you don't know how many shares AMC has to create of AMC common shares in order for them to make the conversion happen. So be very, very careful. I'm not stating it's going to be equal. I'm stating that I don't know what the number is going to be. So I'm not going to make any decision on this being a yes or a no vote for me because I don't even know what what the full ramifications of voting for this even is yet. You know what I'm saying? Like this is very vague here. Very, very vague. I need to know what this number entails. You know what I'm saying? So, but Luke, in regards to what we were talking about there, though, that's why I'm saying, this has to, this kind of information needs to be realized. We need to know what that number is, and we'll get a better idea for that later when the proxy comes out. I'm sure it'll tell us. Doctors, yeah, thank you for summarizing. I feel like I'm gonna owe Dr. Zeno a couple beers when we meet up. I'm gonna have to we're gonna have to snort workout. My mom's gonna cringe over here. Snort workout protein. She's over here going. Shh. She's leaking air out of her tires. Shh. Island Dr. Moreau, I see you. Jordan says, I don't understand the vote no. You're just denying reality if you think they don't need to raise meaningful capital. Uh, Diluting Ape by billions is not a good strategy. I feel like you said like opposite things there in that same sentence. Roseanne, I tend to think it's going to be after the like maybe January or February. I mean, I tend to think it's going to be in February, but I'm not. I don't know for sure. Tanner, in regards to the ape float being transferred over, it's supposed to transfer over according to the material that we've seen so far. The proposal as a 1-to-1 rate. So I don't think there's going to be 1/10 of the ape float being transferred or transferred over. Dr. Zeno saying snorting nootropics and slurping a good martini. Thank you very much. I'll try it once. I'm not sure, Tanner, what you mean by that, because it could be 1/10 of the ape float. If it's a 10-to-1, you would need to allocate at least 1/10 of the current ape float to AMC, right? You could be right. You could be right, Tanner. I see what you're saying now. This after I read that like 3 or 4 times, it kind of made sense. You could be right, Tanner. I don't know the answers though, man. I don't know, and this is why I refuse to make any kind of stance on it until I know a little bit better about what it is that we'd be voting on. I don't know the date for that, Hill House, unfortunately. I'm sure that they're going to tell us on the proxy, though. Captain Awesome says, I think people fail to realize that bankruptcy is off the table and has been since Spider-Man. Even if AMC price drops after the reverse split, think of it like a spring being compressed. It'll pop soon. You might be right, Tanner. I don't know. You might be. I don't understand why you would vote no to a split. They need more money. If they have to keep selling Ape, they will have to sell billions to raise any decent money, which will increase the float horribly. I mean, you can look at it one of two ways, Jordan. Either dilution happens in billions or dilution happens in millions, right? And that's what the 10-to-1 reverse essentially what it is that you're trying to say, Jordan, makes sense, right? The dilution's either going to happen in the billions or it's going to happen in the millions. One way or the other, the dilution is going to happen. You know, I don't know that it really makes much of a difference one way or the other, but I could tend to see why perhaps having the float smaller would be more enticing to outside investors to see dilution occurring at a smaller float size. I will say that. Yeah, you're welcome, Luke. Did Clark get a new avatar? You know, when you guys switch up your avatars on me, it makes it really, really difficult because I'm kind of a visual person. So anytime it's like a lot of times I know I read off your name, but like legitimately, Dr. Zeno's had a D next to his names for so long that my mind just calls him the D. And if he were to change that, for example, to something else, I would probably read his name as Dr. Zeno, but not really register it as being the same person. Even though I read it as Dr. Zeno, the icon would. If you guys change that up on me, it's almost like I view you as a brand new person. Jathan says some people said that was what Adam Aaron meant when he said pounce, that bankruptcy was off the table. 1976 Patriot says too much cash burn. They're not going to wait until they get low on cash. I mean, that seems to make the most sense. 1976 or 1796 Patriot. You got it. You got me wanting to say 1976 because that was the year I was born. Um, and yes, I'm a bicentennial baby. Yeah, thanks, Mom. She's over here like, and you're pretty old too. Thanks. Yeah, I know. 1976. I bet you do remember that day. Have I ever stopped being a pain? She said, "Aw." She said, "No, but you're my pain, so that's okay." What a mom thing to say. No, I'm not going to say that out loud. But you know what, though? Well, I'm not going to say that either. Tanner says, "What if we all came in tomorrow with new profile pictures?" You can do it. I'm not gonna recognize anybody though. I am reading their names. Like every time I say what it is they're writing, my mom's like, "You have to read their names," and it's like I do read their names, but it's usually the image or whatever's next to the name that I really focus on. Most of the folks who needed to sell or lost their conviction in this play left in the past holidays. Now the real attacks begin on the real apes. Um, hmm, George, to be honest with you, I don't even really think that we've lost a whole lot of people. I know we have lost some, but to be honest with you, like I feel like I keep a pretty good tab on the community, and I know that there's been a lot of people who've been what's the right word here? Upset and a little down on what's been happening. But I don't think that that's changed anybody's conviction for the most part. Like I mean, I'm telling you, man, I hear from a lot of people, and I still see a lot of positive support, even though the people are pissed off and angry and mad. And it's more or less, I think people just need like an avenue to be able to release and I'll take it. I'll be a punching bag, punch away. I will be your punching bag if that's what you need. But don't expect me to not come back at you with facts and some kind of a differing viewpoint because this particular punching bag punches back when your facts are out of line. But not the D, Casey. What don't you get, Mr. Finance? I think it's real. I laughed. I chuckled at what. Excuse me. Shoot, man, dang it! I went past the time I was supposed to do numbers. Justin said, "I'm disgust. I hate this play. I bought more today." I chuckled at that. I thought that was funny. Derek says, "Life-changing money isn't easy." I agree, man. You're gonna remember this fight for the rest of your life. I promise. Riptide Redemption, man, not a problem. It's I can't imagine, not recording. I think what, in my opinion, probably might go down as one of the most epic historical uh, events in the stock market history. So, and I get to be on the. I say I like I'm the only person. I'm glad I have the opportunity to be able to be the person who's able to record the history here as it's happening because man, it's like a complete honor. It's really an honor. All right, I got to go over the numbers real quick, guys. I'm like completely late here. I got to get through them in like 10 minutes, or else I'm not going to get a bit, any kind of a break here before I go. So let me get over to it real quick here. Give me 1 second here. All right, I'm gonna take you guys over the other screen. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing or saying, so hold those thoughts until after the Herbie comes back up on the page again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do set that up, make sure you put in a secondary device that receives the number in case something happens to your primary. Try it out. See if you like it. If you don't, you can always take it off your account. It's just it's a means of being able to protect yourself. And you know what your mom always told you. My mom's in the background. She's like, "What did she tell you?" I was gonna say something funny like double wrap it. My mom never told me that. I couldn't. I couldn't say that with a straight face. I couldn't say it with a straight face. I wanted to say it, but like I laughed beforehand. I killed it. I'm sorry, guys. I couldn't pull through. I can't repeat what she just said. I hope you guys. I hope. Hold on a second here. I got to go back over to what you guys are saying because I really hope you didn't hear what she wrote or what she said right there. Okay, I don't see anybody saying anything yet, so I'm glad you guys didn't hear what she said. All right, let's take a look at these numbers. All right. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX. Let's give it a refresh and see where we're at right now. 56.23 through the off exchange and 10.7 going through EDGX. Grand total of those two is 66.93%. That's about almost 3% higher than where it should be. CHX volume, guys, I'm telling you, there's something to this. They are closing out positions almost constantly daily now. It's going to be like this for a while because of all the amount of failure delivers from stacked positions from the past. CHX volume today on AMC is at 1.31% of the total daily volume, when we normally see a couple weeks back we saw 0.25% of our total daily volume going through that exchange. That number has gone from a quarter. Our 30-day average went from 0.25% to 0.75%. And we're still over that today at 1.31% with 214,000 shares going through that exchange. On Ape, off exchange is at 70.39%, EDGX is at 5.27. For a grand total 75.66%, that's about 11.6% higher than it should be. CHX volume normal. GME's CHX volume is now They haven't had any more additional CHX volume. It was double what it should have been earlier this morning, but because no more volume's gone through there and only volume through the rest of the exchanges, it's now down to 0.21% of the daily volume, where the normal 30-day average is 0.18. So it's kind of come down now. And HYMC's CHX volume is pretty much non-existent. Taking a look at Ortex. Somebody's closing positions. As of an hour ago, according to Ortex, there was 201,000 shares having been borrowed on AMC. It's now 310,000 shares. That's going to have the effect of very slightly, if any, raising the estimated short share interest of the free float to 21.44%. Cost to borrow min at 234.63%, average at 259.99, and max at 278.5%. Shares on loan for the day today is down 1 million shares. Ortex is estimating about 309,000 of that was enclosed short interest. Shares on loan are currently are at 176.93 million shares. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 1.55 million shares having been borrowed. That's still the same. Majority of those shares were borrowed at a 10.49% rate. At it was like 1.53 million of the 1.55. The other 20,000 shares were borrowed at 6.88%, leaving our average cost to borrow at 10.46. Short share interest of the free float is still the same, though, at 7.7. Shares on loans the same, day over day at 35.94 million shares. Taking a look at options, the options. At a $4.50 strike on the calls, an hour ago there was 15.3 thousand contracts, and there's now 16.2. On the puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike. There was 10,000 contracts an hour ago. There's now 11.1. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $5.18. Price it very momentarily broke out. I shouldn't even say momentarily. It broke out of the descending wedge, the 7-day descending wedge. I don't know. I want to say like in the aftermarket hours of no, it was in pre-market this morning, and then we broke out well above that. Even the Fibonacci, we broke past 554 and then came crashing back down into the wedge again. We're currently at a combined price of 517. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is the first one on the list with an 84% buy to 16% sell ratio. Ape is next on the list with a 72% buy to 28% buy sell ratio, and AMC's last, not the last one on the top 30 list, but is the last one of the three with a 67% buy to 33% sell ratio. SSR trips at $3.66. Ape tripped at 1.269. So Ape did trigger SSR earlier this morning. Shares available to borrow looks like they did return about 100,000 shares in the last hour. Fees are at 110.7%. No new shares having been borrowed in the last hour, though. NASDAQ is down 1.16, Dow Jones down 0.71, and the S&P 500 is down 0.95. We have 3,651 decliners to 3,203 advancers. The market is declining over advancing. And we've got the US dollar currently up 1.01% at 104.57. Oil is down 9.95. Mortgage-backed securities are up 0.6 and 0.81. And the SPY is down 0.95. We have VIX up 6.92. VB is down 1.12. VBR is down 0.88. Tesla is down 12.91. Amazon is up 1.67. Cinemark is down 2.14. Doge is down 1.95. Bitcoin is down 0.24. GME is down 6.29. HYMC is up 3.16. Hood is down 1.35. CS is up 2.3. NCMI is up 18.18. Ape is down 9.79 and AMC is down 3.98. Inflow versus outflow, we have approximately $200,000 more outflow than inflow. 16.98 million shares traded so far after 301 minutes of trading. putting us on a pace for 22 million shares before the end of the day today. It looks like I will hit my 20 to 40 million per volume prediction. On a 1 hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 37.18, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure. No, I take that back. There's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 34.29, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, it looks like we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure, and it's very close to diverging. RSI at 40.89, which is below average. On Ape, there's approximately $800,000 more inflow than outflow. 18.48 million shares traded so far for the day today after 302 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 23.86 million shares by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 15 and 35 million. Looks like we'll be hitting that pace, no problem. On a 1 hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.32, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.62, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence of the vortex indicator and RSI of 42.2, which is below average. All right, I gotta take off for a break. Gotta go check my wife again, make sure she's all right, and try not to wake her. Let me put you guys back up on all the screens here. Looks like we're good. I told you guys today that they'd be trying to probably hit about 125 and sticking it there. It's really doggone close on Ape. AMC, I kind of suggested we might hit around $4. They would probably try to close out the day at $4. We're about 11 cents shy of that right now. So we're pretty close to on target for what I was expecting. You know what, Tank Dog? I think Adam Aaron, I think he's a smart guy, first off. I think people have gotten under the impression that I'm like a big supporter of Adam Aaron. And I'll tell you guys right now, I've been burned by so many CEOs before that it's not even funny, and I just don't trust them any further you can throw them. I like Adam Aaron. I think he's a cool guy and stuff, but I'm not. I won't put it past any CEO to ever do what's right more for the company than for the average investor. I just don't believe that's what they're supposed to do. That's not their job. Their job is to take care of the company first and foremost. And I believe that he gives himself options. If I were in his shoes, I would give myself options. His options were to allow price to run on Ape and dilute into Ape, but if that didn't work, he had to have a backup plan. So if this is the backup plan, and he's making the announcement known as to what the backup plan is and how he's going to treat it, either way, he ends up winning on this. So it's still, it's in regards to getting rid of the debt. So checkmate from his eyes. He gets to kill the dilution and therefore killing the short thesis into the company. Getting rid of bankruptcy wins. And in the long run, I may not make as much money as I would have liked to have made off of this play, but I guarantee you'll make more than I've ever made on any other play I've ever made before. So I don't really, all right. So generational wealth is off the table if that happens. Okay. Oh, all right. I'll settle for $1 million. What are you going to be bummed about? Like if you legitimately walk away with more money than you've ever walked away with, or let me reverse this. Let me ask you this: if I told you would have bought Tesla when it was in its infancy stages of owning Tesla, would you have signed on to that deal? Would you have been like, oh yeah, I'll hold Tesla? And then when you start to put it in terms like that, and as to whether or not you'd rather, if you think you're in a good play or not, um, you know, how does that make you feel? Does it make you feel proud to be a part of a Tesla group of investors? I used to think they were crazy, but they were rich crazy. not, I'm not even kidding with you guys. I used to say you guys are crazy to be investing in that company, and look at them now. Look who's laughing. I know it's not me. I wasn't invested in it. So Anyways, I'm gonna take a break, guys. I will see you back. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. You gotta have humor. You gotta have humor. So I'll see you guys in a bit.
Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here for numbers. Dang it, I forgot to prepare a drink before I came. Son of a gun. Well, I'll go make it here in a minute. Let's get into the numbers real quick. Get those out of the way. All right, taking you guys over to the other screen. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are saying until you see the Herbie back up on the page again. Let's see what we got going on here in regards to our numbers. Let's see. Transfer a couple screens around. Alrighty. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect about 66% through off exchange EDGX combined. On AMC, we currently have 55.92% going through off exchange EDGX at 10.76. Grand total 66.68%. That's only 0.68% higher than it should be, so it's pretty on pace for what we should normally see. Total amount of CHX volume for the day-to-day is at 1.19% or 214,000 shares. That is quite a bit. Not an excessive large amount, but it is definitely a large amount. Off exchange for Ape is at 70.39. EDGX sitting at 5.48% for a total of 75.87%. That's about, it's just right around 10% from where it should be. So it is definitely high volume going through those exchanges for the day-to-day. Nothing unusual to report out of CHX volume. GME does have normal volume out of CHX, and HYMC CHX volume very actually non-existent. Taking a look at the Ortex data. An hour ago, there was 310,000 shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day. That has now dropped down to 174,000 shares. That's going to reduce the estimated short share interest of the free float just slightly down to 21.43%. Cost of borrow min is at 234.63%, average 258.84, max 278.5. Shares on loan for the day-to-day decreased by 1 million shares day over day, and Ortex is estimating about 309,000 of that to be in short interest that was closed day over day. Shares on loan left at 176.93 million. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was 1.55 million shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day. That has not changed. Majority of that volume is borrowed at a 10.49% average. We only saw two different borrows that occurred today, one for 1.53 million, one for 20,000 shares. So the 20,000 shares got borrowed at 6.88%, and the rest of it was borrowed at that 10.49, giving our average 10.46. Short shares interest of the free float is at 7.7%. Shares on loan for the day-to-day did not change day over day and is at 35.94 million shares on loan. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume currently at a $4.50 strike. An hour ago it was 16.2 thousand contracts. It's now 17.4. Puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike. An hour ago there was 11.1 thousand contracts. It's now 11.3. Market is calling for a $4 ending price on AMC before the end of the day. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $5.17. We are still trading down in this descending descending wedge. We did have that temporary breakout, very, very short period of time this afternoon, which I'm going to call an anomaly. If anything, it was probably a bull trap on probably the entire market at market open. A little bit of a bull trap. The end of my box that I got going here is at 1552. It is before market close. So we'll see if we get a little upwards pressure at the end of the day. Taking a look at Fidelity. GME is the first one on the list here with an 84.5% to 15.5% buy-sell ratio. Ape's the next one on the list with a 72% buy to 28% buy sell ratio, and AMC's also on the list here with a 68% buy to 32% sell ratio. So not looking too bad. Orders by Fidelity customers. SSR trips at $3.66. AMC did not hit that. Ape did hit the SSR tripping level at 1.269. So that will be on tomorrow. Shares borrowed in the last half hour, none. Fees are at 110.7%. We do have 350,000 available shares with 55,000 in the ETFs. NASDAQ is down 0.79, Dow Jones is down 0.31, and the S&P 500 is down 0.58. We currently have 3,615 advancers to 3,256 decliners. The market is advancing over declining more now so than the last couple hours. The US dollar, however, is still up 0.98% at 104.53. Oil is down 9.68. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere between 0.47 and 0.7. SPY is starting to head back up though at 0.6%. And AMC, or VIX rather, is up 6.18. VP is down 0.76. VBR is down 0.41. Tesla down 12.7. Amazon is up 2.47. Cinemark is down 1.44. Doge is down 2.0 or 2%. Bitcoin is down 0.12. GME is down 5.74. HYMC is up 3.57. Hood is down 0.8. CS is up 2.96. NCMI is up 21.41. Ape is down 12.41, and AMC is up, or rather down 3.71%. There's almost no difference in all between outflow and inflow, just slightly more outflow, maybe about $60,000 more outflow than inflow for the day-to-day on AMC. Currently, there's 18.61 million shares traded so far. We do still have another 38 minutes of trading left to go here, leaving us at 352 minutes worth of trading so far for the day today, putting us on a pace for 20.61 million shares traded by the end of the day today. Very, very, very close to the numbers that I gave for 20 to 40 million. A little closer than I would have thought, but still got it. On a 1 hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.08, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.33, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.19, which is just about average. On Ape, there's approximately $700,000 more inflow than outflow for the day today. 19.99 million shares traded so far after 353 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for 22 million shares traded before the end of the day is over. I suggested somewhere between 15 and 35. Looks like we'll hit that no problem on a 1 hour time interval. More selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.06, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.93, which is below average, signaling oversold actually. On a 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.81, which is below average. Getting a little bit of a push down here at the last minute for AMC, or for Ape rather. And let me put that back on 1 minute. All right. Let me go mix up a drink real quick here. We do have like 7 more minutes before I have to get into movie trivia. Novocaine picked out our movie for the day today, since he was the second place winner for last week. And I have a special treat for you guys for tomorrow. Give me a second here. Let's see here. Yeah, all right. I just found the. So here's the treat for tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be the theme. The theme for tomorrow. I'm gonna change it up a little bit here. Tomorrow I'm going to have songs. The known song for the movies. Now I know there's probably the song will. Uh, there may be some songs that have been used in multiple movies, um, or you know, maybe you can find it listed on the soundtracks for multiple movies, but it's going to be the theme song, the main theme song for whatever particular movie that is. It's going to be a series of 10 different songs. I'm only going to play for you the first portion of the song. So we'll have 10 of those, and and I'll have that set up for you for tomorrow. Hopefully you guys can guess that. Pretty quickly because I don't want to play too much of the songs. Hopefully you guys can get the main portion of it. I don't know, maybe I'll pick like a random spot in the song to just start it. Who knows? All right, let me make a drink real quick and I'll be right back. That we can toast out to. so so I made the adventurous ape and I let my mom take a sip of it and she she's like I'm gonna go brush my teeth now. I said you just did. It's actually really pretty good. I got to cheers to a new year. We are starting out the day in a new year. I know we're down. It's not the best of all New Years, but it is another new year, and it's still the same market manipulation we've seen from the past. Nothing has changed here, guys. It's still stay the course here for me. And cheers to another year, and hopefully we can resolve this within this year. Cheers. Linux Win says, sorry, won't be offending, but how could you do all day streaming with warm house food, etc.? You understand Really, I don't want to offend, but I'm struggling a bit here. Linux, I hear you, man. So it sounds like you may have invested a lot in this. It sounds like you may have maybe your I don't know, man. I don't know what your situation is, or how money may be impacting you. But one of the probably one of the most important things in investing is you need time to be on your side for your investments, and time will never ever unfortunately be on your side if you're uh, strapped for whatever money it is that you've invested. So when you do invest in the future or going forward, I always would recommend to you that, and unfortunately you can't change anything right now, but in the future, I would recommend that always make sure you invest with money that you don't need in the foreseeable future. You want time to be on your side. Marvin, I'm not. I'm actually. It's time for me to get into the movie trivia, so I'm actually going to move into that now. But luckily, you can go back and rewind and see all the recaps. Most of the recaps in the mornings that I do, or touching on a lot of the important information, is during the after the intro, like at market open and whatnot. Let me go ahead and type this in here for you guys real quick. Casey, that is a song. Oh, it's a song. Ah, okay. I didn't know that was the lyrics to a song. Well, I went into a rant anyways. I'm not really good with song lyrics. All right. Um, let's see here. Taking you guys into movie trivia. All right. I'm not going to name the movie. I'm going to throw out the very first question. Are you guys ready? I need to see at least a couple readies come through here. Who's ready for movie trivia? I'm glad you can afford that censored content. All right, cool. Here we go. First question of the day. This is censored content's movie choice. After the flyby reprimand at Top Gun, what profession was Goose considering? Yes, that's right. The first movie of Top Gun. Movie trivia for the first Top Gun movie. Truck Driver's Right by Novocaine. He picked the movie. This is gonna be so rigged. I did not think this one through, guys, when I decided to do this. All right, next one. Next one. In the Top Gun briefing room, Ice is quoted as saying the plaque for the alternates is down in the what? Ladies' Room is right by Novocaine. Novocaine, this is like redemption for last week on giving Danny it's like I'm giving you a head start into this week because you got it stolen from you last week. I guess it kind of has a little bit of a redemption in a sense. In what month? Oh man, why would they say this? Okay, you guys may not remember this, but in what month does Goose die? That's such a terrible trivia question. Who would ask that? I, I don't even remember that. The only person that's going to get this is Novocaine. It's me for July is correct. Next one. Who directed Top Gun? Tony Scott by Darren Bowen is correct. Who'd have thunk, Mom, that this glass top would be great for writing on? Let's see here. What does Maverick say to Goose in the bar to let him know what time it was to sing to someone? It's also, yep, She's Lost That Love and Feeling by Tendies Plus Plus is correct. Which pairing of Pilot and RIO, is it Rio? Rio is correct. Oh, wait, that's actually probably not a really good one. Hold on a second. No, scratch that. That's not going to be. What is the first person to win the Top Gun trophy? Viper is correct for Tendies Plus Plus. What's the name of the aircraft that Maverick flies throughout Top Gun? What aircraft is it that they're flying? F-14 is correct by Tendies Plus Plus.
He's cleaning up, isn't he?
Yeah, no kidding. What song is it that Goose plays on the piano in the bar? F-14 Tomcat, that's correct. What song is it that he's playing on the piano and that Goose is playing?
That one I remember.
Great Balls of Fire is correct by It's Me. We got a lot of competition to here. Let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Two more questions. I'm gonna go straight to this one right here. What color is Merlin's helmet? There's two colors.
You have to name them both.
Yep, I need two colors. Gotta name them both in the same sentence. Holy moly, there's too many.
Well, most of them are not.
I've seen the right ones, but just not in the same sentence in order. So you gotta put them both in. I see a lot of ooh, yep. Purple and yellow is correct by Riptide Redemption. I think you're the first person to put it in Riptide Redemption.
Somebody had purple and orange, I think, but that wasn't it.
All right, last question. What finishes this line? Son, your ego is writing checks. Oh, it's close. Your body can't cash it for Mike number 39. Congratulations to all of you guys. Wait, what?
Your body can't cash? Oh.
Yeah, number 39.
Okay.
All right. That is it. That is all the questions for the day. So let me tally up everybody's answers here. I've got Novocaine with only 2 points on the movie that he picked, so it's not as rigged as you would think, as he was not the winner for the day. It's me also having 2 points for the day today, and I've got Darren Bowen with a point. I've got Tendies Plus Plus with 3 points, leading the way for the week here with the win for the day. And then Riptide Redemption with a single point, and Mike number 39, probably his racing number from back in the day, coming up with one single point as well. Congratulations to you guys on the movie trivia. Einstein says my answers are in the dark pool. You know, Riptide, I always get that. I get that a lot from people because they just don't know that it takes a little bit for you see it come through on your side, but it doesn't actually come through on all of our side until after the fact. So everybody always thinks that they got it first, but something actually came in first. It's just kind of it's a little bit of a lagging effect that happens. Um, Something that we experience here.
Oh, it's his hockey number, not his racing number.
Hockey number. I figure it had something to do with sports. I was close. Hockey, racing. Yeah, yeah, racing's a sport. Of course it is. No, I meant I was thinking like dirt bike racing.
I'd like to think it's a sport, but I don't get much exercise. Just
Hayden says, I'm a damn Navy pilot and got nothing. I know you should know that word for word, that entire movie, Hayden. It's ridiculous. All right, let me tell you guys. There's actually quite a few pilots in here who probably should have gotten a lot of questions out of that, right? But tomorrow, guys, again, I will be doing the trivia based off of songs. So I'm gonna play like the first portion of the theme song for the movie, and you guys are gonna have to figure out what movie it is that I'm picking for it. There may be some movies that might have that same song in it, but it's got to be the theme song for that particular movie. So it'll be kind of interesting. I will have the 10 movies pre-picked out so that I know exactly what they are, and the songs ready to go for tomorrow to be played. It'll be a little extra project for me tonight to do, but I'm willing to put it together for you guys so it can make it a little more interesting. I probably only do one day like that though, just because
it's a lot of work.
it's a lot of work. Yeah, you name this. You name the movie. You're gonna be naming the movie that it goes with. Mm. And I will give 2 bonus points if you want to get risky with it. If you want to get risky with it and you name the song and the movie before anybody else put in just the movie title, then I will give an extra bonus 2 points. So I'll give 3 points for anybody who can put movie title and name of song in. Casey, hum that tune. Exactly. That's what it is.
What about if after the movie one, sometime we do a TV show one?
Because it doesn't have anything to do with AMC.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah. My mom's just getting the fact that this is a movie trivia thing. She goes, why don't we do TV shows next? And I go, this is about movie theaters. You got to do movies.
Okay.
But I like the song thing that goes with the movie though, because it keeps the theme.
How far back are you gonna go?
Oh, she asked how far back I'm gonna go. So I kind of was thinking about going potentially back to the 80s, but I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna look at. I'll give you a hint. I'll give you guys a hint. Let me think. Let me look something up real quick here and tell you guys, because I already kind of planned where I was gonna pull the information from. Let me just pull this up real quick here and see how far back this goes, because I don't know if I can go back to the 80s, and I hadn't looked to see, but I might be able to give you guys an idea as to how far back I'm gonna go. Oh yeah, I can go back to the 80s for sure.
I was thinking 70s.
Yep, we're gonna be going back to the 80s. That's 40 years. 40, 80, 90, 2000, 2000. Yep, we're going to go back 40 years. 40 years worth of movies. And
But who's counting?
but I'm only doing 10 movies out of the last 40 years. I will make sure that they're very popular movies. And I don't want it to be stuff that you guys have never really heard before. Not right here in front of me now. Hey Jeff, you're welcome. I don't. I apologize. I don't remember what feedback. Did I really give you feedback? I don't remember, man. I do stuff like on the spot, and I sometimes I can't remember everything that I've done. So if I hope I did give you feedback. If you're being sarcastic because I ignored you, please tell me because I don't want to be that kind of person. I want to actually make sure that if any of you guys ever send me a message and I don't respond to it, um, appropriately or, give you some kind of feedback or whatever, like just let me know. Be like, just put like a question mark in there. And sometimes I'll look at something and I'll get distracted, like squirrel, and then the next thing I know, I'm on to something else and I forget to respond. You never know, Tammy. You never know. Tom, let's check it out. Uh, Tom wants to know what Bobblehead Ross has to say about the upcoming year. Bobblehead Ross, what do you think about this year that's coming up here? What kind of year are we looking at?
Anything that you try and you don't succeed, if you learn from it, it's not a failure.
It's not a failure. Roseanne says, "Damn, I married 40 years. I don't know if I'll remember." I'm going back here and I'm looking at the list here that I'm probably going to be choosing from. And to be honest with you, like I think it's going to be pretty easy for you guys to guess. Figure that there's 40 years worth of time. I might actually do more than just 10 questions just for the fun of it. I might do like 12 questions so that I can get 3 movies per year, or decade, I should say decade, 3 movies per decade. So maybe I'll hit your decade, maybe I won't. But you will see. Yeah, Danny, you missed it. You know what, Tammy? My wife's got that on as a tattoo on her arm. She's got a really cool arm sleeve that says on there, "Roads. We don't need roads where we're going," or something to that effect. And it's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool looking tattoo. I should probably take a picture of it and show you guys. Mm. Myself, if somebody does the movie, the song, and the performer, I'll give 5 bonus points. Like that would be nuts because so many people are going to put in just the movie title before they get it out that it would be insane if somebody could get all 3 of those. Tammy says if you hit the right series, you might have one from each decade to the series. I think I know where you're going with that one, Tammy, and you never know. You never know. No, Mama Sean does not have a tattoo. Mom, yes, she does. That's a lie. She had cancer, and she does. She has tattoo from cancer. Thanks for asking. No, I'm just kidding. She's a survivor, man. It's all good. I'm just teasing. Give that little awkward pause. Oh man, don't worry. It's all good, man. Oh yeah, yeah, Jeff. Yeah, okay, I remember. I watched her videos last week, and I really did like those. I remember the conversation now. I like the videos. There was just like I said to you in the thing. There's just a few things that were few minor things that she said that were wrong, but I just glossed over them. It wasn't like stuff that was like make or break, like oh my God, you don't know that kind of thing. Yeah, man, me too. Me too. 'Cause let me tell you, they didn't give her very good numbers. I remember I'll never forget. I was walking around. Um, she had a so I was in Phoenix, Arizona at the time when she was diagnosed, and I was sitting on a conference call listening to the doctor give the prognosis and what the outlook was like to the family. And so I was walking around the parking lot of the place that I worked at as we were all getting told what the prognosis was and what the options were for her recovery and all that kind of stuff. And man, I'll tell you what, I want to say that they gave her like a 20% chance at full recovery with only like a 10-year like life expectancy beyond but beyond treatment. You. I'm talking about you. People asked if you had a tattoo, and I said no, and then I said that's wrong. She does have a tattoo. She has three tattoos. It's one dot each. Um,
So a
but
friend of mine got the exact same kind of cancer within a month of me, and she died, was dead in 6 months.
yeah, my mom said a friend of hers got the same exact cancer she did and died within 6 months. So I think my mom was extremely fortunate to have made it through that. Because if I recall correctly, they said she only had like a 20% chance of making it through chemo, and even after that, she would only have like 10 years. Yeah. So it's been longer than 10 years now, hasn't it? It's been 11 years. Because I was in Phoenix at the time, and we've been here for 10. So she's beaten all the odds. It's only because she's stubborn. It's only because she's stubborn. The only reason she's here is because she's so dang stubborn she won't give up. That's where I get it from, guys. If you want to know how does Casey keep doing this day in and day out? It's because I'm too damn stubborn. And I get it from my mom and my dad. I think I get it from both sides. To be honest, I got a double dosage of stubbornness. My mom just said, "You lucky guy." That's what she said, Doug. That's what she said too. Yep. Petrofire, cheers to you, sir. Toast, toast, cheers. Salud. Tater Tot says you're awesome, Mom. She said thank you. Darren Bowen, Hayden Johnson accidentally. Oh, it's Johansson. Sorry, I don't know why I said Johnson. Hayden accidentally silenced you for 300 seconds. It was a mistake. His phone was in his pocket. Apologize for that. And we'll go back to your comment. Said Back to the Future, Michael J. Fox. That is the correct answer. Sorry about that. You're only going to be timed out for 5 minutes. Don't worry. You'll be let back in for speaking. It was an accident. Apologies. Hey, Petra, I'll check. I'm really close to the end here. I'll check my DMs after. I just realized I'm supposed to send you a DM. I totally forgot, man. We had like 3 days and I didn't send you a DM the whole time. I forgot. I just totally forget. I'm glad you said something though. I'm glad you sent me something because that'll give me an opportunity to remind me to actually say something. What it is I gotta say. Doug says, Casey, update. We have delivery date for baby girl Scarlet Rose, January the 11th. Get self-induced on the 10th. All right. We're getting down to the wire here. And if I don't see you for 2 weeks, it's okay. It's okay to be gone for 2 weeks, Doug. You take that time off and don't you even look back. You set your price alerts beforehand, and don't you even dare come back over here and show your face around here for a while. Thanks, Doug. Thanks for letting me know. Well, they took down. I said they tried to take Ape down to 125, and it looks like they're shooting for that 113 range. They're getting it down to 117 as of right now. Getting that big push down at the end of the day here. Meanwhile, where is the market heading? Up. Interesting. Well, it's back to status quo, I guess, on the shorting of the stock here. Yeah, that's okay, Doug, but you better set those price alerts though, man. I know, right, Annie? Annie says Scarlet Rose. What a beautiful name, Doug. I think it's a great name. It's a very good name. Yes, SSR on for tomorrow. High energy reviews investments. That is correct. Also, you can look and see what the data looks like before tomorrow to see what that short exempt volume looks like. My guess is that it'll be pretty high. And if you want, I can send you a link to get to that. This link right here. And if you look at a couple hours after the market closes, I think around like 6 p.m., maybe 7 Eastern, if you go to the site that I just listed right there, it'll take you there. And if you see a FINRA consolidated NMS file for Tuesday, rather, click on that text file, open it up, and then what you'll find in there is a bunch of stock tickers. You're looking for Ape, and the number that you're going to be looking for is the second to last value. The end of them always end in like BQN or QN or something of that nature. The number before that's not the number you want, which is total volume. You want short exempt volume, which is the third to last value that's there. It's actually second to last value because the markets are listed last. But at the very top, it tells you date, symbol, short volume, short exempt volume, total volume in the market that it went through. So that's where you can find the information if you want to see it, and you can get that. Will that affect T90? Not those numbers specifically. Those are just what turn into failure to delivers directly. But it is time, guys. I hate to break it to you. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest because tomorrow is another trading day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, and take your pets for a walk because they like getting outside too. But go see a movie. That's what we're here all about. Go see some movies because there are some good movies that are out right now. I even saw Avatar twice. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and estimate.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Oh, yeah. Still don't know what I was waiting for, and my time was running wild, a million dead-end streets, and every time I thought I'd got it made, it seemed the taste was not so sweet. So I turned myself to face me, but I've never caught a glimpse of how the others must see the faker. I'm much too fast to take that test. Changes. Turn and face the strain. Changes. Don't wanna be a richer man. Changes. Turn and face the strain. Changes. It's gonna have to be a different man. Time may change me, but I can't trace time. Yeah. I watch the ripples change the size, but never leave the stream of warm and permanent sand. So the days float through my eyes, but still the days seem the same. And these children that you spit on as they try to change their worlds are immune to your consultations. They're quite aware of what they're going through. Changes. Turn and face the strain. Changes. Don't tell them to grow up out of it.
getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and